Oh, we are here. We are back. It's another day of mixing in the craziest hours in the morning. You know, some people get up early and work out. Well, we never go to sleep and we just mix all the time. That's just what we do. And anyway, we're about to have a crazy song from scratch, start to finish mix. And we're going to see, answer some questions. Whatever you guys want to throw in there, we're going to do that too. So it's going to be a great time. Everybody buckle in. We got a session queued up here. I'm about to flip to that so we can kind of start grooving here. I got to open the chat on my phone too so I could see what's really good. Okay. Looks like I've been given the okay, which means you guys can see me and hear me. So we're doing well. This is the 5th stream of all time. So pretty amazing stuff going on. Anything can happen. And anything will happen. That's the bottom line here. That's one thing we know. Alex Christoph, drums. How's it going, buddy? GDP is in the house, as always. Setting the chat thing to the live chat mode so I can see everything in sight. And let us pop over here. So this is what we got going on today. Lots of colors. It looks like more tracks than it is, to be honest with you. It's not a million tracks. I think it was, 30 or something, 36, something in that zone. It can fit on a 48-channel desk if we were doing that, but we're mixing all in the box because I feel like it's the best way to showcase what we're doing over here. That way you guys can see every move I make, and you don't have to watch me rotate a dial a freaking millimeter at a time or something, Little clicks here and there. I don't know about those clicks, especially since most of the knobs aren't detented on a lot of gear. It would be very hard to follow that. It would be cool for about 5-10 minutes, and then I don't know if it'd be so cool anymore. But what I gotta do, I gotta take off this stupid low power mode thing or whatever is going down here so that I can see this thing the whole time, and it stops closing on me. Never close on me. Here we go. All right. Should be good to rock and roll here. So let us see what happens. Basically, I've got the whole session logged in here with color coding and a couple routing moves, like the bass here going to a bass bus. Other than that, I'm a streamline mixing kind of guy at the moment. Very little parallel, very little shared effects between instruments. I don't usually do that lately. I like this shortest way to get to the end for me lately has been not overcomplicate the mix. And I've been really kind of enjoying what that does as a result. So mix bus has absolutely nothing on it. If you're curious what these are, this is my vocal coming to you. And then over here, we got the preview thing. So when I hit Audio Suite, you'll get that feed heading to the mix bus. Everything sent to 5060 print is our mix bus. All the VCAs are not grouped at the moment, but we're in a position to be grouped. So what I plan on doing, since I've already run auto align on these tracks, is I plan on going in and doing a little bit of clip gain potentially. Like you see how that was bumping like crazy. I may go in and I'll just adjust some clip gain stuff here and there. And I'm going to play the track while I do this. And the mix is going to be all out of whack until I basically get the levels under control. But auto align has been applied, so you can see there's crazy, phase alignment things happening. every time there's like fire front, fire back, I literally felt the need to title what guitar I used, because I felt like the comments get lost. And when I track this stuff, I wanted to know what that sound was coming from, because I'm a guitarist. So it was almost like, for future reference, I need to know, is it the Firebird? Is it, the Fender Strat? Like, what are we dealing with? So I wrote Fire Front. So it's the Firebird and it's the front. I didn't note the amp because I felt like that was less important for some reason. I don't know why I didn't note the amp in the track title also. I could have figured out a way to do that, but Fire Front, Firebird back. So I would mic the front and back of every time I did guitar, most of the time. And sometimes I would mic front and back, and also left of the room and right of the room, even though this room was very small that I tracked everything in, for this song especially. And the drums, we have kick, snare, overhead, left and right. There's a trigger track and a snare trigger track, but they're going to be muted. There's a kick trigger, snare trigger. Those are going to be muted for the majority until I decide if I need them or not, and then maybe I'll turn them on. But literally the 4 mic drum setup, which I like a lot. And it was out of necessity. It's not like I have the personal preference to only use 4 mics always. It's just, I basically did it out of necessity at the time, running everything into an MBox 2 Pro freaking, 100 years ago or whatever. And what I added is this floor and rack track. And what that is an overhead track broken off into a floor track. So that means whenever the floor tom was played on this overhead, I basically just copied that specific couple hits onto its own track. And I may or may not use it, but I did that for the floor and the rack so that I could potentially throw a sample, some kind of trigger sample for a floor tom and a kick, floor tom and a rack tom. And then it would allow me to get more punch out of the toms if I needed it. Now, when you use a sample in this way, it's also going to essentially bring down the cymbals relative to those skins that you're hitting on the floor and the rack. So it does a couple things that's good. So in other words, if you've got a crash or a ride or something ringing out in the overheads and you try to ride that floor tom or that rack tom, you may bring that up too. And a lot of times it might not be preferable. You want more skins of the toms, but you don't necessarily want whatever's ringing while that's playing. So because there's only overhead left and right, there's no close mics on these toms. We don't have much of a choice but to bring up whatever's on them if we were to ride that. So in this particular case, I broke off because he didn't play it very much. These are the only time you're going to see floor and rack tom. So I was like, okay, I might as well just copy that couple hits onto a new track for the floor and a new track for the rack. And it's not the same hits. They're sort of staggering, however he played them. So like if you were to zoom in, you see it's the way a drummer would typically play this kind of thing, right? It's like nothing's really on top of each other unless he intended to do that. It might be that way like once or twice, but for the most part, they're staggered, rack floor kind of thing. So it works to do this kind of like a adaptation, essentially, to take a 4 mic setup and it potentially give it more if you need it. Now, I haven't thrown on trigger yet, but I should, just in case. And we could just audition that once we start playing this track through. Now, I'm about to play it without further ado here, but before I do, I just want to throw on some trigger nonsense. Let's throw it on these two. So our floor and our rack, we're going to throw on trigger 2. Now, the toms that I usually like to roll with, typically I'll put whatever smallest drum top, so just so I don't confuse myself. Toms. Now, at the time when this was recorded, and still, because I still have this drum kit, the floor tom I always thought was a 16, but it's a Pearl export or Pearl import, custom Z. I don't know. I can't tell you what that is, but it's a nice drum kit. I'm not a drummer first, so I don't really know if it's an import or export Pearl, but it's a nice Pearl, and it's an old one. And basically, the deal is it had a 14-inch or so uh, floor tom on it. And I always thought it was bigger than that, but one day I measured it and I was like, oh, that's interesting. So once I realized that, I started using 14 for the floor always, and I felt like it got closer to what was actually played. And then, for the rack, the 10 always sounded a little small to me. So I like the difference, though, between the 10 and the 14. There's more of a change in tone. So every once in a while, I'll use the 10 to just get more separation. And the weird thing is, this rack, I think, is somewhere between the sizes, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I gotta measure that rack again to make sure. But I have multiple racks, and we only used a 4-piece drum kit. So I'm never quite sure if we swapped out the smaller one or the bigger one. Like, it was so long ago, I can't remember. And all the drums kind of existed in this tiny room that it was with like arm's reach to be like, here, throw this in there. Because it had the kick drum has 2 like built-in slots for toms. So we would always throw one in there, and I don't remember which one we used half the time. It could have been the small rack, or it could have been the 12-inch. Not really sure. But I've used the 16 before as a floor and then the 12 as the rack. So there's not like a right or wrong way here. It's just, for the moment, what are we going to pull up is the question. So I could start with the 10, see if it works, and then go the other way if it doesn't. So we'll throw this on the rack. I just feel like between 12 and 14, there isn't enough of a change. And I don't know if a lot of people do this, but I think room A and room B is supposed to be like 2 different choices of room. I often put them both on because it sounded cool when I did it the first time. And I was like, oh, I guess you're supposed to put them both on, even though you're probably not. But that's where we're at the moment. I'm going to basically 14 and 10. And we will hope for the best. I know some people, if they have like a close mic rack, but they didn't get room mics up, they might just dump the rooms on there. I've done that before for certain things. Like if I use a kick sample and I have a close kick mic, but I don't have it's a dead room, I might want to throw just the rooms up for kick. So think about things in that way. You don't always need to throw everything on there, but in our case here, we got no close mics for floor toms at all. So it might make a lot of sense to throw them all on there and act as if we do have a whole set of mics going that would, sound pretty good on the floor and rack. If it doesn't match up with the kick and snare because there's not really any rooms in this situation and the room is super dead, then I might take those off. But we're going to start with them on. I feel like it'll help. It'll help the game. Yeah, Alex Christoph, man, you're a drummer, so you know the deal. The weird thing is, I'm pretty sure I have an 8-inch in addition to a 10, a 12, and a 14. So I don't know. I'm convinced I've got this. I know I have this little, like, very small tom that came with the kit. And this is an older kit, so the sizes are going to be, funky unless you're familiar with like the 70s Pearl kits. This Custom Z specifically has a very weird size kick drum. I remember when I measured it, it wasn't the same size as like any kick drum that I could find in terms of like how deep it was. It was very weird. And the snare that came with this kit was like a bucket. The thing was deep. It's so deep that the other snares I bought to kind of, when this one didn't work, were, the Chad Smith piccolo, and my buddy, Doug, kind of left his awesome snare with me for a long time, which is this like right between the piccolo and the bucket that came with this thing. I mean, I call it a bucket because it was deep. It was a great snare, though. It was a fantastic snare. Yeah, see, these toms always sounded amazing. I gotta measure it again to make sure it is 14, but my gut's telling me I'm remembering that correctly, that the floor is 14. But the floor tom always kind of sounded really good, so I don't mind it. This kit in general, I feel like I got very lucky with this kit. We used to rehearse at the studio all the time that would like have basically the kits that were too good to put out in the rooms would wind up going, for sale whenever. I don't know who owned the place, but they had a good connection with a bunch of old drum kits coming in, like used drum kits, and it was always kind of something special sitting around, and I needed a drum kit, and I found this awesome one at one point, and it served me well for all these years. So let us dive in here. I'm gonna just start kind of pulling stuff up as I go. Yo, Johnny 2000, what's going down, man? What is going down? But I agree with you. Some smaller toms, it can sound very weird, but it's like tone wood for guitars is its own debate and conversation. But no one argues about the fact that drums sound drastically different depending on the skins, how new they are. That's why it also affects how easy it is to play them when you have newer skins rather than, something with some real bounce to it. That's why a lot of drummers, like, I think every drummer I know, it's like if they're going to go someplace and it's important, like they just like buy a whole set of skins and freaking like I want brand new skins on those freaking things. I don't know about you, but that's just a couple of the dudes I roll with are just like brand new skins. This is important, so I get that. But yeah, it's so yeah, it's just like it's a whole different thing. It's like playing guitar on, drums are a weird thing because they exist someplace, and a lot of times when drummers don't bring their own kits to go somewhere, it's like at the very least, like no drummers ever complained about my kit, but every once in a while, I wouldn't change like the skins because I didn't break them. But then everyone, the drummers that know that are like, man, we got, like, I'm going to bring new skins for these drums. So I don't know if that's just like awesome etiquette from this one dude who, like, every time you show up at a friend's house, you bring a bottle of wine or your freaking 6-pack of beer, a pizza. You always bring something, right? Well, I think this dude he brings skins. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to dial in. I'm just gonna start rocking and rolling over here. We're gonna dial in. Now I lowered everything like 12 dB, so it's probably gonna be pretty low because there's nothing on the mix bus at all. And as I start dialing stuff in, things will come up. But I just wanted a little room to bring everything up. And nothing's in the VCAs, but I lowered them 10 dB also. I figured let's just start from, a bit lower than we usually do, so that when I bring stuff up, it'll actually, like, you'll hear it. But it's going to be a little bit low when we get going here. So let's rock and roll without further ado. Let's just turn off El Grupos. I'm going to group some guitars as we go. I'm just going to start kind of whatever the order they're in is usually the easiest way to deal with the group, so you can turn them off later. You don't have to like translate whatever they are. So the pink is drums. First thing I got to do, and that's why I usually don't make a move until I at least can visually see what's going on. So I'm really looking at what plays where. And that's how I knew to pan the guitars in this section, because I got two different colors, so I know they're two different performances. And that's how I can tell, because I color code this stuff before I start. So that means this is one performance, this is another performance. If it was the same performance, I wouldn't pan left and right, because you get that weird pseudo thing that feels like it's like you're on a freaking ship out at sea when it's like out of phase slightly. But it's not really out of phase. It's the mic's in phase, but when you spread them left hard and right hard, the same performance, one mic left, one mic right, it's terrible. Or at least I don't ever like that. Some people may like it. I don't like it. So what I do is I look, okay, this is one performance, and then I went hard left with it, one hard right with it, because this is like a pre-chorus thing. I mean, it depends on how you define the song, right? I kind of call that the chorus. The part that sounds very Beatles-esque or something, where it changes feel from, the 1, 2, that like verse thing, right? But then the pre-chorus is when the chords pick up. That's chorus. Then the bridge is where it slows down to that halftime feel in that, one down, 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 one, two, that Beatlesy thing. When that happens, I'm calling that, post-chorus. You can call it refrain or post-chorus, or it wouldn't be a bridge technically to me, because a bridge happens once. So if in the song, if you have some other part that's not the same, that's the bridge. And at least this is traditional terminology to me. I mean, people call things the wrong things all the time, but for me, a bridge only happens once. And in this case, since that part happens multiple times, we can't call it a bridge. So we call it a post-chorus because it's after the chorus. And you could flip this stuff around and call the chorus the pre-chorus and that the chorus, but I ain't gonna do that. To me, it makes more sense. The chorus is the hooky thing, and that thing is like another thing. It's a separate deal. But this is all semantics. The red is acoustic guitar, and the red is most likely one performance. We're going to listen to it and find out for sure, but I believe it's one performance. So this hard left, hard right thing doesn't fly for my jib either. I'm probably going to straighten that out, but we're going to figure that out in a second. The purple is bass, feeding to a bass bus. They're going to stay all down the center. This is like it's a washboard and a wood block. Because if I mentioned this before, there was this awesome store near me where every time on my way to Brooklyn to go to the studio, I'd pass by this like store of little musical instruments, like the weird stuff, cheap, like $5, $10, $20. You could come out of there with a couple wood block things and a tambourine or a thumb piano or a freaking mouth harp or I don't know. There's a million ridiculous things I bought there. Like one of those comedy slide whistle things or a recorder or I don't know, just everything cool. I used to always just stop in there to get some inspiration and leave with something cool. And, it was just like part of the trip to the studio was like, got to get something from this place and we're going to use it on a track. So this happened. I got this washboard thing and the wood block's called something else, where it's got the, I don't know what it's called. Somebody tell me what it's called. It's got the stick thing and it's got the grooves on it and it's like the shh and then the click. Like you can click it with the mallet part, but it also has that like chicka chicka chicka. The chicka chicka. You'll hear it. You'll hear what I'm talking about. I don't know when it happens. I'll solo it. I don't know where it is exactly, but let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving and let's pop in here. We're gonna keep this moving. Stick tips, even, bro. Everything that, yeah, exactly. Stick tips, which is crazy too, because some people play the sticks backwards. Ain't no tips, like Carter Beaufort style, right? So I find it interesting Doesn't the Mars Volta, the dude who played in Mars Volta back in the day, doesn't he also rock the sticks backwards? I'm forgetting his name. He was awesome too. I'm forgetting his name. Throw his name in there if you can remember his name. They've had a couple drummers, right? But the who used to tour with them during that when the album with Widow on it came out? Amin. How you doing? Amin? So yeah, we're trying to figure out the name of the drummer who toured with Mars Volta during the era of the album with Widow on it. That I remember what it looked like. It's the guy driving in the car with, he's got like a shroud over his head. If I'm not mistaken, that's what the album cover looks like. I'm curious who toured with them for the De Laus like era too. I don't know. These are good questions. I can't ever get those Mars Volta songs out of my head. Like the first time I ever heard them, I just remember being blown away and I could never get it out of my head. And something crazy is Flea is playing the bass on that first Mars Volta album. Or at least that's the rumor around my parts. Is Flea plays the bass on it. And if I'm not mistaken, and I could be crazy on this, I don't see how it's even possible, but I think the Omar dude wrote like his parts out and Fushanti played them? The Fru? Did he play him? Did Fushanti play him? I don't know. It might be folklore, but I doubt it. Is Chad Smith on drums? What's going on for that? Because they had that whole thing where, they toured together and everything. There could be this whole thing going on. As we talked about in one of the last streams, Alanis Morissette, the song You Ought to Know, is Flea and Dave Navarro. I don't think Chad Smith's on it. I think it's Flea and Navarro only. But that's the One Hot Minute era of Chili Peppers. So they wound up in the studio on that, and arguably still one of the best tracks of all time from Alanis Morissette, but in general also one of the best tracks. I mean, it's an amazing track. So yeah, I mean, we're talking about good eras of music right now. That's what we're doing. That's one performance. So we got it straight down the center with it, and we could probably see it in the auto align too. Maybe auto align will tell us what's really good. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. So it's aligning it a small amount, but it's also aligning it the same thing as two mics on these other things. So obviously the interface was pretty consistent, spitting out pretty close amount of latency of some kind or whatever on the recording end, so it had to be adjusted. Or just the distance from the mic to the source really is what it is. But the interesting thing is the mic didn't move. I mean, it did, of course, because the acoustic is... That's interesting. I find this interesting. The acoustic, two mics, has the same amount of, delay needed. This -4 to the 0 jam has the same amount as the mics clearly got moved because this is the Firebird front and back. This is the Firebird front and back. Like, how is that even possible? How could it be the same amount of distance from the amp front and back? I don't know. It's just confusing. When you start getting into this stuff, it's like it starts to bug your mind out if you're a puzzle kind of person. I think most people who use this just look at the numbers and they don't even look at the numbers. They just hit the button and they go, yay, it's aligned. I'm always like trying to look at this thing and understand the story. Like, what's the story telling me? Is it, is it Jigsaw? Is it Saw 5? Like, what is it telling me? I don't know. It's like, do you want to play a game? Not really, but maybe. Depends. So it's very confusing. You know, like, this makes sense. 26 and 20, like, it's close here. The front and back mics are close here. I don't know. It's very confusing. It's a very confusing. Only thing that makes a little bit of sense, maybe I got something wrong in terms of front and back here. And it's not front and back. Maybe it's like left and right side of the room, so the mic stayed in the same position when I recorded acoustic guitar. Then I just picked up a guitar, played it through an amp, and left the mics exactly where they were. Otherwise, how do you account for that? That -4 to 0 on both. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Anyway, let's abandon talking about this nonsense nerdery, and let's go back to doing something. By the way, throw any questions, anything, throw it in there. And I'm going to jump back and forth between these two things. I appreciate, that you're down for watching me stream again, man. Honestly, this is my favorite thing to do. Me and GDP, we talk about it all the time. We're just like, man, we got to stream all the time, man. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I was just laughing at the I wonder why he knows Alex Kristoff is a drummer. Alex Kristoff drums, dude. It's just a good name you got there. It's a good solid name. It's easy to remember that. Just like Amin, it's a good name too. Let's do this. All right, it's time to boogie till you just can't boogie no more. We're going to keep panning stuff around until it feels good. It's feeling good is its own thing, isn't it? I like that fuzz. What you think about that fuzz, man? I mean, I'm a fan of this kind of like brutal fuzz. See, I'm not a huge fan of really just like high gain. I don't like high gain distortion. It can be okay. Depends on what we're talking about, right? But like I'm a Smashing Pumpkins fan, and when I think high gain, the way I like it, it would be Smashing Pumpkins, like that style or sound of guitar. Now that's not what I would call my favorite, but there's only a handful of times high gain works for me in most of the stuff that I listen to, and that's one of them. So I was just trying to think of another in like section of something that's high gain that I like a lot. Suppose you could interpret some Nirvana stuff as like super high gain, or some Soundgarden, maybe potentially some high gain in there. But a lot of the stuff I like falls in a category of slightly less distorted in the gain front than that. But fuzz, a lot of the stuff I like has tons of fuzz because I'm a Hendrix fan who's a fuzz face guy. And then when you hear that like breakup, a fuzz circuit is very different than that high gain circuit. Like I don't like anything that sounds like the Metal Zone pedal. And the funny thing was I owned one, but I hate it. I used to turn everything down on that thing and like basically push the mids and try to turn that into like Tube Screamer-esque, but like not high gain. Interesting. I don't know why I bought that pedal. It was actually one of the first pedals I ever bought, but it got stolen from me when the like 3 pedals got stolen, or 4 pedals, whatever. It's part of that crew of pedals that I lost. A Blues Driver, a Metal Zone. I lost 69 Fuzz, which is the more expensive of all these. I mean, not crazy, but it was like $450. You could sell that for these days, used even. But mine, joke's on them because mine had a problem that needed to be fixed. Whether they did or not, who knows? Whoever the fuck stole it. Let me pop into this chat right here. Popping over. What's popping? How do you deal with competing sibilants in guitar/cymbals? Case by case basis. Where is the problem happening will tell me what to do. If it's generally, I find like a lot of stuff in mixing, if you go into it assuming there's always a problem with something, then there will always be a problem with it, even when there isn't. So like if you try to attack always like find the space between the cymbals and the guitar, like I never do that. In this case, we have overheads as our only mics for cymbals, and they're also doing a lot of other things on the drums. So in a case like that, you really can't treat those overhead mics in any severe way. Or like, for example, if you rolled off low end, you'd lose all the toms. So you can't do that. And if you were to take off some top end, well, you might be killing some cymbals, but you're also killing attack on the toms, depending on where you take it off. So you're killing some of the slap of the skin. So it becomes this delicate balancing act. And the less mics you have, the less you need to do, but also the less you can do. So it's this combination of, there's not a whole bunch you're going to be able to do anyway on something like 4 mics on drums and 2 of them are overheads. So it's kind of good in a way, because you have to make the right EQ moves. That's the answer for how to deal with sibilants on guitars with cymbals, is the right EQ moves. If you're going to EQ some top end into those cymbals, make sure it's way up top, as high as the EQ goes in terms of the kilohertz, man, jump it up there. 20K. What do you got? Mag 40, Mag Air EQ band, 40 hertz or whatever. Get up as high as 40 kilohertz, as high as you can go, and crank. Bring up some top end, and get out of the way of the guitars. So like if you were to boost 5K, 6K, you're going to, mess with maybe where your guitars want to live. But if you boost way above it for some cymbal air, you're good. And if you keep the guitar love south of that by a bunch, then whatever happens around 5, 6K, let it be. Don't be boosting that area. That's kind of how I think about it, is like everybody likes different frequencies on the guitars. If I start bumping 3K, some people will be like, man, that's painful. And I'm in that crowd of people that think like 3K is a little painful. I like to get under that, like 1K, 2K. I like to get under that 3 zone. Sometimes even 2 is too much, but it's like, who said that? Was it Dave Natal, the Rolling Stones live engineer? He's like, you can't hit grandma with 3K or something like that. And it made sense. But I look at that as, every engineer has their pain point, and it's different on everyone. Like none of us are the same. Like Eric Valentine, if I'm not mistaken, hates, what does he hate? So now my brain just said the opposite. I was like, did he say he hates 1K, or does he hate above 1K? Like, 1.5, 2, and 3. It would make more sense to me to hate 3, because on a guitar, like I love 800 hertz on a guitar. Boost 800, it's where the meat of that guitar is, like the part that doesn't hurt. And then if you have to bring something up top, super wide. Like never boost like this. Always boost wide on guitars especially, and it won't be as pokey and painful. But 800 on a vocal is really nice. So I don't know. There's a lot of things where I like 500 on a bass. I like 800 on a vocal. I like 1K, 1.5K, 2K on a guitar. But I don't usually go to that 3K zone if I can help it. I avoid it like the plague. 3K, 4K, I avoid that stuff. Even 5K I avoid because, like I said, there's kind of like a fizz up there that might be interesting if you did a lot of high gain stuff, but I don't usually like that. I just don't like that area in general. I don't like boosting it. I feel like it's loud enough. That's how I look at it. 3K guitars like the entire Stooges Raw album. Brooklyn Sound Garage. That's a great point. That's, the Iggy Pop, that album is crazy. The first time I heard that, I remember being like, you could tell that whoever mixed this, had just done a lot of substances, or they were just like, overwhelmed by the band being like, louder, I want more of that, louder. Why is it like somebody was was driving that ship so that the guitars would be like 20 dB louder than everything else. And it just sort of ducks everything when it comes in. And I'm not even sure it ducks it because there's a ton of compression on it or anything. I think it just ducks it because the speaker can't handle it. The whole mix, like the tape is filled, the natural compression of tape is filled with guitars. Nothing else can live. So everything takes like a back seat to the guitars. But it's a great album for what it is. It's not a sonic masterpiece, if you ask me. That's all. I don't use it as a mix reference. Imagine somebody being like, this is the reference, man, and they put that on. That might be your reference to know when your guitars are too loud. But I never have that problem because it's I don't know. I'm a guitarist, and you would think that would mean I make the guitars louder. But I found that a lot of people, when they mix their own stuff, they always make their own self the loudest thing in the mix. And I try to avoid that at all costs. If I'm on stuff, it's usually the lowest thing in the mix, or it's got to be the right volume, but there's always like an opinion of what should be louder and where, and that's all personal taste. I'm a fan of hearing the kick drum, hearing the snare drum, and hearing the bass, because I feel like without the bass, there's just no warmth to wrap you in a hug, and I like that. And to me, it's just, I guess my ears, like that hug of the bass is more important than the guitar, power of like explosive, 2, 3, 4K or whatever. Like I like guitar. I don't want the guitar to give me a hug. I want it to be there, not like come out and get me. I'm coming to get you. I like the bass when it comes out to get me. And a guitar solo can come out to get me, because a guitar solo for me takes over where the vocal left off. So when I think of like lead vocal, wherever the volume of that is, that's where the guitar solo when it comes in should be. It should kind of just be right there. If it's lower than the vocal, it feels off and too low. If it's louder than the vocal, it feels a little out of place also. So wherever the lead vocal is, that's how you set your guitar solo volume most of the time, unless there's like some crazy multiple guitar solo thing going on, and then maybe you have to do something else. I don't know. But that's usually how I think about it. Bass needs to be, if you lose bass at any point in the song feels light. You could use that as an effect, but you need to have that thick, warm gooiness, which is why I do compress the bass a fair amount and try to get it to just sit even, where it's just nice and gooey and consistent and full of, 500 is the move for me, because that allows me to hear, 500 and like 1.3K or like 1K and slightly above it sometimes. Boosting that and the 500 zone evens out the bass a lot when you give it a lot of sub-octave too. The sub-octave kind of helps with the bottom and brings up everything from like 40 to 80 and maybe to 100, like just gives you that warmth. But the trick is to not have that get in the way of the kick drum too much, because in my opinion, the bass shines around that 500 zone and the kick drum takes that low end. But everybody has their own opinion on it. Some people like a very pokey, clicky kick drum and the bass to take over all that low. It's personal taste. I'm just such a big bass fan. I can't, like I've never been able to be in a band with a bad bass player for very long. Like the bass player has got to be amazing, because you just never should lose the bass in a live performance or anything. Like you should always hear plenty of bass. It makes everything feel better. That's my call anyway. All the best bands have really good bass players. There's very, very rare that like the bass player is the weak link. It's not usually the case, because it's so much more important than people realize. And the bass player in this particular song is, Paulie T from B. The dude is fucking, I don't know, I'm in a curse zone tonight, but I gotta censor myself a little better. I don't know why that is, but I'll tell you, the dude's amazing, right? So what I was saying is he can slap, he's funky, he's got such good melody lines, he makes the band sound better. The best bass players make the band sound better. So in order to have that happening, you literally have to just hear it. How do you not hear the amazing walking lines between the parts? He's improving everything. If you were to take that and make it like, oh, I can kind of hear what he's doing, what good is it? You got to hear every note of the bass. It's just as important as the guitar solo or the vocal, as far as I'm concerned. In my mixes anyway, that's how I look at it. And I don't mean just the low end of the bass. That's what I mean. 500, 1.3K, that's the good, like, finger noise and the meat. Speaking of that, what do we got? A D112 on the bass, a direct on the bass, which I'm going to probably feature because it's the cleanest. And we all know the Warren Hart technique. If you don't, it's not Hart. Warren Stewart with a who in the front. Hewart. The Warren Hewart. One of you guys taught me that. I don't know. One of my subscribers taught me that. They were awesome. I don't know. I was like, how do you say this? And they told me how to say it. So what he does is he'll use the direct signal for the low end, which I always found interesting that he did that. I always found like a nice blend of the mics and the DI is the best way to go. So just getting the volumes set right and no EQ on any of them. Just EQ them all together. Like don't EQ them separately. Once they get locked in on the alignment, sometimes there's not a whole lot of need to EQ them separately. You just put them all together on a bus and treat that bus as if it's one bass sound. And that is an interesting way to look at it. There's like 100 ways to look at this. Another way is to take one of these, like the direct or whatever, and like distort it. And then, leave the direct clean, distort one of the other ones, and, leave one of the other amps. So you have your direct sound just doing the low end, one of your other amp mics kind of taking up the mid-range, and another one of your amp mics distorted. Like, there's plenty of ways you could play with the bass sound. And I just found, and if you've seen the last several streams, it's the way I like to deal with bass. You don't need to necessarily do too much. What I've noticed is if I go in and EQ each bass mic, it doesn't make any sense to the whole. It winds up just it's like I do more work and then I create some weird problem later that I go, the bass is great, but it's like, why is there holes in it here? Because some of the EQ moves I made are canceling each other out at some notes. It won't be the whole song, but it'll be here and there. A couple notes of the bass just kind of get lost. Whereas when you don't do that, you don't get as much of that. That's what I find. Hardly ever do I have to deal with these weird spots when I don't EQ each of the tracks separately. So that's where I go into this thing thinking, I'll get my sub-octave on the bass bus. I just want a nice blend of the three mics and then go from there. If any of the mics are hurting you, mute them. That's the other thing. It's like you don't need every mic you use. I used an SM50 freaking 8 because it was the third mic I had. Direct, D112, SM58. Bada bing. And the funny thing is, mics like a 57 or a 58 are really good for the mid-range. Like the D112 couldn't be a better mic for the lows, just like on a kick. And the direct gets a great, balanced, just a clear, punchy signal. So it's a really good combination. And it was just happenstance that I chose like these instead of, a condenser that would have probably brought up too much noise of the amp and stuff we wouldn't have wanted. A lot of people like a FET 47 on a bass amp too. That's the go-to. I've seen people use, like, these are the most common mics for a bass amp. It's like the mouse too. Have you seen the, what is it? Is it a blue mouse? Is that what it's called? I don't know. The mouse I've seen on the bass amp a lot, and FET 47. Like, those two are like probably the most common. But I just I treat every kick mic like a potential bass mic. So if I'm in a place where, like, what do we have? We have an extra kick mic. What do you got? Like an Audix A6 or something, whatever that's called? Throw it on the bass. Like, anything that's a kick mic can also go on the bass because you just need that low end, a D12, D112. I have a D12 kick mic that I love, and it works great on a bass amp also. It's a particularly weird mic because, like, you try to use it on a vocal and you get this like weird sound, but it's kind of cool. It's very boxy, dry sound. SM7, great on a bass amp. I would use that in here and there as well. Let's check out some questions from y'all. My name is Paul, and this is Between Y'all. What's that from? It's tell me what movie that's from. I know what it's from. Just hit me. My name is Paul, and this is Between Y'all. Not the best accent, but what do we got here? Let's talk about some questions. Let's talk about questions. All right, we got okay. I'm seeing some questions. Here we go. Quick question. Does the Vocal Align plugin work as good as Auto Align if you tried it? I never tried it. I am like allergic to buying new plugins. So I have not tried it. Also, I align stuff by hand more often than I should probably. Like, I bet you it would save me a lot of time or whatever, but I just have a hard time believing it could possibly work as good as the concept of auto aligning multiple performances makes sense to me. Whereas for vocals, it would have to do crazy gymnastics because it's not it's not one performance. So wherever the syllables are, however long like the note is held for, that additional, the weirdness and rhythm that would change from one performance to another on somebody who would need a plugin like that is too great, that I want to be able to control that myself. Like, I can't see an freaking AI or whatever taking over and being good at that. That's just my opinion with it, because people say a word different enough. How's that thing going to make it the same? It just sounds crazy to me. Whereas, like, if you do it by hand, you could just be like, well, the harmony or the double or whatever doesn't need to actually be on this part. That's a waste. Let's just put it here. And that's a tastier harmony. Whereas that thing would like just put it kind of all together and smush it, or it has to stretch it or smush. It has to do something. It sounds too crazy to me. So I don't know if it's a good move. Maybe one day I'll try it. But every time I try stuff like, I try to, and I'll tell you guys in a second, but I tried a DS or somebody recommended, and I hated it. I'll tell you in a second what that is if you want, but first one of these I'm seeing, is this a mix in progress being revisited? So Brooklyn Sound Garage, no, so it's from scratch. Like I just started it up, but all I did before was like, if I had an assistant, which I don't, what would they have done? They would have color coded everything. They'd have imported stuff, from the template, which for me is always the kick trigger, snare verb, and a trigger for the snare. And then those tracks that are on kick and snare just get duplicated onto here, so that when you run auto align through it, it puts everything in the same place. And now if I decide to turn those on at some point, I will. Everything will be lined up. But other than that, the bass bus comes in. That's part of the template. And then like the reverb for the guitar is part of the template. Reverb for the other guitar is part of the template, which is really a tape echo. And it's a Cooper time cube. So they're really delays, but I make them sound like reverbs. And then I prefer that to reverb. And then that's basically a bunch of verbs for vocals. So like effects, this all comes in. Everything else doesn't come in. It's just tracks and what they came with. And then if you notice, I basically threw on a couple different EQs to have my choice of what I want to use. Now, in every stream I've done, I use a different group of EQs as potential choices. So what I like to do is always have two. But in this particular case, I decided today was going to be Pultec Day. Don't ask me why. I was like, Pultec. Great. So you can't just use one Pultec. I mean, you kind of can, but you kind of got to throw this one on too for that great mid-range. So instead of using two EQs, I actually had to do three, because I got the EQP 1A, I got the MEQ for that mids, and then the 4KG. So usually whatever is last is like the ability to cut out something that's annoying me. It's not always last. Sometimes I'll do that first, but the concept I use is like color on plugins with big, broad moves like API, 550B or A, Neve, 1073, 1084, 1081, color moves. And that will kind of push the mix in a direction of adding a bunch of color and flavor. So it's like an additive process more often, because those things are not very surgical. And then there's some EQ on here that can be a little more surgical when I need to just get rid of stuff. So that's the concept of two EQs at a minimum from jump. And you don't turn them on, you don't use them both, but they got to be there. So in case there's a problem, you can address it. But one for color, one for surgicalness. And the other stuff, the only thing I brought in is all these verbs, like, the H910, eventide, this kind of thing, the little plate, R compressor, dB verb. So we got tons of effects that I bring in, because why build these things every time? And then I just get them ready to go. So it's just like how an assistant would set up a session. And then from there, that's all. Like I started from scratch. This is just the setup part, right? It's like, why waste your time on this? Ideally, you do this on a different day before you mix, because you might have to figure out what's what, and you don't want to beat your ears up. So I forget when I did that. But that's the point. You do that, and then what else did I bring in? A bunch of effects and VCAs that are not routed to anything just yet. I do that late in the game, but my VCA game is tight, 8 VCAs, as if I had a console in front of me, like an SSL with 8 groups, 8 VCAs right in front of you that get everything. And that's how I control my automation. So all this stuff comes in. And that's for automation, so I do it last because I like to automate after I get the mix statically sounding pretty decent. Then everything in the mix is all going, see 5060 print. I'm not actually using the 5060. I just call it that because at one point I did, and that's just the same bus I always used, so I call it that. It's all going to the 5060 print, but this is an in-the-box mix completely. And the master is on prior to this, so I can lower everything getting into here if I need to, my mix bus, and nothing's on the mix bus at all. Until I get happy, nothing goes on the mix bus. Because I found I'll make a ton of decisions based on whatever I put on the mix bus in like the first 10 minutes, and it's always the wrong decisions. And then the mix bus compressor has so much of an impact on the sound, and it's not always the right compressor you decided to use on this song. Like, that's the beauty of plugins. Every freaking compressor sounds different. Why not pick that when you know what the effect has on what you're doing? Like, what's the effect of that compressor? Is it helping or hurting? If you start with it, how are you going to know? No, you just wind up dealing with it, and then you get a mix that's like, man, that was the wrong compressor. But now when I take it off, I have to do a whole freaking thing over again, just chase my tail back and forth to change up everything that was going into it. So this is a weird push-pull where I used to basically start with it on, and I realized it doesn't help me as often as it hurts me. And that's it. There's nothing else in the session. Okay? So totally in the box mix. And yeah, this song, if you've watched the channel long enough, I did a version of this song in my old room with my Barefoot 01s and, going through some hardware. But, I'd be, every time I mix a song in this new room that sounds, there's way less problems in the room in terms of acoustical issues. And I've got speakers that are like, saying it's an upgrade, the speakers I have now, would be an understatement of the century. So amazing new speakers, relatively new. It's been about a year since I've had them, a little less. But this room and this, the speakers came a few months later, but basically I wanted to do it again from scratch. So nothing's on it. It's just from exactly where I started on the other one, because I really wanted to be able to, do what I've been doing, which is get done with the mix in normal time one day, and then just be happier with it. Because I think everything I've been doing in this room, I'm just so much happier with this room and these speakers. So it's like I didn't want this song to go by the wayside as being one of the, the ones from that last batch of other room, worse speakers, acoustical issues I couldn't fix, that kind of thing. So the room acoustics in my other room were not as good as this by a long shot. It was okay for a live room. Like, it was good to track in, and it was okay to mix in, but it's far, like, that room was better than the one I recorded this stuff in. So it's this constant, growing phase. This stuff was recorded years ago in a little tiny studio, little tiny one-room studio. That's what this session came from. But the room where I mixed it last, because I never mixed it, it sat on a hard drive for years. And then I was like, man, that song needs to be mixed. Pulp Fiction, you nailed it. You nailed it, GDP. All right, what do we got? Do you use multiband comp on bass? It's Amin. All right, Amin. Do I use multiband comp on bass? I try to avoid multiband comp because there's some situations where it's helpful, but it's not my first resort. So when I say I avoid it, I just go about my day trying to get it to work with what usually works for me, which is a world before multiband comp. That's what works for me. which is basically I take my blend of bass stuff into a 1073 because I can get either saturation or just drive everything like crazy. So this came in on a template because I tweak this here and there, but usually I'm jamming that freaking 12K band, jamming it. I'm jamming 1.6 like I told you, like what was it? What did I say? 1.3, 1.6. I love that. And I'm jamming a little 220. And if I add anything else, it's coming up next on the Spectre, little 500 love and a little 1K love. And that's with the tube setting because it's basically saturation. So if you're familiar with Spectre, you know it's an additive only EQ, but it's really a saturation box that you can pick the saturation you like on. So tube, diode, like a rectify. You pick the style of like saturation you like. That's why I love it so much. And then into an LA2A. And usually I make the needle on that thing move. And then 1176 just for the peaks. So this thing barely moves. And that to me holds it down. And the Sans amp, right after either, like I have a micro shift every once in a while I'll turn on if I need a chorusy sounding bass, a la, Andy Wallace kind of thing. I'll throw that on. If not, the Sans amp is always on because, in my opinion, the sound of bass that I like is this plugin. And, there was a hardware version of this. The plug-in version is great, and it's as you can see, I jam the low end because that gives me a ton of sub-octave, and then I'll jam some high end sometimes if the bass is very dark, and a lot of the bass stuff I record is very dark, and it's just a symptom of this era and the gear I was using and the mics I was using. It's like just everything. It's a very dark sound most of the time, so it can handle that much high end. The 12K and the Neve and this. And that's another reason why I don't need to necessarily go crazy with anything here, because I'm already EQing several places on this bus. The way this plugin works, if this is your low end distortion, this is kind of your general how much saturation do you want from the preamp side of it, but it's really how much do you want of the growl, like of this aggression. So I keep that kind of centered, like 12 o'clock. But the buzz is how much on the low end do you want to saturate and distort? How much in the mid-range do you want? And sort of how much in the top end do you want? And it's interesting how it's like low, mids, highs. And that's how I look at it anyway. And then this is a different color distortion, kind of also in the highs. Like it's almost low, mids, also mids and highs, or low, mids, highs, depending on how you look at it. But the drive has its own sound and flavor. So if you just split it into low, mids, highs here, low, mid, high, and then you got your low and high EQ of this, which is just it's like saturation part, and then this is like a cleaner sub-octave add or top-end add. That's how I look at it anyway. And then if you need to deal with the level to back it off or whatever, you deal with the level. But it's a very misunderstood plugin. I think when a lot of people look at this, they just think like, oh, these words mean nothing and it's all nothing. It's easier to operate this when you understand what the bands actually focus on. It's kind of like a saturation knob by Softtube, which is a free plugin. How it says like keep low, keep high. It's interesting. That plugin's interesting too. I used to use it like in a way that was opposite of the way that it works. I was like, keep low. Does that mean that the saturation is only low? And it's actually, I can't remember right now, but I think it's the opposite. I haven't used that plugin in so long. When it's keep low, it means keep the low end not distorted, not saturated. Keep high, keep the high end not saturated. It was very confusing to me because it's like backwards of normal human understanding, I think. But still a very good plugin. This one makes way more sense to me, and it's way more tweakable. Talk about tweaks. You can tweak that thing all up. Tweak City. But do I use multiband? Only if I need to, Every once in a while, I'll throw on C6 or something to get gnarly with it. I'm not the biggest Waves fan, but something like that it's a good multiband, and I've got a bunch of them. It's just I got the Fab Filter one, the Pro MB. Sometimes if you need to hold low end together, I just also find they kind of cause more problems than they help. So it's like nothing's for free. Every time I thought like the Mic DSP ML4000 was like the perfect thing for everything, I'd wind up fighting it also. I'd love it and then be fighting it simultaneously. So a part of me is just like, what's the quickest, easiest route to the end zone? That would be only add things that you can hear the result and predict what's going on and not lose control of it because now we did something crazy. Like a Mic DSP is really like, it's like whack-a-mole in a way. You fix this thing and then you get this other thing going on. Or at least that's how it feels to me sometimes. But that's how multiband is in general. You fix something and then you wind up not being happy with the mix, so you try to deal with something else, and you have to remember you put the multiband on, or you just wind up pushing into it and it's turning it down while you're pushing in. It's just a disaster. So I don't know. It's a weird kind of, works for some people. That's all I could tell you. Works for some people. Some people swear by it on bass. I think it's a function of the kind of music you make too. You know, if you're dealing with rock, there's less call for it, in my opinion. Some people may use it all the time on rock. I remember there's this one guy who was like, yeah, no, I need multiband to mix a bass. I can't do it without it. And I was like, okay. Whatever do you. You know what I'm saying? What do we got here? We got... Yeah, well, what you just said, DI is so clean, the low end is in there, great bass mic, sounds have articulate mid-range. Yeah, that's why Warren, I think, loves it. That's why Warren likes that idea. I know he got it from somebody else, but that's the idea, is the DI is so clean that it provides very consistent low end. So you could use the DI for just the low end, and that will very often help out and get rid of the low end on something like an amp sound because it fluctuates too much. That's the idea there. That's the concept. And this idea with an L1 at the end allows the bass to be even in the whole song. Yeah, and not just the end. You could put the L1 anywhere on here and really slam the threshold down, like 10 dB, 12, like get it down, and then take the output down with it. And then, you could bring the level back up with distortion or additive EQ or, anything else. A 2A for the flavor and that smushy kind of gushiness. There's not a right way or wrong way. The way I look at it is if I gently compress it, at least I maintain dynamics. And a good bass player, has dynamics in his playing. So I don't want to lose all that. And when you really smush a bass, you're getting that gooey, nice smush, but you're also definitely sacrificing some of the lack of excitement and the excitement, or the chillness and the excitement. So it's like, I like that, and you could see it in the playing. There's moments of hitting, and then there's a lot of consistency too, but it's something that you want to, handle with care as far as I'm concerned. And I like a 2A because it grabs and holds nice. And then the 76 is a good alternative if you have a bass that's not working in a 2A because it's just too slow. The 2A is just not grabbing enough. Then the 1176 is a great choice. And sometimes I'll switch the order. Put that first because it's aggressive and it can grab stuff real quick and chop it down, and not much can escape it if you don't want it to. And then you put the 2A after it and you still get that gooey niceness. Or maybe a 2A just don't work. Switch it out for something else. But yeah, the MV2, if you notice, is chilling here too, because I like an MV2 sometimes if these other things don't work. An MV2 is a nice way to bring up the low-level information and maintain control on the high end, the loud information rather, like the whatever's popping out too much, you can get that to come down, and the quiet stuff, you can bring that up. It's nice. You can just tuck it all in. So MV2 is really good on like 808s and stuff too. You could use it on pretty much anything. The MV2 is a fantastic plugin. There's some Waves plugins that are really just well done. And then, I as a company in general, I hate rebuying my plugins. So I try not to buy Waves. But They did a great job on the Renaissance stuff, and they did a great job on like that MV2, the L1. Like some of their old school stuff is so good still. Yeah, Spectre is amazing. It's one of my favorite plugins that I ever bought, because the ability to control saturation in different amounts on one plugin, different amounts and different areas of the frequency spectrum on one plugin is freaking amazing. Like, what a cool idea. It's not one distortion sound. It's 3 or 4 saturation sounds you can dial in on one sound, like on one instrument, on one plugin. It's very cool. Like, typically to do that, you'd have had to use 3 or 4 plugins is what I used to do before I did that. So if you don't own that, you can still kind of pick your spots, but what would happen is some of the areas of the frequency spectrum would pay the price for whatever you're doing in another area. The cool thing about Spectre is it sort of contains what you're doing to this one area and it tries not to affect the rest. It's pretty cool. I don't know how it does it. I have zero idea how it does it, but Andy Warhol did a video on it, so it's goated, bottom line. A little ASMR. You're thinking about getting one of these plugins. Which one? The Pulp Fiction plugins? Man, there should be a whole series of Pulp Fiction plugins. If I invented a plugin, that's what I would do. I would do plugins based on movies, and the whole GUI would be scenes from the movie in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but I like this as a concept. Any plugin designers out there, talk to me. Like, there could be a Godfather plugin, and you have one, like a button on it that when you push it, it just destroys the sound. And that'll be it'll say Fredo on that button. And you snap that Fredo, and it just does some unpredictable nonsense that destroys everything. And when that happens, the plugin shows oranges just falling all over. So much of what we do is based on like the way it makes us feel. So if there was oranges falling on a tape machine with the thing spinning, I think we got something, guys. Distressor is amazing. Distressor is top notch. It's Distressor and the 76 are like two brothers, since I'm on the Godfather theme, it's like Sonny and Michael Caine's character, was it? Or Robert Duvall's character? Who is that? The lawyer. It's the Distressor is I'm trying to think why I never bought one. I think it's really based on the fact that it's a very daunting looking compressor compared to the analogs, the analog flavors of old. Like the 1176 was one I always felt like I needed, and there's something about that. A Fairchild, like the way those look just kind of hit me the right way, because they're in all the photos of that you see for the bands that I used to look up to that were like, I had older siblings, so all the stuff I love is music that's way beyond my time. I love that old school 60s, 70s stuff the most, and the Distressor is a later cat. That digital readout on it and everything, it's just something that I think when people assimilate with that, when they want that, it's like somebody who, I don't know, it's just somebody. It's somebody who knows how great that thing is. But in plug-in form, it's great, and I use it all the time. I'm just trying to understand why I didn't buy one. Like, why I never got one. Because it's, it's relatively affordable compared to like a freaking Fairchild or something. It's affordable, the distressor. But the plug-in version's great. The medieval on your ass plug-in. Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. I want a medieval plug-in. That's really what I need. I need a Marcellus Wallace plug-in. Yeah. No, I don't do that stuff. I was just reading here from. Sorry, I'm like, it looks like I'm 15 minutes behind or so on the comments, because, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of bouncing around. I'm not the best at this yet. I'm getting better, but Brooklyn, you wrote, are you going to start with getting the drum sound tight, aka let's solo the kick drum for everything? I never solo stuff when I mix. I only solo when I'm trying to figure out what a track is in the very beginning. Like, I'm trying to understand, is this a freaking guitar, or like, what's the guitar doing? Is it a fuzz sound? Like, that part. I solo for that. I never solo to mix a song. So I'll solo if I have to if I have to gate. That's like my number one use for soloing. To gate and see exactly how much I'm getting rid of. That's a good use. But most of the time, I'm never working in solo. Like, ever. So no, I'm not going to go through the kick drum for like an hour, but I'm going to throw a bunch of stuff on it if I can't hear the kick drum as well as I need to hear it. If I need to make it more saturated, I'm going to do that. If I need to add a clipper, I'm going to do that. I have a typical kind of bunch of stuff I do a lot in terms of shaping the transient if I need to and whatnot. So I'm going to definitely attack that, but I'm enjoying the chat here. So I'm just sort of, you guys have some good questions. Stelios, I didn't see you up there. I caught you just now. Stelios, you wrote how's it going? Do you always use auto align on drums? Don't you think that sometimes you lose a bit of the field and openness, especially in the room on overhead mics? No, not at all. If anything, you get more low end out of the drums once you align the stuff. I never found that it's worse. You're just getting EQ for free. Instead of spending all this time now trying to make your snare sound good, it will sound good because your overheads are in phase with the snare and it's in phase with the kick. So you're not losing any kick, you're not losing any snare. Once you get stuff out of phase, even the littlest bit, you now have to add more EQ. You have to add more of stuff. The better the phase is, the more aligned it is, the less you have to do. That's the truth. That's why the guys who know how to record the best, you have to do less on those recordings. The engineers who know how to get the best sounds, you have to do less in the mix. That's the bottom line. You ever think about why is it when you hear like, like that mix contest they sent you, everybody got these tracks from the Nashville, dude that Joe Carroll, produced. The freaking thing sounded amazing. You just pulled it up. It sounded great. I bet you 9 out of 10 people over EQ'd the whole thing. I was one of them. 9 out of 10 people probably just messed the stuff up by doing too much. It sounded so good out the gate, bottom line. So that's because it was recorded very, very well. That's why. Fuzz plus light overdrive, like 1 millimeter of drive. Yeah. There's no like right or wrong guitar sound. They all could work or not, depending on the context. Yeah, see that Randy Rhoads style playing? I like Randy Rhoads a lot, but I'm not a fan of that sound in general. Like, I can appreciate a great guitar player, but I can simultaneously not love their tone. A couple guitarists come to mind, but I don't want to actually mention any of their names because it's always weird to me when like people who are It's like we all have opinions, but they obviously like their tone or they would change it. Have you ever hear that? I'll mention one of the dudes, and because this isn't an attack, because I didn't make this up, but this kind of proves my point. But I do think his tone has improved a lot over the years. But back, a while ago, Frank Zappa said to somebody, maybe you guys know it. I know who it was too, but I just want to know if you guys do. Frank Zappa goes, "Man, your guitar playing's amazing, but your tone is like a ham sandwich." Do you know who he was talking about there? That happens a lot. I don't know why it is. I think it's just because people kind of get lost in perfecting their ability and like don't put any emphasis on the tone, or they just don't have the taste to determine what good tone is, or they like bad tone. Like, maybe their taste goes with, not my taste. That's all. It depends like what you listen to. Like, I love the Kinks. The way the Kinks sound is so like, it's distorted, but it's clean distortion. AC/DC is like that too. It's distorted, but it's clean distortion. Led Zeppelin's like that. It's distorted, but it's clean distortion. That's how I look at it. Depends on how you look at this stuff. It's like clearly defined. It's like on the edge of breakup. Stevie Ray's tone is so, and he used a tube screamer to solo sometimes, but like when he's not soloing, it's got that like amp breakup kind of tone, but it's not that overly cooked. Yeah. So if I missed anything, let me know, because I'm trying not to, but it's tough. It's tough. GDP, you know what we got to get? I don't know if this exists, but it should exist. Every time you reply to a comment, it should like put a check mark next to it or something so that you know that you hit them all. I don't know how people do this stuff, especially when there's like, if there's tons of people. How do they deal with that? I have no idea how people deal with that stuff. I had to change my pants after I fired up my new Adam audio. Nice. It sounds good. I'm glad to hear that, Alex Christoph. Well done. Yeah. Well, I'm going to start cooking a little bit. I don't mind. Keep the chat going. I like that. It's a solid community over here. We chill, we talk, we hang out, we answer questions, we ask questions. We got movie trivia going. We got guitar trivia going. Who sounded like a ham sandwich? It's such a funny song too, with this bouncing. It's such an interesting. It's from an interesting place in the world, is what it is. It's just there's a place in the world for a song like this.
Ask me where I was. Gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. But it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again. ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
Just wanted to show you guys what this reverb was doing because it's kind of quiet.
I feel all alone in this world. I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
You know what's interesting is, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but you know there's a Pultec plugin that just does filters. Like, we have the SSL here, so that's what I would be using for a filter. But I'll pull it up just because it's just funny. I feel like nobody ever hits it. The down here, this UAD high-low filter. Have you seen this thing? It's just filters. Look. Isn't it crazy? It's just your high cut, low cut. I was like, who needs this? Like, why they're just trying to sell it, you know, I don't know. And it's like, here, take this add-on. Cool. But I mean, it exists on the gear, so they make it, but you know, I wonder if it creates a resonance. Like, I've never used it, but I know it's there, and I've just always been like, that's so weird. I don't want a filter because on our overheads, if I did add a filter to maybe take off some low end, we'd be losing, you know, anytime there's a freaking tom hit, say goodbye. Say goodbye to the boom. Here comes the ready or not. It sounds really good to add that micro shift to widen that bass out in the choruses. I may only use it in the choruses. It just, something I just noticed was like, that's pretty cool. So let's throw the bypass on there. And then let's hit it with some automation. This is a nice spot. So we'll mark it to first chorus. We'll call it marker 4. Because 1's going to be our beginning, 2's going to be our verse, 3's going to be our pre-chorus, or whatever the part is before this that has any change, and then boom, 4. Let's see what happens next. We'll call this is our post chorus 5. So I make the marker 5, so I know if I go decimal 5 decimal, I get right to that point. Decimal 4 decimal goes right to the other point. That's the idea here anyway. Let's go to... yeah, it's kind of verse 2. You might call it like intro to verse 2, but it's pretty much verse 2. We'll just call it verse 2. That's a good question. I just got a good question over here from Pultec Vintage Warmth Indeed. So this is Pultec Day. You know, I feel like if I do this where I put myself in a corner pretty much and force myself to use different things, this is what I've noticed. The results are always surprisingly similar because I always like want the same thing out of the sound, but getting there is always a different process, and it's fun to try new things. That's what I find. It's like I get bored doing the same freaking thing all the time. So even though I have the SSL stuff and I love it, I have a tendency to like I enjoy giving myself limitations of I'm only going to use Pultecs and, you know, the SSL as a last resort to sort of cut things out. That's my surgical EQ. That's kind of the goal for today anyway. That's the thought. Don't apologize for being late. I'm glad you're here. You know, we're doing our thing over here. There was a good question I don't want to miss. What's that good? Where's that good question? I'm enjoying that bass for sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. Steve Vai, the king of ham sandwich guitar. You nailed it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The dude's an amazing guitarist, but Frank Zappa, not me. Frank Zappa said, you know, his tone is a ham sandwich. That's what he said. And I actually like Zappa's tone a lot. I like that, you know, that kind of, that's that clean distortion that I like. That's kind of the thing. I'm sure he changed his tone up a bunch, you know, different albums depending and stuff, but it's like Brian May. That's an interesting flavor on guitar too. It's just so articulate, and a lot of that has to do with that custom guitar that him and his dad built, but it's not like high gain to me. It's just so good. Like when I don't know, when I picture the solo on Bohemian Rhapsody specifically, it's just so good. I love that tone, and that works perfectly. But there's some Queen stuff that I don't like the tone on the guitar of very much either, but it's, you know, it's hit or miss. Depends on the era, right? Fat Bottom Girls has an interesting tone to it. His tones were always interesting. Whether you like them or not, you can't deny the fact that he was always like trying to make the guitar sound like something cool, as opposed to just being like, "Yep, crank the distortion up, perfect." Nice. David Bowie meets Alice in Chains. I love to hear that. It's like the two biggest influences ever. Why is it that Bowie writes so many songs about, space? Like what's the connection there with outer space and Bowie? I love it, but like what is that? I would be curious about that. If anybody has their, whatever you interpret that as, I'm curious. They're arguably the best, like also amazing. I mean, so many of his songs are amazing, but you notice that there's a lot of like space talk, astronaut space talk. Yeah. I appreciate you joining in the live stream, Orchestra. We're going to call you Orchestra. Pronouncing your last name may go awry. I'll build up to it. At some point, I should be able to say it. It's probably pronounced as it sounds. I just don't want to go off the rails on you by trying to pronounce it and falling off the triple beam balance. What do we got here? So there was a question, a marshmallow. There we go. Or marshmallow, rather. Marshallor. Better. Now we're getting there. Marshallor 6869. Or Marshall Lori. One or the other. I have no idea. I'm the worst at the pronunciation, but what do you think is the most challenging thing to achieve in mixing? That's a good question. Most challenging thing. I don't know. I sort of look at it as like every time I mix, there's a different challenging element that you have to combat because every song is different. It's never the same thing. If every song had the same problem, it would be very easy to mix, I think, because you could always just figure out 20 ways to solve that problem and you'll always have it. And that's the tough thing about mixing is you have to come up with 20 ways to solve a million problems because not every way is going to work on every song. So there's this weird, like, for some people, the problem is putting too much high end in the mix. For some people, it's putting too much low end in the mix. And for some people, they can't get their, cymbals and their guitars to sit right because it's painful. And, that's never, everybody has their own different thing that they think is a problem. For some people, they can't get the S's right on the vocals. And a lot of this, like, you'll figure out what's a problem that you have and then what is a problem that you have because of something you're using. If you didn't work on, like, if you worked on other stuff other than only your own stuff, it's helpful even if you have, like, friends who are in music and you're not going to get paid much or anything. If you worked on their stuff and don't expect a thank you, don't expect they like it, don't expect anything. Literally do it for your own good to, like, learn more about what you're good at or not and get better at mixing. If you're doing it for that reason, it's a decent thing to do, to, like, work on other people's stuff that have recorded with other things. Because if you're just mixing your own vocal constantly and you can't get the freaking S's to sit right, well, is it the fact that you always have like a hard time pronouncing the S in a way that's not harsh? Maybe it's literally your mouth. Or is it the mic you're using? Or is it the preamp you're using? And a lot of these things, like, fall into place when you work on other people's stuff, because then you realize, oh, in this song, it's not a problem. Well, that singer's completely different, way he uses his mouth to get vocals to sound a certain way. Now I no longer need to use 5 de-essers, or, what preamp did you use? Like, you'll start asking questions. It'll help you kind of go down a path of, learning how to diagnose things in a different way. It's no question about it. It's like people get much better at mixing when, number one, they mix more stuff, and number two, they mix stuff that's not theirs. So they're both helpful. If you can separate yourself from what you're working on, or you have a wide enough, berth of stuff, like a palette of stuff that spans years and different microphones and different styles of singing, and your voice changed. And if you can get all that in your own stuff, then I'd say you can learn a lot from doing your own stuff. But if it's all like recorded over the same, using the same mic with the same, and you don't know how to solve problems, it gets very hard to figure out how to solve the same problem constantly over and over and over and over and over again, because it could be a problem that only exists on you. So, you'll, once you do figure it out, you may never need to do that stuff ever again for anybody else if you ever worked on other stuff. But, if you're just doing your own stuff, it's good to figure out those problems. But every time you have a song, like everything is so related and conjoined, like fingers like this. So a vocal thing that sucks and you're having a problem trying to fix it could only be a problem because of everything else in the song and not because of the vocal thing itself, which sounds crazy, but it's this weird thing with mixing that everything's counterintuitive to a certain degree. If you have too much low end in your song, is it that you have too much low end, or is it that everything else doesn't have enough low end, so it sounds like you have too much low end coming from one particular instrument, but it's really everything else doesn't have enough, or vice versa? That, for that analogy, I meant like, do you have too much bass in your song, the instrument bass, or is it that nothing else has enough low end that it feels like you have too much bass? It's a weird thing. A lot of times, to get the bass to work right, if there's, like, you have to think about things in terms of, if there's too much low end on the bass, like when you hear the bass in your track, if you're not hearing any articulation, you're hearing tons of low end. If you took down the low end, that would serve the same purpose as raising the mid-range and raising the high end, because it's all relative. So if you just take down the low end and now raise the volume of that entire track of bass, it might work. Or vice versa, there's not enough low end. Try taking down the mid-range and high end, then raise the volume. Now you have more low end and less mid-range and high end. It sounds like you have more low end. So everything's counterintuitive. And oddly enough, when you start thinking in that way, problems get easier to solve. And that's why when some people would go about hitting a multiband compressor and, like, not letting the low end escape a certain zone, it's going to have its own issues to deal with now that you did that. Nothing's for free. Everything you add has a problem later. So when you add something like that, is that better? Maybe, but is it better than potentially just using a tilt EQ to just tilt the way we're dealing? So there's too much low end and it's getting out of control. If you use a tilt filter where it raises up the mid-range and high end, it's opposite on the screen. So when I go like this, to me, this is high end and mid-range, but for you, I got to go like this because the camera, everything's flipped, obviously, right? So the point is, if you just took down whatever side is hurting you with a nice even tilt, that could be the answer. I love a good tilt. There's a bunch of stuff going on over here. If you have a female vocalist, you have to learn how to EQ female vocals because they're different than a male vocalist, because it's an octave apart in most cases, depending on the singer. It could be multiple octaves apart if it's a super low male and a super high female. Or you got some female with a super low voice and a dude with a super high voice, so it's all over the place. But yeah, that's why it's never the same thing of what's easy or hard to achieve. It's all song dependent. I'd say the thing that holds songs back the most is, just weak recordings. Like a guitar that's plugged in to a DI with a bad DI where it sounds like everything you're playing is basically clipping, is the hardest thing to recover from, probably. Because no matter like what you do, you could take that whole guitar signal and just like basically run it through a different patch or something. But to me, that's not mixing. Like, me changing your guitar to a guitar that doesn't suck is like a freaking, it's like it's like a medic on the battlefield, like sewing somebody up. It's like, that's not the same thing as fighting this battle. That's like making sure you don't bleed and just freaking, you're done. It's a big difference. So mixing should be like, I take your sound that's great and make it better, and just make it all sit together. Not like I need to recover this thing from a point where, because it's just drifting off into, no man's land. There's nothing I can do. So certain things, like a guitar that sounds really thin and terrible because it was recorded with a bad mic, or the mic wasn't placed right. And this could be the same thing with a bass sound, where there's like just one mic on an amp and it's really thin. Like thin sounds, that make me think you're recording everything through some sort of like, Korg D1200 I used to have from back in the day. Everything I put through it like sounded Korged. It sounded Korged. And a friend of mine, who was an engineer who used to work, he worked in a studio in the Village in Manhattan, and he's a good friend of mine. And when we would hang out, we'd record stuff at my place, like while we're just doing, our chill session, like let's jam and put this thing on. I used to record everything on this Korg thing that I had in my place before I used Pro Tools. And it was so funny. He would always go, is there any way to unkorg it? And it's like, nah, man, it's korged forever because we recorded through this Korg. And that's what it makes me think of when I get sounds that are really subpar. It's like they plugged into a Zoom freaking thing, or like one of those. It's just ruining everything. And if you do something like, it'll ruin everything, vocals, drums, whatever you run through something that's terrible is just going to make it sound terrible. So if your goal is not to make it sound terrible, every part of the process, the recording is the most important part to then being able to mix it and make it sound great. In my case, the interface I use is MBox 2 Pro to record this. It's not what I have now, obviously. We've since upgraded a bunch of times. But back then, it's all I had. It was the first interface I ever bought, MBox 2 Pro. And this freaking thing doesn't sound half bad. It's actually kind of amazing to me. As bad as it is, I can still salvage it with some decent mixing techniques, because the tracks weren't, some of them were, but not most of them are not clipping. During this era, I recorded so much, so some of the stuff was worse, and I kind of got better as I used it more. But 4 analog inputs on the thing, and I had a front end in front of it, this like Allen and Heath Live board, so it did help a little because the mic pre's in that thing are nice. They could saturate a little bit. So even if I did clip going into that thing, it made it out of that and into the MBox 2 Pro sounding half decent. So like some of what I got here is not just straight into the MBox 2 Pro, but every once in a while I did do that. But like all the mics, the XLRs, I didn't have adapter cables up the wazoo or nothing. So I was going into the board and then taking the 4 group outs and running it into this MBox 2 Pro. So I could have run several things and grouped them and put 12 mics on drums if I wanted. It was a 16-channel board, but I didn't have all those mics. I didn't have all those cables. So it's interesting when I go back in time, 20 years ago or whatever this was recorded, and try to make this stuff sound good. It's literally, it's like working out with, heavy weights. It's like going up to bat with, 2 bats right before you go up there, so that when you get up to the plate, it's easier to swing. Because ultimately, the stuff that's recorded better is easier. And the stuff that's recorded kind of on that, stuff from 20 years ago or a little less than that was definitely left a lot to be desired. So I kind of like it. It's like strength training. Yeah, you still have a Digio 1. Fernando Ferraro. How's it going in there? Yeah, the Digio 1 is from this same era. I'm pretty sure the Digio 1, the Digio 2, the Digio 3, the MBox 2 Pro, that's all the same era of chips. Like, how Universal Audio still uses the Shark chips or whatever they're doing? It's the same kind of thing. It's like back then, whatever they were using for converters and whatnot, I strongly doubt there was a huge difference between the models. I could be wrong, but it was the same era. So At that time, I wanted a Digio 2 with the faders like nobody's business, but it wasn't in the cards because that thing was a fortune back then. A literal fortune. Yeah, so what do we got here? Oh, here we go. So I'm pronouncing it Saw Genie gets close. Okay, okay. Saw Genie. So it's probably Orchestra Saw Genie. Saw Genie. Saw Genie. I dig it. Well, that's awesome. Hi there. It's because of an alternative persona. Oh, it's an alternative persona. Ziggy Stardust. There's plenty of info about it. Yeah. Well, 1972, the album Rise and Fall, Ziggy Stardust and Spider. Yeah. So his alternate persona was a, what do you call it? Was an astronaut, is what you're telling me. I knew he, like, had that alternate persona thing going on, but I didn't know it was an astronaut. I just thought he liked writing songs about freaking going to space. That's pretty cool. Mixing is, are we done yet? So I don't want to change anything. And I can still rewind the song 100 more times to enjoy it after. Yeah, exactly. You want to get done with your song before you're sick of it. That's usually a telltale sign that you can't mix anymore, is when you're sick of the song. Yeah, those Korg things were terrible. I mean, it was the converters in them was just awful. So anything you put into it, it's taking your sound and destroying it in the conversion. So it's so funny to me when some people like who started recording once converters were good, and they're like, I don't get the converter thing, or the opposite, where they've heard people like me talk about converters being critically important. It's because like I was around during an era where converters ruined everything I did. So, you can't help but like learn from that and be like, I wonder what good converters sound like. And then, oh, that's why, there's a whole world of that. But people who start with great converters never get that. They just don't even understand. Like, I bet to them, any converter's fine, which is probably true. It's just, the subtleties in different converters is just as hard to be keenly aware of as like the subtleties of compression. It takes time to learn that stuff. So for people who don't hear the difference, you're just not there yet. There's definitely a difference. But there's also a certain bar where once you hit it, things are just great. And it's a much lower bar now than it ever used to be. Like all the time, the converters get better. There's no question. Zoom is pretty similar, but even worse. Honestly, I don't know what's worse. They're both pretty bad. They're both terrible. Like, I still have it. I may turn it on and actually use it to show you guys what I'm talking about. By the way, speaking of that, I'm definitely messing with the idea of how to get set up to do other types of streams as well. So there's going to be other streams coming at you. Me and GDP are on it. We're diagnosing all the issues. We're getting figured out to be able to get a second angle going and have some other stuff happen, like recording. So we'll track some guitars, some bass, maybe some vocals, and do it in all sorts of ways that would be interesting to watch, not just like, kind of fly on the wall studio stuff, of course, answering questions and all that, but interesting techniques along the way, and potentially like maybe we ruin some stuff through a Korg and see what that compares to ruining some stuff through that, Roland thing I used in the last thumbnail, because I got that thing, which also kind of ruined stuff in its own kind of weird way. And I have I have my original mini disc 4-track, which I can't figure out how to get the freaking tape open, like the mini disc slot. The cassette thing won't open. So somebody send me a schematic on how to deal with that with a screwdriver or something. Maybe we'll get in there. But all these things ruin sound in fantastic ways. So some of them may be usable. Most of them probably aren't. But at the very least, it'll be a cool learning experience. Yeah, kind of want SSL UF8 too. The the I gotta tell you, the hands-on faders are great for people who use them in the right way. Some people use these things like way more than I do. I only use them for one thing. For me, to have to automate everything with a mouse is like a disaster. And some things work fine, but to automate the way I do with a mouse would not be fun. I could do it on one fader at a time. It would just take me maybe twice as long or 3 times as long, because I try to automate more than one thing at once. I like the interplay between the faders. So doing it all on one fader would be a little weird, but it's an option. I could still do it like that. It just would probably take longer and it wouldn't feel the way I'm used to by just being able to touch more things than once, but I could get it done. As it is with the 8 faders, I only work like at most like 4 at a time or so. So sometimes 5. But the point is, like, focusing between all the things actually helps me to do automation. When you use your mouse and you do one at a time, you're too focused on one instrument or one group of instruments that you'll always make the wrong moves. Whereas when I have to, this is how I look at it anyway, when I have to think about, the guitar and then be like, oh, there's a drum fill coming, I got to go to that. Oh, now the bass thing should come up because by doing that, I actually give everything this zoomed out focus. And it allows me to make a mix that's more exciting through automation, but yet nothing is always coming up. Like, it's not like I just boost the level on everything in automation. And that's what happens, I find, when I do one at a time. I'm too focused on it. I'm like, oh, the guitar should come up more, and now the bass should come up more, and now the overhead should come up more. When you do it all separate, you just like try to be happy with the way it sounds as a whole. And then every time your attention goes to something, you hit it. And then your attention immediately goes to something else and you hit it. So I run the automation all at the same time on 8 faders. It's the only way you could do it because the bank is of 8. So how are you going to go through a song and use the wheel to flip through stuff? You're out of your mind. You got to leave it on 8 faders all the time as if those faders exist right in front of you. And that's it. And that's why people who use these things with like 2 of them or 3 of them or 4 of them, if they were honest with you, they would tell you, you can't. It's physically really, really hard to do automation on more than 8 things at one time you can't even do it in one pass. So you wind up, basically you could use 8 and be fine. You don't need 16, you don't need 24. Like, to me, that's, on a console, it's totally different. Because even on a console, Andy Wallace puts everything on 8 in 8 spots, just like me, puts it on 8. That's where I got the idea. And I was like, this makes perfect sense for how to automate a song. He's not going over to the guitar and separate from, all his guitars are on one fader. He's not going to the he's got kick on one fader, any kick mics, 2, whatever, on one fader. He's got snare, one fader. So it allows him to mess with it. Drums, like his overheads, the toms, the rooms, that's all one fader. So those 3 faders are the drums. Then bass on a fader, then guitars all on a fader, then vocals on a fader, but I'm sorry, after guitars, it's other, whatever else is in the song, then vocals, and then a fader for everything. Now, in a DAW, you don't really need the everything fader because you could take things down in a different way. You could basically group it and then just pull it down that way. So you don't technically need the everything fader, but sometimes it's helpful. But in a DAW, it starts to get confusing with the everything fader because now you got an extra line of stuff that's visual on your screen because you used an everything fader to then pull down another. It's just, trust me, it starts to get a little crazy looking when you do the everything fader. But I used to do that also. It's just, over time, I was like, the everything fader is kind of just hurting my visual here. So I do that a different way, but the concept remains the same. It's very hard to automate everything in a mix as you go and jump all around. But at least on a console, everything's always in the same place all the time. You don't have the ability to flip through banks and move stuff, a channel over accidentally or any of this nonsense. So it's easier to be like, oh, kick up. Well, it's the first fader all the time. Oh, vocal, whatever. It's this fader right next to me all the time. It's not the same when you've got these things with the flip arounds. So the only way I can use it is when I don't touch it. I use it as if it's static, 8 things, always in front of me, and it's only the VCAs. That's how I roll. Yeah, automating with a mouse sucks. I'm with you. When I went through a period of time where I used Ableton, and I used to automate with the mouse on a freaking laptop. One of those, it was a Mac, but you put your finger in the middle and do try that on for size. Good luck. Good luck. I never had the external mouse when I did that. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. Never decided. I was like, oh, this is fine. It's terrible. We get used to anything. Humans are so resilient. We just do whatever, What do we got here? I always thought if a rock song doesn't get the right sound in the mix, it often works wonders to add an acoustic. Of course. Absolutely. That's why there's an acoustic in almost every song I ever record. That's exactly right. I learned that trick years ago. The first thing you record on an album should be the acoustic, and it's always going to find a place in the mix. The order doesn't matter, but I usually put it first because it just helps me establish everything else. It's hard to explain. It's like with the acoustic there, I know what else I need to add. But more importantly, you could cut it out of places you don't want it. But having an acoustic in the song has always brought life to the song, especially distorted parts. Because now all of a sudden there's a percussive element that cuts. Listen to, literally anything Jane's Addiction did where Dave Jordan was producing, Alice in Chains stuff, there's usually an acoustic buried in there. Like that was like a very popular thing to do. Forever. Zeppelin, there's always an acoustic guitar. It's like, and they had no tracks. So, I don't know. I'm a huge acoustic fan, especially on stuff that's distorted. It's the best. If you have a part of a song that you want to have a nice, thick, distorted guitar in, trust me, put an acoustic guitar in it and just bury it a little bit underneath, but make it so you can hear mostly the top end. Like, get rid of the mud, get rid of the lows, and just leave the percussive element of it. Like, kind of like if you think about it in the way you would think of a banjo, it's a very percussive instrument. It's not just strings, it's percussion. That's how you look at an acoustic when you blend it in. It adds the strums. You hear the strum now, which all of a sudden tricks your ear into thinking the guitar is more articulate. It's really, and that works really well in distorted, fuzzy, parts that are really tubed up. So when you're doing, I'm just sort of jumping around here. If I miss anybody's question, just throw it in again. Don't feel like I'm avoiding it. I just don't see some of them sometimes, but I'm going down it, and it's here we go. We got Brooklyn Sound Garage. So when you're doing a mix like this one, at what point are you sliding in a reference mix and also checking your mix bus levels for peaks like drums? I hardly ever reference mix at the moment. I sometimes do, but when I mix on live streams, I know I'll mess the whole stream up in terms of getting it pulled down or demonetized or devalued or freaking copyright striked or anything. I'll mess it all up if I put on a song that's on a label. If I put on one of those songs by anybody that I would want to reference, I know it's all over. So I just don't. And it's been working fine. It's been working great. So what I could tell you is at a certain point, you won't feel the need to throw a reference mix on because you'll sort of want your song to live in its own world. That's what I find. A reference mix is most helpful when you're learning speakers, when you're learning your room, when you're really trying to get a sense of what good is. Once you kind of know what good is, and that could just come from the amount of time you've listened to music in that room, in that sweet spot, on those speakers without changing anything. You know, if you get that going where you spent hours and hours and hours, reference mixes then become a luxury if you want, or not if you don't want. It's not a necessity. So on something like this, I ain't going to pull up a reference. And when you said about mix levels and whatnot, I don't worry about that until I basically get through stuff. Every once in a while, I may pop down and check how hot I am. But if you notice, because there's no compression or mix bus, anything, if I see this level on the master start to clip, like where it's showing me how hot it is, I will pull it down until it's about 3/4 of the way. And I like it when it sits kind of around between halfway and 3/4 of the way, which is a little bit lower than you may think. Like, a lot of people try to get this thing as high as it'll go before it clips. I don't look at it that way. I'm like, 3/4 of the way is good. And if it's a little less, that's okay too. And I just pull down the master to achieve that. And to me, that works the best, because if I were to pull down the tracks, then the level getting into the bass bus would change. And I don't like that. So, you know, once I develop the sound, I have a tendency to kind of leave it alone. That's why I start with the amount of headroom I started with, where I kind of pulled everything down like 12 dB. Because by the time I'm done, if everything's sitting roughly around 0, I'm okay. And then I know I still get like 12 dB to push the level, and I never push it that much when I'm automating. So automate between like 0 and 5 dB, maybe 6, depending on what we're talking about here. So there's always like still a little bit of headroom on top of that if I need it. And it, like I said, it's because we're floating point also and everything. All you have to do is bring everything down at some point and you'll be okay. Now, of course, when you hit compression or saturation or clipping, you're getting a sound from that. So that doesn't get recovered when you pull the level down. So it's really just about the signal chain of where you're pulling stuff down. But once I build my sound, and if there's any buses at all involved, like the bass bus here, I know I would have to take down the bass bus, leave these the same. So there's ways where I could take a group of everything, including the bass bus and not including these bass tracks. And if there's drum buses, sometimes there's parallel drum buses by the time I get to the end. Not always, sometimes. You just have to know what needs to be in that group to pull everything down if you wanted to do it in the tracks and not on the master. Because everyone does this stuff differently. Like, if you didn't want to pull it down here, you could just create a creative group of what you want to bring down and bring it all down from the track level and leave the master at 0 if you want. I mean, there's no right or wrong way. It all works if you understand what you're doing. And the goal is ask questions about what you don't understand, and I'll try to sort it out for you. But they both do the same thing. Make sure you're having a master before the mix bus is the opposite of what people think they should do, but this is what you should do, in my opinion, because it shows you exactly what the level is. Whereas the other way, if you did it just with your mix bus, you'd see the level, but once you add processing, now the level's higher, so you don't know what it is going into this. So the master, the way the master works compared to the mix bus is different. Specifically, the way it shows you the digital VU is different. So the digital VU, once you add plugins, it's after the plugins. So if you keep your master with nothing on it, you'll see exactly the level that you're hitting the master, and that tells you how you're getting into your first plugin on your mix bus. So you can control that with the master. To me, that's the easiest way to do it. If I was to add any processing on the master, it's only saturation. Usually 1 plugin, maybe 2, but when I take that on and off, the level's usually pretty close. It stays around that 3/4 of the way zone, and sometimes a little lower, but somewhere in that 3/4 of the way zone is safe bet. And you'd never want it to clip, never want it to get up near that, and then you know you're okay. And when you take off that saturation plugin, it'll be close, as when you put it on, it'll be close. It'll be right in that 3/4 of the way zone. You know, the goal is not to turn a saturation plugin on and have it shoot way up, and it'll tell you if it's shooting way up, but the purpose of the master is to have nothing on it practically, and then just see where the level is. Then when you add something, it should still be around the same level. So you're not tricking yourself. You can actually see if it's good or bad because the output is the same roughly as what you're getting without it. So you turn it on and off, you see if you like it or not, and the level should be the same. If you turn on the Studer A800 and all of a sudden the level's 10 dB hotter, it's going to make you think it's an amazing, oh, look at how good this is. It may be terrible, depending on, everything else. It may be hurting you. So you got to make the output the same just to get an idea of what it's doing. The rock song doesn't get the sound. It often wanted an acoustic. Yep. Like we went over that guitar thing. Definitely always add an acoustic of some kind. To add an acoustic, steel strings to it. Oh yeah, for sure. A stream of pickle juice all over the chest. It's exactly what happens. That's a good reference to my video I made on that with that Jason Joshua clip. Because when I heard that, I was like, man, everyone's just throwing pickle juice all over their chest all the time. Can you make it sound like the rough mix, which is terrible? Perfect. Let's aim for that. I still automate with them. Yeah. The Digi O2 Fader IO was a nice thing like 20 years ago. I know. I know. It's exactly right. It just shows how long I've been like oogling over gear that long. Back then that thing back then was $8,000 or $6,000 or something crazy. I could be wrong. Maybe 2,500 felt like 10 grand back then. So maybe that's what it was. But it was a lot of money. That's why it was out of reach. The high-end acoustic guitar had so much sheen. Of course it does. That's exactly right. There's even, I think I heard Dave Jordan talk about, like, he took like a guitar and didn't plug it in. Like an electric guitar that had a bit of it had some presence where it was kind of like an acoustic. It rang out, put it that way. Some electrics ring out. Like a Gretsch specifically rings out, right? That kind of semi-hollow. They mic'd it up. They mic'd up the guitar without plugging it in. And it's an electric. It wasn't an acoustic. And just that kind of percussive string noise blended in with some distortion on other tracks, it added the same kind of sheen as the acoustic. So you don't even need an acoustic, really. You just need that sound. That steel string sound mic'd up will do the trick as if it was an acoustic, except it doesn't have all the negative parts, all that low-end gook that you would get out of an acoustic that might get in the way of your electrics or your bass or your whatever else. Some acoustics are really boomy. Gibson Jumbo come to mind. Yeah, no, that's bollocks. It is exactly right. Lowering the volume on the master is 1,000,000% allowed. Like, what are you guys talking about? Or, sorry, I don't mean to put more people under the bus here. What are you talking about, dude? Yeah, no, it's a bad move. It's definitely bollocks. Lowering the master gets less level into the mix bus when I have it in this order. So 50-60 print, this controls the volume into this. And that's exactly how you would get headroom back if you were clipping this too hard after mixing for a while. It's exactly the same thing. If I'm not mistaken, a ton of guys who their mixes use that exact idea. I believe Andrew Sheps is one of them. I always thought lowering volume in the master is not allowed. No, it's totally allowed. Do you guys think TB's Ferox tape is a decent saturator? I use it all the while. I don't know about that one. I never used that one. TB's Ferox tape. I don't know. I have a ton of tape plugins. My favorites, I'm a UAD guy, so the ATR 102, Studer A800, the Mix Head, by Make Believe, 3348 tape by Mixland, and all the Good Hertz plugins that deal with flavor. Like, there's a ton of them, but the like the Wolf compressor is super flavorful, but I'm really talking about Tube and The WoW control is pretty cool. It's its own plugin that deals with that. But they have a couple. They have another one too, I think. That's very vibey. It's they have one called Lossy that's got its own kind of degrade deal. But there's like no end to the amount of tape plugins. I also have Kramer tape, the Waves one that I used to use all the time. You know, they're all good in their own way. They all have their own flavor to them. But the cool thing about 3348 is it's the analog tape machine, but digital, you know, digitally controlled, as opposed to like the Studer, which is the analog, and the ATR, which is the analog. And then you got the mix head is the digital version, you know, it's the digital emulation that was that rack gear thing that they modeled, the, you know, the machine head or whatever. So that's cool. It's just, it's really funky, the tape stuff. And don't be afraid to use other things other than tape, like Black Box is a go-to. It's really dirty though. I find no matter what, like you got to use Black Box so gently because it does so much. And there's another one I've been using recently too. I got the Dolby A-type, and I haven't messed with it much, but I might mess with it on this song because I'm thinking about it now for no other reason. I'm trying to think of other tape plugins I have. What else do I have? I have very few Slate plugins. I have the Trigger 2 and like whatever else came in there. They're bundles of stuff. I don't think, you know, like they had a bunch of free ones that I picked up because they were free, but I have very few Slate plugins. So I don't have the virtual tape machine. I never had a Slate subscription. I really don't like plugin subscriptions. It's like keep paying for these plugins over time. I hate that. Nice, Stelios. Have a good rehearsal over there. Yeah, let's yeah, Black Box is the HG2. You must have heard of it. This guy. It's I actually pulled this up on drums before because it's a really interesting way to make drums pop. Any kind of saturation is a good move on snare drum. Anything to kind of give you more perceived level, more RMS, you know, less peak. A snare can be super pokey. So if you chop that down and widen it out, you get a much longer lasting snare. And it sounds louder because it takes up, it's more saturated. It takes up more length in our eardrum as opposed to just being this clicky, you know, abrasive, short sound. So, you know, when you think length, you should think loud is length. Like longer means we actually interpret it as louder. So saturation is a really good tool for that. And I'll sometimes use a soft clip, like on the Alicia, and I'll, you know, the alpha compressor or the Black Box or the gold clip or standard clip, or, I mean, you name it. Spectre, we used already. That's another great one. The Wolf compressor does a lot of saturation with compression. A lot of compressors, like the 1176, give you, if you use the Blue Stripe, there's saturation built into that. So it's like a compressor that saturates. So you should think of like some saturation devices, like tape, has that its own compression thing going on with it. It's not technically a compressor, but it is. And it's the same kind of concept where it's like sometimes a compressor gives you saturation with it. Like a distressor, for example, you can get some nice saturation out of that. So, you know, there's so many ways to skin this cat. Don't tell my cat I said that, though. All right, next one. So I'm just putting some markers in here. So down arrow is the best way to snap the marker right exactly where you want it. You could do it right on beat. And then this is all outro. Whoops. So this helps get done because you got to be able to, at some point, fade out, fade in, all that stuff. So I just got to put all this stuff in. And now that we've done that, I'm just going to fade out. I like a really slow fade. And then it can get faster at the end. It sort of has a natural fade to it. I'm just trying to ride that wave. That's good enough. I dig that. Okay. Now we'll call that right after the silence, 4/100ths of a second. We call this, if I had a sound effect on a Stream Deck, I'd go, the 4/100ths of a second section. 514.19. So now we need 2.37 or 2.4 to round up. So let's go to 2.5 because that's where my cursor wound up. End. 2. That's marker 2. Now we're going to go to 1. Where's 1 at? Let's create our 1. I like how it's directly in the front of this song. It's like, I think we have to do it at 0. Start. I could slide everything over, but I don't think I need to. Because I think that it's impossible for that thing to be on 0. This part. See? So how far away is that? Because I had to hit the record button before that happened. So it's impossible. So what do we got? 1.7. Beautiful. We've got plenty of time. So when I look at this, I'm looking up here at this second decimal place. You see how it says 0? It says 1.7. And then it's blah, blue, it's plenty. It's like too much, but it's perfect because there's some other sound that's carrying over this thing. I like that. And that thing can get cut off. We may fade a smidge. Like, let's do a little fade just so it doesn't like snap at us. Since we're going to start from 0, might as well just fade the whole thing in while we're at it. Let's just fade everybody. And you could group everybody and fade them. In fact, I already have a group. If I just clicked everything, it would probably work. But I actually don't want to fade. We can fade it all. It doesn't really matter. Boom. Everything. Beautiful. So before I started, I created an everything track group to just be able to fade all sorts of stuff in at one time if I needed to do it all. Bada bing. Okay, so our start point is 0 here. It's not usually that way, but it's that way today. Perfect. It's actually a really good, like that was just me opening up a beer when I went to record this. Maybe it was a soda. It's probably a soda, but it was a beer. The place we were at had a vending machine that had Coors Light in it along with soda. Talk about a smart businessman. A band rehearsal space with a vending machine that has Coors Light in it. What? Pretty smart. Pretty smart, huh? Pretty smart. What's that from? My brain does this weird thing where I hear movie lines and then I repeat them. Have you guys picked up that I do that yet? It's actually from the same movie we talked about already. All the movie lines I quote are from the same movie, too. So it's easy to pick it up once you realize what I'm doing. But yeah. Pretty smart, huh? Pretty smart. These are grouped globally, so it should be the same on both because that's one performance. It says fire left and right, but it's actually, I just didn't relabel the track. It's fire front and fire back. So it's one performance. So that's important to note. That's why I leave the groups I created on so that and they're globally grouped. So that means Apple G, make sure globals is locked up. You know, the controls for insert B is all the same. See, bypass, controls, the whole thing. You want that. That way, if it's not like that, go to globals and turn that on for whatever inserts you want. And then you can do this funky thing where I turn this on, it turns both on. I turn one knob, it turns them both. Very critical. You'll get done quicker. But you'll also keep the guitar in phase with itself when you don't need to EQ them separately. The guitar has a sound with the two mics. EQ them together as if they're one. You could bus them someplace, but then you're dealing with buses all over the place. That's why I don't do it. You take two guitars, send it to a bus, put the EQ there. Well, now you just got to set up a whole routing gabungo for yourself. I'd rather just route to a reverb track. Beautiful, something like that. Blend that in parallel. In our case, Cooper Time Cube or Space Echo or, Tape Echo, something. So there's where are you watching from? What's your favorite DAW? My favorite DAW is obviously Pro Tools because I've just been on it for my entire life. And, I think when I came out of the womb, I was forced to pay a subscription to Pro Tools, like instantly, the same minute. They're like, cut the umbilical cord. Wait, what's his credit card number? Pro Tools. Pretty much. It's the first thing I got, and it was a rebellion against that Korg is what it was. I was like, man, this Korg is everything. And then I was like, I don't know, I can't unkorg it. I bit the bullet, went to Pro Tools. And from that moment on, I realized that, okay, this is what happens. You go, oh, I got to learn a million shortcuts. And then your hand gets kind of used to doing a ton of shortcuts. And then it gets easy to never switch again because you just get familiar with doing all these commands. And the truth is the editing is flawless. Like, it's easier to edit on Pro Tools than any other DAW. No matter how you look at it, it is like trying to brush a cat's teeth or something. Like, it's very hard to edit stuff in general, like as a relative concept. Like, it's annoying. In fact, there's a thing in Pro Tools where every once in a while the cursor turns into what looks like somebody giving you the finger. And I think that's a perfectly good analogy for what is actually going on. It's like we're manipulating stuff and cutting and fading and the bottom line is it's easy as it's going to be in Pro Tools. It's not a technically easy thing to do, and it's time consuming and it can be annoying. But in Pro Tools, it's easier than everything else. I like Ableton for creating stuff. Like when I was wanting to create a bunch of weird stuff and time warp it and, do all sorts of stuff by put 17 plugins on a thing, all the different processing that you could do in Ableton. And a lot of it is cool to create. But if you've tried to edit on there, in my opinion, it's really hard. It's really hard. And Logic, I never really gave a chance. And anything else like Luna, I never gave a chance, but it's on my system with the UAD stuff. So one day I might, and I think they know that. They're like, one day you'll be back, one day, maybe I might. But that's the extent of it for me, is that every other DAW, like even Ableton, I was always like, man, this is just, it's like they make you want to like record in one and then work in the other. But to me, that was always more complicated and annoying. And when I was using Ableton, they did not have their latency issue solved, like, at all. I remember I would constantly try to talk to support to figure out why I can't get rid of the latency on Ableton. It was a disaster. Pro Tools never had that problem. I don't know what it was, but... yeah, so what do we got here? I like the Sky Vibe. Nice. I'm glad you dig it. Musictron. I appreciate the thumbs up over there. We're mixing this kind of like an alternative, funky, old school flavor. It's like the Beatles, but aggressive is kind of, and I don't mean like in terms of, I just mean it kind of gives me like the Obla Di Obla Da kind of vibe, but then like with some edge to it. And, somebody mentioned Bowie. and Alice in Chains influences, and that's all true. I feel like that's very true on the influence front. I don't know what it sounds like, but that's that's where we're at here. It's simple, or like in terms of arrangement, we got guitar, bass, drums, a washboard, and a wood block, and a bunch of vocals. And there's an acoustic guitar and some electrics, but that's it. So it's easy to wrap our heads around like what's going on. There's not a whole bunch of stuff. There's like probably 36 tracks, 30 tracks, something like that. It's mostly guitars, 4 tracks of drums only, recorded 17 years ago or something like that. Which is my favorite stuff to work on personally. Stuff that was recorded like subpar in some way, because then you really got to fight for it, and it's like it's an even playing field. Everyone's most common thing they say when they hear, they're always like, oh man, so and so mixer sounds so good because they get amazing tracks to work on. Well, they didn't always get amazing tracks. They started somewhere, and once they started, it wasn't on amazing stuff. They had to prove themselves on stuff that wasn't that great in order to get to the point where they were getting amazing stuff to work on. And as far as I'm concerned, that's like it's strength training. It's working on the stuff that's not perfect. The stuff that you wish was tracked better through better gear, better converters, Neve 1073s. Like I wish it was more, but it's not. And what are we going to do to make it so we have a mix that we like at the end? That's more fun, in my opinion. It's not more fun in terms of everybody. It's easier to mix stuff that's quick, and that's more fun, but it's more fun. It's more learning. Learning is fun when it's something you love to do. So I don't know. I like learning. It sounds cheesy, corny, but it's true. Like right now, we're learning how to use Pultex only to mix this thing. I also have the 4KG as a just-in-case surgicalness, but the color plug-in we're using today, that warm, colorful something or other, is our Pultec. And you can't just use one because you don't got mid-range in here. It caps at 100 on the low end, it caps at 3K, so like, where's all the middle? Here it is, MEQ 5. And it's a very cool, if you've never seen it, that's the interior of it's like if the Pultec had a middle, and here it is. I forget which mixer said it. It was either Bob Clearmountain or Al Schmidt. One of them, I think it's Al Schmidt, was talking about when he was interviewed by Andrew Sheps, in that is a very great interview, long form. He's basically like, in the first studio he was in, all they had was a ton of Pultecs. I can't remember. It might have been Bob Clearmountain, but he's like, all they had was a ton of Pultecs. So you'd have to be able to get something sounding great, and you just had low end and high end. It was just like the 1As. Like, that's it. Or if I remember correctly. So it becomes its own thing. So in our case, I figured let's use both Pultecs, because now we got the frequency spectrum, and let's see what we can pull out of this thing. This is not what I typically use, but that's what I love about it. Like I said, we're learning over here. If I was always going to mix the same thing with 1081s, it would get boring or something. If I was always going to mix with a 4KG all the time, it'd get boring. So I like to mix it up, for my own sake. I get bored too. It's not just, for the sake of entertainment. It's like, I get bored of using the same stuff. So if you do too, don't feel bad. That's why I switched from API stuff I used for a mix. I used my go-to, which is kind of the 1081s combined with an SSL of some kind. I love that. Now we're Pultecing all day. I plan on doing a Good Hertz plugin, while the probably Good Hertz only plugins is very cool. It sounds like weird at first, but you'll get a chance to experience a lot of cool Good Hertz plugins if I do that, because they all have vibe. They're all easy to use, and they're all cool. I don't know. They're made for people who mix in the box, is really the thing. Like, obviously every plugin's made for someone who mixes in the box, but no, I don't mean that. I mean like it's not rotary knobs, and like all the user interfaces kind of make sense, and there's all sliders that are like easy to use with a mouse. Like it's designed for people who use mouse to mix. Mouse mix. That'd be a good name for a plugin company that was comprised of a bunch of rodents Mouse mix. Mouse mix. I could picture what the plugins would look like. I'm a cat fan, so mouse mix would be interesting. Let's see what we got here. What am I missing over here, GDP? Am I missing stuff? Oh yeah, let me know what DAW you're using. That's something me and GDP were talking about. It's like and the reason is I'm curious how many people have strong preferences towards one versus another. Are you guys like me, or are you on another train completely in terms of what you like to mix with? Am I wrong in terms of what works easier to edit on? I'm just curious about all the opinions, because I every time I ask this question to somebody, they always have it. Less and less people all the time are saying Pro Tools. I could tell you that. You know, back in the day, that was the only thing people said pretty much. And the OGs, like the OG, what was it like? I'll tell you what the real OG is. Finale was the OG. Because I remember the first time I ever experienced anything like DAW like was Finale. And that was the one they had on the school computer. Finale. That was a trip. But yeah, what is it? Cakewalk? Finale? Those are the OGs. And I think Cubase's been around that long too. I'm not sure, but some of these have been around. Valhalla Vintage Verb. I love Valhalla stuff, and I don't own as much of it as I should. I think I had to use Vintage Verb for something, and I either bought it or I got the trial and I didn't buy it. But the cool thing about Valhalla, if they haven't changed it yet, is their plugins are reasonably priced. Like I consider $50 reasonably priced, and the Vintage Verb is definitely worth $50. It's in my opinion. But the reason I don't go I don't think I own it. The reason I haven't bought it is because I find so much use with Soundtoys reverbs. And I like reverbs in delay plugins, like the Galaxy Tape Echo, arguably one of my favorite reverbs. So, you know, I like reverbs that aren't like typical in your face, like this is a reverb plugin. It's hiding in the delay aisle of your plugins. I like that. There's a bunch of them. I also like the Eventide reverbs. I have a bunch of the Eventides, the Black Hole. But Valhalla has a couple free plugins that were awesome too. What is it, like Supermassive or something? Is that what it's called? It's like a delay plugin. I don't know. There's a couple Valhalla plugins are really good. Mixcraft. I've heard of people talk about Mixcraft. If I'm not mistaken, I had somebody have a disaster with Mixcraft. I can't remember if it was that or a different program, but they basically, everything they recorded had effects that they couldn't figure out how to get off. And we had to go back to the files before they imported it into Mixcraft. Because they were like, there's no effects on it. I'm like, no, there's clearly effects on this. I was like, you don't hear that? You don't hear your vocals? You stop singing and then it doesn't stop for another 4 seconds? Like, what is that? What am I hearing? And they're like, well, I don't think there's effects on it, but I can look at, I'll take the stuff off the Zoom recorder before I imported it into Mixcraft, and so you can hear that. And that, see what, and I listened to that. I was like, yes, this has nothing on it. Like that's what we want. I want the dry. I can't do nothing with this thing that's doused in a freaking puddle. What am I going to do with that? It was literally a swimming pool. It was an ocean of reverb. It was so deep, Godzilla was walking around in the reverb, and you couldn't even see him. He's under the water. He's covered. It was that wet. It's crazy. What I found is that the Pultec, what do we got here? We got Mix by XI Wave. Mix by Psy Wave. Nice. What I found out is that the Pultec UAD adds 1.8 dB automatically, and I always have to turn the gain down, but it sounds good. I like the soft tube version better. Interesting. Well, there's the cool thing is I don't think the Legacy has it, but all the other plugins, the Pultecs, have the output on it. But the Legacy one, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't, because the OG gear doesn't have it on it. Doesn't have an output control. So I believe they solved that issue where, like, yeah, it's going to be louder, but you can turn it down. So, whatever. But for me, when I'm adding EQ, I look at EQ like a fader. Like when you add low end on an EQ, just look at it like you're turning up the low end with a fader on that track. So, the track is going to be manipulated by that boost. So it's always going to get louder. Like, to me, there's not a whole lot of reason to level match EQs. It doesn't really matter. Level match compression, level match saturation if you want, level match all sorts of stuff that you could be like, look, the peak level is now lower, but it sounds louder, which happens when you saturate because the length gets longer of the sound. So, like, how are you level matching? By perceived volume? So it's always going to be kind of a guess anyway. It's going to be close. Yeah, maybe. But what I'm saying is level matching on EQs, not something I spend a ton of time doing. Definitely when I add a compressor, but again, some compressors saturate, in which case your level match kind of goes out the window a little bit. Because even though you might be matching the output gain, now it's also adding saturation. So it's making you think it's louder because it will sound louder, but the peak level might actually be lower. It might not be as loud. So it's actually interesting. It's like, what are we really talking about here? Level match is its own thing that I think, there's time and place for level match. When I'm on my mix bus, after I, got stuff going and I might be auditioning different compressors, I do find it necessary to make sure the output feels the same volume when I take it on and off, so that I know if that compressor is helping or is it doing something that's actually hurting everything I just did in this mix and worked hard for, or is it like, if the level's louder, you'll always be fooled. So that's the time and place to use it. But on a case-by-case basis, when I'm like doing a kick drum EQ or something, I don't see necessarily the need. Like maybe the kick drum EQ volume should have come up 2 dB, 1.8 dB. Maybe it would be the right volume then. Well, I don't have to do that if I just hit it with the EQP and do something with the EQ, and now it comes up anyway. What are we talking about here? That's what I mean. There's not a whole lot of reason to level match on an EQ when you're going through a mix. And if you think about it, nobody on outboard would be doing that. So everything you do in the box, you should consider, is this something that's done or has been done throughout the history of mixing before I ever had a plug-in or anybody else ever had a plug-in? And if the answer is no, consider why you're doing it. Because sometimes we fall into this trap of doing things because somebody said it once, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How many times is Chris Lord Algae EQing and level matching, checking his EQ as he's doing it? He's not. That's crazy. He's EQing and he's moving along, and every time he adds EQ, he's changing the volume of that track. Every single time. Reaper Pro Tools is like only having one arm. Reaper. Oh, Pro Tools is like only having one arm. Yeah, that's a popular opinion. Alex Christoph, they say not to do it, but I'm spending hours going through my reverb banks and screwing around to get the perfect snare sound, which is crucial for, yeah. Sometimes you got to do it. In my opinion, if it takes too long to get, it's not the perfect snare sound. It's just the one you settled on because you got sick of doing it, and the right snare sound, it was probably the thing you did first or second time, or it's just an EQ thing. It's a massage thing with EQ, and any reverb will do. Like, sometimes not, right? Like, I have go-tos. Lexicon, the DB Verb, the EMT. That's why they sit here. The EMT 250, the R2D2 looking thing, the DB Verb iMetric, metric make believe rather, and then the Lexicon. And I like the 480L. I also like the older one too, but the 480L is great too. So between those three, if I can't get a snare sound I like, I don't know, man. It's just not my day if that's the case, And I like other stuff too, but it's generally these are my favorites on snare. So there's something else going wrong if I can't get it with those three, typically. So I don't know. I have a lot of compressors. I have a lot of EQs. I do feel like there's a big difference in saturators and how they work. Like each one's going to give you something different. But when it comes to reverbs, like generally the reverb's not the loudest thing in my track. It's kind of underneath. So it's way less important to me. And I also like dead drums. So like there's this weird, what do you like? I like dead drums. Like I like 70s kind of dead drums, 90s, a lot of, there wasn't a ton of room on the drums in those eras. 80s had huge, crazy, fake, digitally reverb drums, and I hated it. So, some people like it. I hated that sound. I like tight, AC/DC, smack you drums. But sometimes reverb and on drums is great. Alice in Chains, 90s, great drum sounds. Dave Jordan, amazing. Big drum sounds, So, and there's a lot of, I love the way Pearl Jam 10 sounds in terms of the big drum sounds they got. And, my buddy Dave Hillis engineered that. Amazing drum sounds. And the mix, Tim Palmer, amazing drum sound. Like, who knows where that reverb and how big that is, where it came in. They mixed it again with Brendan O'Brien. They decided they wanted to mix it again, the band, at some point. So when they did that, I think they went a little less compressed or less reverbed on it, a little of that more natural sound. Brendan was really good at that, at making drums sound really natural. Like Stone Temple Pilots drums are among my favorite sounding drums. All his mixes are kind of like that, like the Soundgarden stuff, I don't know. They're just so natural sounding. And when he talks about it, the answer for him is room mics. The room mics, and the overheads, like bringing up, if I'm not mistaken, he's a big room mic guy, which is why his drums sound so natural. A good sounding room and turn up the room mics. And sometimes, like Chili Peppers stuff, Give It Away, I think he recorded that with 4 mics and, overheads or room mics, a question of semantics at that point, depending on how far away they are from the kit or how over top the cymbals they are. You decide what that you want to call those, but 4 mics on the drums and you get that Give It Away sound. It's pretty amazing. If I'm not mistaken, they were really like run of the mill. It might have been 2 57s and 2 AKG 414s or something. So I forget, the Funky Monks documentary talks about it a little bit, I think. But something sticks out in my head about the 57, that like Rick had a bunch of 57s and like they sounded amazing and they had, I don't know, something interesting, right? But since they had an SM7, because I know Kiedis is using an SM7, they didn't use that on the kick. I'm surprised. Maybe not. But I like an SM7 on the kick. It's like an SM, it's like a 57, except it has more low end. Yeah, the Galaxy is my favorite. It's one of my favorite plugins ever. It's also because if you've ever seen under the hood of a Galaxy Tape Echo, it's the coolest thing of all time. So I'm very partial to the fact that the aesthetic of that is like the coolest. I love the way it's designed. It looks brilliant, but under the hood, the tape is just, it just does this, like, I mean, it doesn't like spool onto reels. It just like has its own space to mess around on the top, and it just stays perfect, like a bunch of snakes traveling around on this top thing, but it never overlaps itself. It never twists. It's really cool. It's a very cool machine. And if you can look up that video at some point, the like, I don't know, type in under the hood Galaxy Tape Echo. Really cool. Yeah, REM had some really cool drum sounds. It was, it's almost like okay in some cases. Like what was that album? Automatic for the People or something. It was one of the earliest out. Like, I remember it was one of the first CDs I owned. Was like Automatic for the People. That should give you an idea on like timing. And I forget why too. It was like my brother was like, you should check this out or something, and I just remember being like, this is, the sonics on it were kind of interesting, very cool. The PMC, of all the monitors I saw, the PMC 6.2 really impressed me. Wow, I love it. Sounds like cheesecake. The PMC 6.2, I can believe it's sweet as cheesecake, if that's what you're saying, or they sound like cheesecake. The PMC 6.2s are pretty popular. The 6.2s and the 8.2s, right? Those are real popular. If I didn't fall in love with these ATC 50s, that was probably the next thing I would have, tried or gone to. It was on my list, but I could not live without having these ATC 50s. I just fell in love with everything. I was like, this is amazing. This is beyond amazing. A question from Ruby Acoustica. Does it only work on 44.1? What should I do? I'm mixing on 48. It might not work. I doubt it. I'm afraid to buy it and regret it. What are we talking about here? What I found out is the pull tag. Does it only work? What are we talking about? What only work? Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're mixing on 44.1 and you're talking about mixing all in the box, I would try to mix higher than that. Like, get up to a sample rate of 96 if you can. I mean, I think a lot of it's dependent on if your system can handle it potentially, but if it works and operates well at 96, the plugins are sort of designed for that. I think almost I don't know about that specific plugin, but my computer, knock on wood, experiences far less issues at 96. And, when me and GDP were talking about it, he let me know that it's basically upsampling. When you work at 44.1, it upsamples to do the processing to what it wants, which is like 96 or 88.2 or 96 or something up there, and then it downsamples back to what you're doing. So it's doing this conversion up to it and conversion back down, and that's a lot of times what causes issues and makes plugins not work as well. That it has to oversample and then get back to normal. So if you just work at 96, I've noticed a big difference. And I didn't think there was one, but I used to do, when I first started mixing in the box, I mixed at whatever sample rate the session was in. I did a couple sessions at 44.1. They sound awful. I mean, it's just so interesting to me how bad 44.1 can be. I never realized it. But when you're all in the box especially, it seems like the plugins hate it. They don't want 44.1. They want higher. If you're mixing hybrid and you're analog in some way, shape, or form, it might not make as much of a difference. But as soon as I went all the way in the box, I noticed that 96 seems to work way better, and there's something about the fact that it doesn't sound as small. It just sounds like higher clarity. Maybe that's the right way to put it. I haven't done a comparison recently, and I'm realizing now that when I did that comparison, it was like I was brand new in the room. The speakers I had were totally different. Like everything was different. So maybe that would be a decent thing to do sometime, like some sort of comparison. But I just think that I can't remember the last time my system had a problem, and that's because I'm working at 96K in the box. I think that has something to do with it. Let me jump back over here so we can make some more headway on this thing. Any other questions? I'll be going back and forth, so you'll get my attention. It's cool using the Pultec with the MEQ because you can get that mid-range cut on the MEQ and use the EQP on something like the kick for just that nice lows. And it's interesting how, and obviously some of the top end too, around 3 or 4K if you want a little of the snap on the kick. But what I think is interesting is it doesn't even really need this super low end octave, but I kind of like it because once I bring the rest of the mix up to level, it's going to be nice to have this kick drum feel nice and big and round at the bottom. And when I add that voice of, the VOG, the voice of God plugin, and then I hit it with like a standard clip, I find I can really get more punch out of the kick. Like the kick's really punching now, whereas without the clipper, it's just it's still nice, it's just softer. So, it's one of those things where it was sounding okay before, but now it's so much more aggressive that I can bring the rest of the mix up. I can bring some guitars up. I can maybe even, make the bass stand out a little more, and the kick won't get lost. That's how I'm looking at this. And when it comes to like a parallel track, I like to every once in a while do like a delay on drums. I don't know if it will work in this song because the timing changes so much, but I'm going to investigate it and see if we can add like that cool Bonham Levy Breaks feel in parallel here. The toms are sounding good with this EQP helping them out, man. They really are sounding like, even though that's just the overheads. There's no rack or floor. It's muted. But listen to that. If anything, this will help with the directionality of stuff. Like, it'll put the rack on the left. It'll put the floor on the right. Like, it'll just move them. And if I combine it with the sample ever so slightly, you know, like the negative 15 or maybe a little more, we'll see. But like 10 dB lower than the tracks themselves, than the overheads. That's the thought process. And with the sample on it, it won't take over. Let's hear how that sounds. We're going to have to turn this up. We may have to do some clip gain adjustments on each one of these. Like this one, I'm fine with. But on this one, I'm not so fine with it. Maybe the second one. These just have to trigger the plugin, so we have to see what's going on inside the plugin to know for sure. But I might need to adjust these a bit. And sometimes throwing a compressor or something on here will make them work better. Sometimes not. It really depends. It's a case-by-case basis. See, now we could add some more thump and make them really pop out when that goes down, and we don't have to cut because there's only toms on here. There's nothing else. Let's see. Let's do the same thing with this one. I'm just going to drag that same EQ, even though one's a floor tom. All right, I'm actually liking the way the drums sound a lot. So I'm gonna, at the moment, move off it. But first, Shift, Apple N. We're gonna create another track and make it an auxiliary input. And essentially send all the drums here and do a little bit of a stereo. We'll call it our parallel delay drums. It's a drum parallel with delay on it. That's really the deal. And usually, if I had a bunch of rooms and stuff, I wouldn't send everything to it, because sometimes when you smush really, like if you were to smash a parallel channel with cymbals on it, you get a whoosh whoosh like you wouldn't believe. The cymbals just never decay. They just, who wants that wind tunnel is how I look at it. But in our case, it couldn't hurt. Like, all we got these two overheads that don't sound particularly cymbal crazy. I may send less of them to it, but let's see what happens. Let's just send our pink tracks here and the rack and the floor. Send them all to this. Let's see what's available here. We got a 7778. Let's run a 7778. Follow main pan so that it actually goes where it's supposed to go. I'm sure I'm going to have to turn this down a lot. What's going on here? My mouse is getting all click crazy. 77, 78. Make sure this gets to the mix bus. Now follow main pan is on there. Just going to drag around here. Definitely going to have to lower this a bit, I bet. It's probably way too hot. Just take it down like 10 dB for now. 10.5. We may have to do more later. Let's put the same thing on our snare track. I like to try to put stuff in the same place. Like if they're all on the top on the first thing, this should be on the top too. If you keep your inserts that way, if you do have globals linked in the group, you can bypass all the same insert. So it sort of makes sense to do that from like an organization point of view. Now, we could use anything. Decapitator's a good choice. If you don't have Decapitator, any distortion plugin that comes with your DAW, like SansAmp or whatever, if you have Pro Tools or anything, could work here too. So don't feel like you need this one. Now, a lot of times I want less highs and less lows just to kind of tighten it up a bit. And these, I don't know if you're familiar with what these are, right? The P is a Pultec style. The N is a Neve style. The A is an API style. At least that's what I believe it is. Or maybe the E is the Neve style. I don't know. I remember some of these things are backwards, like the opposite of what you think. But I think that's where they got AENTP. Not positive on that, but I recall somebody saying that and it made sense. So I was like, that is why this sounds kind of like a Pultec. And this one is kind of like API distortion. But I did find it interesting. I forget what T is. Somebody tell me what T is. Point is, they all have a different sound. That's the point. Now, when it comes to, I'll just use Echo Boy because it's easy to dial in. I like a tape echo for this, especially, but you can get tape echo sounds out of Echo Boy, so we'll start with that. Where's the and it's nice to do a single echo, so it's like the dual echo gets a little complicated bouncing around in a way. So, and it's nice to be able to set this to a triplet. Let's see how this is going to work out for us. Let's see how it works out for him, Cotton. Let me try another one. It's not bad, but let's just try the cheap tape setting on the Junior. Maybe we'll even use it in combination. I'm loving a little bit of that. Usually it can be helpful. Literally the biggest problem we're going to have is the fact that the tempo is changing constantly, so the delay might have to change or it might just not work. But let's find out. Thanks, orchestra. I appreciate that. I'm liking the kick too. It's just kind of, it's doing a lot of nice. I love a powerful kick, and once I make everything else kind of take up more space, we need that kick to exist, man. We just need it to exist. Do you think it makes sense to master on 96 and later reduce it to 44.1 later rather than keeping it 44.1 all the while, dude? I'd get it out of 44.1 if you're plug-in processing. Like, get it out of there. You know, even if it was recorded at 44.1, that's just my opinion on it. It may change down the line if I find out something changed with plugins or who knows what, or maybe there's some other reasoning behind why I think it's so much better at 96, but 96K seems to work the best in terms of fidelity and keeping my computer running smooth. Like, everything works better. So as a result, I never have crash sessions, and it seems like I don't know exactly what it is, but this seems like some increased fidelity there when you're using 96 instead of 44.1 to process with plugins. That's specifically what I mean. If you're mixing on a console or something, I doubt it matters. It's really about how much, how dependent on the plugins are you. So with that said, if you were doing an entire session at 44.1 and then mastering at 96, and then, once you're done mastering, you basically deliver a 44.1 for distribution. Yeah, that would be okay. Where are you doing the processing? If you're doing the processing at 96K during mastering, you should upsample it to, take your 44.1 files. I forget what DAW you're using too, but that kind of, I think, matters also. I don't know if every DAW can import stuff and upsample it the way the Tweakhead kind of program on Pro Tools does it. That Tweakhead is really kind of close to as good as it gets, I think. So it takes 44.1. This whole session came from an MBox 2 Pro using 44.1 24-bit. It was in an audio files bin folder, I call it. It's like just a bin of audio files. I take that, open up a Pro Tools session in 96K, import everything at 96K using the Tweakhead slowest. It converts it from 44.1 to 96K, do all the processing here. When I'm done, I take this 96K file and I have, this is the point. If you're going to master also using plugins and in the box, leave it at 96K, master it, and then one time go back to 44.1 to export it. That's what I'm saying. Is like I upsample to 96K to mix. I would leave it at 96K to master and then just deliver whatever I need to at the end of mastering. 48, 44.1, whatever's necessary. But I wouldn't like take it from 96 to 44.1 to then back to 96 to then back to, it's just like, why, I would only do that if wherever you were getting it mastered needed it at a different, or wanted it at a different sample rate. But it's logical to assume they could do it at whatever sample rate they want. So if I'm not mistaken, the required deliverables, like nowadays, from guys like Tom Lord Algae are 96K. So why wouldn't we all deliver the same thing? Some of us don't need to. If you're just, doing your own stuff and you like working however you like working, great. But as far as I'm concerned, if he's delivering 96K, I should be able to deliver 96K from the mix. And then they do whatever they want. Even 96K 32-bit so that they got all the headroom back they want if they want it. I don't know. For me, 96K 24-bit works because there's always some kind of compression and stuff happening anyway. So I'm never going to deliver a file with none of that. So my point is it's always being held down by something anyway. It's never just going to be free to take it down or whatever without that on it. So that's all. That's the reasoning there. But some told, what do we got here? Some told me 96 rounds up, effects high are much better, and I think I hear it definitely helps. I think there's more fidelity. It's something about the filters work different too. I got to look this up because I get this question all the time. And I know GDP has probably a better answer than me for this kind of thing. Because he explained it to me very well. I was like, why is it better? He's like, it's definitely better. You're right. And this is why. I had no idea why. I just knew it was better. It just feels, it sounds better. And I remember hearing something about the filters, but I still can't remember what it was. And the thing he explained with the way the plugins work makes perfect sense to me. Easiest way to get clean dB for mastering. Saturation keeps giving me unwanted results. Yeah, it has to do with aliasing. That's right. That's why a lot of the plugins have oversampling in it, but they all don't have it in it. They do it under the hood, I believe. So Alex Christoph, easiest way to get clean dB for mastering, saturating. Yeah, it's, you want to get the result you want at the mix stage. The mastering process should take what you've done in the mix and make it a little bit better. If, as a whole, I don't like the idea of leaving it up to the mastering guy to make my mix sound good. That doesn't make any freaking sense. Make the mix sound amazing, and then the mastering is that extra ear to do anything that you might, that your mix maybe for whatever reason might benefit from. And if you listen to the mastering results and you like it, well, you may have just made friends with a mastering engineer who can work with you. Not every mastering engineer works well with every mixer. Some people hear things in a way that won't make sense to you as a mixer, and vice versa. Some people are, their work is great. So a lot depends on how heavy-handed they are too. Because if the mix is really there, the mastering engineer doesn't need to be that heavy-handed. They'll still squeeze another couple dB out of it, maybe, if it needs it. And they'll just, kind of tie up the loose ends for you if there's any delicate things that need to happen. But the people who go into mastering thinking this is going to make my mix sound good because my mix sounds bad now and I need it to be helped in mastering, that's the wrong idea, and it won't work, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. Mastering's not meant for that. Some people think it's meant to do everything that should have been done in the mix. It's like, nah, you're way off. Mastering can give you a couple more dB squeezed out of it if it needs it. And if not, it'll be hurt by doing that. Like, not every mix needs more volume out of it. So it's an art form like everything else we do. It's an art form. There's no one size fits all. Everything's always different. Every song's different. Every mix is different. Everything's always different. You have to approach every one like it's the first one and you've never done another one. Like, if you approach it that way, it's like, okay, what does this thing need? And the main use for mastering, in my opinion, is actually to tie an album together. So mastering one song at a time is a very different job, different role than creating a cohesive, flowing album from front to back, especially when you want the songs to connect. And that's part of what you're doing. Mastering, to me, that's really the true art form of mastering. However, if you had to take it and be like, okay, we're doing singles and it needs to be mastered, that's still mastering. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, the scope of the work is kind of different because now every song is its own island. It's not connected to anything. And as a result, the decisions you would make are very different than if you were going to put it all together, how it would connect. That's a big part of it. Making an album sound good, flowing from one song to the next, is like what it was designed for. Making one single sound, like, you can't predict what the next single is going to sound like. So it's very common these days for people to hire you to mix a song, and then a month or two later, they hire you to mix another, and a month later, hire you to mix, like, they do it as they have the budget to put it together. Because the world today doesn't buy CDs as a whole. Some people do. They don't buy, albums. So people are doing things in that way where they're doing one at a time. But then what you have is a bunch of, disjointed pieces of music. Because the mastering guy can't read your mind and know what's coming down the road 2 months, 3 months, 5 months from now. He has no idea. So he's doing what he can do to make it as good as possible on each song. But each mix is going to be a little different. So each master is going to then take that mix and push it almost further away from the others. Because that's what a good mastering engineer would do. He's not going to make it the same or make it cohesive. And some people don't give a shit. It's personal taste. I mentioned it in the last stream, but I'll mention it again. When I'm done with an album's worth of tracks through the streaming like we're doing now, I'm going to have a mastering one. Maybe I'll do it before then, but probably not, because like I said, the benefit for me is figuring out how to tie them together, showing you guys some cool things to do while we're doing that, in addition to some, nifty mastering tricks. But that'll happen once there's, like, right now we're on stream 5, so this is the 5th song. When there's an album, perfect opportunity. So there will be, and that's what we'll do. And when I do that, I may use some hardware. I may not. I may do it in the box if demand warrants it, where it's clearly the easiest to show what I'm doing, and it's the most repeatable for people, because the odds of you having the gear I have is slim, and then everything I do is not repeatable by other people. So even though I have some pretty sweet gear for mastering, I'll probably do an in the box one just to be able to make it more accessible. But the Latte is a freaking dream for mastering stuff. It's so, because it can be so clean, or you can drive it, and it's really interesting to add, because it kind of sounds like a tape machine in a weird way. Like, it sounds like a high quality, pristine tape machine with none of the flaws or problems of a tape machine. So it's not like a tape machine for flavor. It's just like a really well-oiled machine. It's so interesting. to run stuff through that for the flavor you can get, but in addition to hitting it with some other stuff kind of lightly, like even like the MVP a little bit, maybe the fusion barely just graze it maybe somehow, and then run it through that thing. It's, I don't know if I can beat that in the box. I don't know, but I'll try. That's the point. I shall try. And there's plenty of people with like more gear than that, but my whole thing is getting the most out of the gear that you do have. Not like I told you, I'm allergic to buying plugins, but I'm also allergic to buying hardware. There's a reason for that, because sure, you could buy stuff from forever. There will always be more stuff to buy, always. But if you do that, you're not wringing out the gear you have and getting every possible piece of what you can get out of it. You're not like getting in there. You're just, oh, this is great for this one thing, and it's like, if you flip it on its head, it can do this other thing too. Did you know that? Did you know that if you drive this thing really hard, it actually kind of does something cool? Did you know that? Did you know if you turn the limiter function off, it actually sounds like this? Did you know that? Like weird stuff. You just get every piece of everything out of it. Like I literally get the mix 100%. I just need a magic clean 3dB button. There's nothing for free. There's nothing for free, and I understand where you're coming from. Believe me. That's actually why I use the plugins I use at the end, because it's not that I want an extra 3dB. It's just that I take a mix that's like barely being kissed with compression on the mix bus, and then I hit it with, a couple dB on a mix bus compressor, like 1 dB on a like a gold clip, 1 dB on a Pro L2. So at the end of the day, it's like 3-4 dB of compression, and sometimes not even that, but the point is something just a little bit like that gives it that little squeeze. You get a little more out of it. The CG2 is a good solution to what you're talking about there. Just use it sparingly, because that's a very heavy tool in terms of, you can make that thing crunch if you want, but it's nice to just kind of use it for the final sweetener. That is a plugin I really like. Yeah, but if your mix sounds great, you just need 3dB. There's all sorts of ways to do it. And if you're already doing everything I just described and you still need 3dB, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, you just, you could squeeze a couple dB out of a good mix in mastering, no matter what. Granted, it's a general statement. Maybe sometimes not, but most often you can do that. You can squeeze a couple dB out of whatever, and it won't sound crazy if it's not just hammered all on one piece of something. It should be okay. But I also think that betting on volume is silly. Like thinking that your song won't sound as acceptable because it's not as loud is totally backwards. We don't live in that era anymore. That era only worked when people were literally putting on like a mix on a CD. They built a mix on a CD in their freaking, when you could put mixes together through iTunes and burn them to CDs, or through your CDs, and literally that's what I used to do. Is you take a device that was just a CD burner, and you'd play your stereo into it, and you could record it through the optical out, and that was what we used to do to create mixes. Like, that's the OG mix way to do it, after the cassette way to do it, where originally you'd catch it on the radio and hit record on the cassette. Then if you couldn't catch it on the radio, you could play it from one cassette to another. Then, you could play a CD and record it onto a cassette and make mixtapes like that. Then it became CD burners. This is a whole progression of this stuff. And the original way to do the CD burners, I don't even think they had the optical. They might have had the optical. The optical was always like the flawless digital to digital, so it sounded the best. But, you know, I forget even how I got talking about that. I forget why I was talking about that. But it was a good times. But that's the only time it mattered, was when you had some a playlist curated by you that was totally, every CD sounded the volume it was, and there was just no level matching. There's nowadays every cheap freaking DJ thing of all time has a button that will lock the tempo with whatever else, and it will lock the volume and blend it and get very close. Like, these things it's like every tool nowadays. Level match, BPM lock match. It's like, what are we talking about here? The cheap Pioneer nonsense stuff. Everything from the good stuff to the cheap stuff. It all has it. So, and I'm not saying that stuff's particularly bad. That's just the only name I could think of. It's probably fine. It's probably good stuff. Who knows? I don't DJ. But I could tell you this. Back in the day, when DJs had they're all doing the analog stuff had to sync it up by ear and everything. No, there was no digital nothing level match this and that. It was like, it's all by ear. Way more susceptible to level problems being a thing, noticeable, than today. So it's like, everybody who complains about that thing with the level or whatever, it's like, I don't think you guys understand how this shit works. The people got their head in the thing, and they're leveling it. Like, they're doing everything. It's not just going to come on and be lower and everyone's going to go, look at this guy. Like, what, it's not like that. It's okay. They'll turn it up. That's what I'm saying. Don't sacrifice your song being good sounding for level. It's crazy. It's a huge topic that people want to argue about. So if you want to argue about it, Let's go. But I'm just saying, it's crazy to me. Absolutely but crazy to me. It's easier to hear this thing in solo. That's why I'm doing it, because it's got to be subtle, and then I can blend it in. But I kind of know what I'm going for ahead of time. And I don't think I've achieved it yet, but it's close enough to kind of let it rock for a second. One of these by itself is good, but sometimes the second one coming in and just the choruses or something could be helpful too, to sort of make it exist in a way that works better.
Ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and
That's that Bonham thing we're going for. Talk about a tight performance. That's tight. It sounds like one guitar, but it's not. My thing with guitar is get above the fizz, get above that 5K, and then bring it up wide. And if you're at 8 or 10, it'll just sort of naturally bring up top end without getting aggressive. So wherever you think the guitar exists, like maybe 5K on a distortion fuzz guitar, like this is super fuzzy. If I get above it, it sounds more natural to bring that up. And on the contrary, if I wanted to really make it stick out, 3K is that like annoying frequency that will make it stick out. And then if I want to mess in the middle, like I'm doing with the 700, because it's right below the pain. Like 700 is it's where the stilts of the house are. It holds up the thing. So there's a lot of nice guitar tone in 700, 1K. And if I bring it up here, I could bring up 2K also a little bit, on these two, and maybe even cut out something that's maybe hurting us a little bit. You could bring up like 4K and cut 3K. Like you could do so many interesting things with the Pultec on the dip cut thing, because it's so like nice and wide that anything sort of sounds. It doesn't sound like unnatural to do it. It sounds nice. It doesn't sound like this weird notch filter or something. So now this sounds unbalanced because it's on the left side and nothing on the, like, I made the fuzz stick out on the left, but not the right. So we got to deal with the right side. What's going on the right? Now these are both fuzz and this one's distortion. At least that's how I labeled them. So let's hear what this is doing. So this is clearly a fuzz. It's that very particular sound of fuzz. And then this is distortion. It's also very fuzzy, but doesn't sound like a distortion pedal. It sounds like the same pedal, just set differently maybe, and the part is different. We have this like arpeggioed kind of like, it's just all plucked out, all the strings like a chord separated. So it's a question of how is this going to work in this mix? Let me see. I may wind up taking the two fuzzy things that are doing more similar things and put them together. But I like having the left and right very different. Like if you get a different part here compared to here, it feels super wide. So that's where the thought process came of like left, center, right. So let's see if that works. It's also, this is the one that extends more. So it might sound off balance to have this only on one side some of the time. Let's find out in a second right now. Whereas these are much more similar looking. Sounds like a Mission Impossible theme. I'm gonna jump over to that chat. But doesn't this sound like a Mission Impossible theme? Something going down with this thing. Let's see. In this case, 5K is working in a way, and maybe I'll take 8K or something instead off the 1A, but it's working because I'm dipping out the middle of it. So it's like I could boost 500, 700, maybe even 300 or something. But the point is, if I boost that and then I dip out the middle pane of like 2K, or it's working better than without this part. Otherwise, this would be particularly harsh in my opinion. So this works because of this push-pull. The dip in the center and the peaks on the end really help. And I may do something weird with this thing. I don't know if I like the note choice here, to be honest with you. It's interesting, but I'm just not sure. So maybe I'll take this and let's just like paste this down here. Let's get rid of the front of this. Let's just hit this with something to make it different than it is, like to soften it a bit. Let's hit it with our go-to. You already knew this was coming. Little plate. Little plate. Let's hear what the preview sound like. All right, let's take it out of here. Let's see what we get now. Maybe we'll pan it from. We'll take half of it here. Let's take this part of it. Just paste it up here. Get rid of the front. Let's see what this does. This may be terrible. You gotta trust your instincts, man. It's gonna go from the right to the left. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll also hit it with something else. A little tape echo, perhaps, Galaxy style. Come on. Where's my stuff? I hit undo because I want the spaceship. So I'm turning this up. We want another spaceship. Double the spaceships. Tons of action. Get down. Double the action. Get down again. Too many spaceships up top. Gotta undo city till we get out of those spaceship cities. All right, so we want bring this back to normal a little bit. Let's see something. It's like I lost the clarity of the riff, so that's what I'm not loving. See, I still have the clarity here, and we just need a little more clarity. So let's just set it back to whatever the default of this was. Oh, what did I do? No, we need that plus a little feedback. Let's see. That'll work. All right, let's see what's popping. If anything's popping, we need more spaceships. That's what I'm talking about. We need more spaceships. 100% all day. Yep. I agree. Orchestra. Sometimes you got to change arrangement. You got to take stuff out, leave it in. This thing was a weird riff, and I have a buddy who would be like, oh well, you can't play that because that note's like not in the key of the whatever. It's like, man, sometimes I agree with you, but every once in a while, you want to ruffle those feathers. That might mean playing a Mission Impossible riff in the middle of Obla Di Obla Da. You never really can nail these things down as like, that's right or that's wrong. It's all about the intention. You're trying to make it sound like nails on a blackboard, like freaking on a chalkboard, then anything goes. So that's the one benefit of like not being nailed down to rules of theory. Like, I'm a fan of theory. I'm a fan of musicianship. And there's also a time to break the rules. So if I get something like that, I'm never going to like censor it because it's weird. I'm just going to try to make it more weird. And then maybe it'll fit, Yeah, so what do we got going on over here? We got some stuff going on over here. Oh, by the way, yeah, it's aliasing. GDP wrote a solid explanation too. That he grabbed. This is a good one. It's I think he grabbed it. I don't know, but it's aliasing happens when the digital system can't accurately represent frequencies higher than the sampling rate, the Nyquist limit. At 44.1K, that limit is about 22.05 kilohertz. At 48 kilohertz, it's 24 kilohertz. Anything generated above those limits folds back down into the audible range as false, non-harmonic frequencies. They aren't musically related to the source, and they don't disappear with EQ because they're not real overtones. They're mathematical errors. Saturation and harmonic generation plugins make this problem worse because they intentionally create new overtones far above the input's original bandwidth. Real analog saturation produces harmonics that can extend well beyond 100 kilohertz. But in a 44.1 or 48 kilohertz digital session, those upper harmonics have nowhere to go. The plugin generates them anyway. They hit the Nyquist ceiling, and the DAW folds them back into the audible band. The result is a harsh, grainy, brittle texture, especially on complex material like vocals, cymbals, pianos, or dense mixes. I like this. It's good to know. It's not analog grit, it's digital trash. Oversampling reduces the issue by temporarily running the process at a much higher internal rate, pushing those harmonics far enough up that the folded artifacts land outside the audible range. Bada bing! Imagine you're a deer, all right? You're prancing along, and bam! All right? You get what I'm saying? I think you guys get it. I think so. Yeah, playing a wrong note can definitely be perfectly right. Depends on the context. It's all about context, man. Context. Don't worry about that, Christoph. Alex Christoph over there. You're mastering your own stuff. You just have trouble achieving the loudness of the competition. Don't worry about that. Forget the competition. It's like saying, I design my own clothes, but, Ralph Lauren designs his clothes, and, my stuff doesn't look as Ralph Lauren as Ralph Lauren stuff. That's Ralph Lauren stuff. Let it look the way it looks. You make your shirt the way you want to make it. It's clothing. It's so simple. It's just, it doesn't need to be anything like the other piece of clothing. Anything. It doesn't need to, it could be 20 dB lower. It could be so low, and this is probably cool, that people like, that's a thing, is like, you have to turn up all the way. I know that's crazy what I just said, but still, it's silly to me. Yeah, and I like how you agree. Also use different limiters to gain volume if one doesn't care. Yeah, multiple limiters is helpful. Sometimes I use a clipper into a limiter typically, because the clipper kind of makes the limiter work less. It takes off a dB, but does it in a way that's sort of like a gold clip plugin that I use all the time, is like saturating, as it clips. So it's sort of like an inflator kind of plugin, or even the Oxford limiter does saturation and limiting. So a lot of limiters have that kind of built in, where they're doing like two different stages, a clip stage and a limiting stage. Even the Wolfcomp Mastering Edition has, if I'm not mistaken, at least their beta did. I haven't used the new one since they released it, but I got the beta test that I was working with, and there's a limiter and a clipper. Like, there's two stages within that plugin, because it's doing what we all do. There's a soft clip, there's limit. It's nice to have it all in one plugin. I might actually use that on this mix, because I'm talking about it. Whenever I talk about stuff, it makes me want to use it. I know it's silly, but keeping up the freaking ceiling every month, I gotta get. Yeah, look, you could. I just think it's so crazy. The trying to keep up with the Joneses in terms of volume is absolutely insane. Like, it's ridiculous. Just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I could relate it to so many other things that make absolutely no sense. Like I don't know. It's anything that it like it is an artist based thing where there's no right answer. It makes no sense to try to match anything you're doing to the competition. It's true throughout everything that does anything like that. Like it's like a chef saying, I ate at this restaurant and it was really spicy, so now our food needs to be spicy. They have nothing to do with each other. It was really salty. It was really sweet, so our stuff needs to be salty and sweet. It needs to have that kind of expansive palate. It's like they're cooking, they're eating duck and you're making freaking beef. And what does it have to do with each other? Zero. Everything about what's inside the track that you're mixing is going to determine how loud it can be. Tempo, arrangement, all the instruments within it, like how dense is the arrangement, it's all going to affect it. So it's not just about whether or not like you're good at mixing or you're good at making your mix loud. It's really not even all about that. It's about what's within it that will determine whether it reads loud on a Lufs meter or not. It's ridiculous. So it's silly to try to make a song that's going to read loud on a Lufs meter. It's basically what people try to do when they're trying to match other levels. It's like, why would you say, I'm not going to make this song with this arrangement. I'm going to make it with this other arrangement because that will show up louder on a Lufs meter. It's absolutely crazy. Are you going to use flavor on this track too? Oh, yeah, I'm going to flavor up. But I may go lighter on it because this has some flavor in it. It's got these claps. It's got this washboard wood blocky thing. So I'm going to do some flavor tracks, but I'm not going to make it go so nuts. I'm going to keep it relatively easy on this one. Keep it more of like an old school vibe, maybe, less of the... I don't know. I always add some kind of personality, and I probably say less. Whenever I say it's going to be less, it's probably going to be more. But we'll see. It's just in my head, I'm thinking there's not a ton I want to do offhand, but once I start playing with it, that's when things poke out at me that I want to hear, and that's when I'd like attack making something with a spider web of craziness. The Mighty Galaxy, it's absolutely my favorite. It's my favorite everything. Delay and reverb all in one. It's amazing, that plugin. That unit is that hardware. Like if I wasn't allergic to buying hardware, I'd probably get one of those. But talk about a pain in the butt to recall, man. Whew. If it comes to your music, but the cool thing is you can play it. Like the way I use that plugin a lot, and I'll do that in this song to show you what I'm talking about. But I automate the feedback, so to create the spaceships and have them kind of come and go. They fly around in the sky and they show up and they say, how you doing? And then they disappear and they get chill. You can only do that if you mess with the feedback, because as soon as you crank the feedback, it'll just create that feedback loop and it just keeps getting louder and then it just holds. It sounds kind of weird and unnatural. Whereas when the spaceships show up and then they leave, they show up and they leave, they swim around, that's what's up. So I'm going to show you how I would do that. This sounds cool because the spaceships are going from left to right, so it's really all about movement. When you do that spaceship thing with the automating the feedback knob, make sure you throw an auto pan on it or automate the panning, one or the other, so that it moves. Because it's not a spaceship if it's in one place. It's got to be going. It's moving. I like it. We got good stuff you guys are cranking out here. I like this. The reason I'm able to crank them and keep everything else audible is mostly just because I'm trying to keep the guitars in a frequency range that I know will be okay. Like the bass is in my 500 zone and 1.3 or 1K-ish zone. So that means my guitars, got to kind of be around that. They got to exist with it, but there's got to still be room for the bass. And no question, the bass got lower in what I'm just doing now. But like my next thought is I have to basically make sure they fit together. So I'm going to be addressing that at some point. The bass need to come up a bit, but we'll see. At least the bass was the loudest thing in the mix up until I started working on the guitars and the kick drum and all that. So I know it ain't far behind. It's just, how do I get it to poke? We shall see. Usually it's the symptom of, all right, the guitars are, let's say, 700, a lot of them. We're at 700 boost and then some kind of, 2K, 1K, 3K ish, or 4K, or wherever I boosted. I don't even remember now. Because I don't think about it in terms of, okay, this is where I'm boosting, I got to do whatever. I think about it in terms of, if I boost all the guitars at the same frequencies, it's not always preferable. It can work sometimes if the tracking of the guitars is different enough that just by EQing the same frequency, and it doesn't mean it's going to sound the same because you tracked the guitar to sound so different. But if they sound kind of similar like this, I try to kind of, the one on the left should sound different than the right. So whatever EQ points I'm pushing something else on the other side if the tracking of those guitars is the same. Because the more different left and right sounds, the more wide and vibrant the mix will sound. So that's kind of the thought process. The same thing applies for vocals. Same thing applies on anything. It's just guitars, especially because they take up a lot of space. They got to be different. Like Stone Temple Pilots, they usually got two guitar. Like it's the DeLeo, the man. We got playing on both sides. He's playing a different part on both sides, and they're always slightly different parts, and the sounds are always different. They're never the same guitar tone on both sides. It's a good lesson. DeLeo, the man. And I think he likes AC 30s and 15s. I think he's a Vox guy. It wouldn't surprise me if he has a whole array of amps, but I think he's a Vox guy. Yeah, you should. If you do the trial of the Galaxy, you won't regret it. It's pretty cool. And once I show you the automation thing, you'll like it even more. Oh, we got AWS Gaming 7578. How you doing over there? Hope you're doing well. We got our mixing in the early morning session going down. So you asked, do you recommend the ATC SCM 45 or Ex Machina Quasar, the Quasars Mark II for mixing and mastering? I have not tried the Ex Machina. I know a lot of people who like those a lot. I've heard a lot of good things about them. I'm weird when it comes to stuff like this. I like never woke up. How do I explain this? I tried the ATC 45s and I thought they sounded great. I loved the way they sounded. I liked them a lot. There was a weird problem with one of the speakers where like the internal guts was like in the thing, the porthole. So because I had a weird situation going on, like I asked ATC, they said you should send them back. That's not supposed to happen. So when I did that, the company I bought it from honored the return no problem, and I was very happy with how I was dealt with, and it made me want to try the 50s, but for a couple other reasons. The 45 sounded amazing, especially in the mid-range, and I'm very sort of aware that if that problem didn't happen, I probably would have kept those, and I probably would be raving about them right now. I wound up going with the 50s because the next speaker I tried after that was the Jennies, the 8361s, and I liked those, but they were painful. I like those in terms of bass. So coming off these, the 45s, right? Trying the Genelex, the thing the Genelex stood above everything else on was the bass. Whereas the mid-range and top end, like no matter what I did, it kind of hurt my ears a little bit. And that's just me. I'm sensitive in certain frequency areas of my ears. And when I listened to those speakers, I found it very hard to like the music that I love on him. Like the stuff I use to reference that I know how it sounds. And it's like my go-to thing to put on no matter where I go. I couldn't like enjoy it. So I was like, this is all weird. I can't use these because if this is how these songs sound, I wouldn't use them as my references. I can't listen to this. So as a result, I was like, man, I cannot use these speakers. Everything I do would be backwards. I would make every kick drum too soft because when I made it the right volume, like the right EQ, it would hurt. And I'd make every guitar solo too low because when it was the right volume, it would stick out too much. I'd make every vocal too low because through those speakers, everything, all the vocals were too loud. So it was like a very weird relationship to my ears where it didn't work. But they did have a ton of bass. Let's just say that. There was so much bass, it was crazy. That like I did like the low end on them. Then I went to the keys, and then I realized like how good a speaker can sound. The key threes sounded absolutely amazing, but I couldn't mix on them. I couldn't mix on them because every twist of the knob I made actually made everything worse. Like, I didn't know it made it worse because in the room everything sounded good. Every single move I made sounded great. So maybe you could argue that I didn't learn them enough. But the problem with me is I wanted truth-telling speakers. I wanted to make a knob turn and it be bad or it be good, but I wanted the truth. And I felt like I was being lied to. The keys sounded amazing no matter what I twisted. It was just different levels of amazing. That wasn't what I wanted. It was just everything was good. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it was like a big, fluffy, pillow bed. Sure, it's comfortable, but your back's going to hurt you after a while because you're not really sleeping on anything with any support. And I felt like this is so beautiful, this sound, but it's not true because when I get out of this room and I listen on anything else, the mix sucks that I just did. So that's just me. A lot of people seem to love those. And like the notable people who love those, they also have the bottoms. I'm sure there's some people who have just the top, but I think that speaker performs very differently and maybe more accurately when you have the whole setup that costs as much as a house, or close to it. It's at least a good car. It costs as much as a car. So that wasn't in the cards. And I remember thinking, well, that doesn't work. So it was like, what's really the answer here? After having the keys, I realized how good the low end could be. Also, they had so much low end. So the keys, great low end, the Jenny's great low end, and the ATC 45s I felt sounded great. But what I didn't say was there's a ton of low end, or there's a great low end, like with a clear comparison, like in succession, having one and then the next and then the next. I was literally like, oh man, I wish those 45s were exactly that speaker, but with more low end, basically a more balanced signal. So I get a balanced number, like amount of bass compared to a balanced amount of mid-range compared to a balanced amount of top end. Like I wanted I wanted a speaker that was accurate at low volumes, balanced. I found with the ATC 45s, they lacked a bit of low end and there was a ton of mid-range. So maybe they didn't lack low end as much as the mid-range there was so much mid-range that I was like, I am missing low end. Like we said, mixing, everything's relative. So that's what it came down to for me, was I wanted that speaker, the 45s, just with more low end to make it more balanced and potentially a little less in the middle, because it's all relative, like I'm saying. So the 50s were like the perfect option. But, could I have been satisfied with the keys as a production speaker if I was creating? Absolutely. They sounded amazing. If I just wanted to dazzle clients all day, it would be great. But they weren't the truth tellers that I needed. And there's a weird disconnect there. People sometimes think that the speaker you will enjoy music on the most is the one you should mix on. I don't agree with that concept. It was never like that historically. Think about all the guys who used NS10s. NS10s started as bookshelf speakers, but nobody used them as bookshelf speakers because they sounded like, what they sounded like. They didn't sound good as bookshelf speakers for the consumer, the listener. They didn't sound good. They were good as a mixing tool because of the weird anomalies within them and the fact that they just somehow translated very well. If you made something sound good on there, it just worked. That's the same concept that holds true for the cubes. Oratone Cube Jams. You think they sounded good? No. Nobody would think those sounded good. But if you made it sound good on there, it sounded good in other places. This concept applies like across the board. Bose makes stereo systems that sound amazing in the car. They make those things for the home that sound amazing. How many pro mixers mix on Bose systems? None. Because the concept of it's the best thing to listen to and also the best thing to mix on being equal is not true. They're different things. So I think there's a logic here. One is made for clinical work, and the other one is made to enjoy what you're listening to. And never the twain shall meet, as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate that, AWS Gaming. I mean, I feel I am very lucky to have had the experience that I just had that most people I feel like will never get to have. To be able to try that many speakers to pick the one that you're going to, that works well with you. Most people just get one and they just hope for the best. So it's like definitely my duty to explain the conclusions I came to. And I don't have a dog in the fight because I'm not sponsored by any of these things, and it was just like, okay, what's the deal? And it took me, every time I like literally just tried to document it as best I could so that I could remember all this stuff to help other people out with their choices. But all this said, I've heard great things about Ex Machina. I just never tried them. You can't try everything. And that's when people ask me about Amphion. I never tried them. I never tried Amphion. I never tried PMCs. Never tried the 6.2 or the 8.2. I know what people say about them because I researched everything. Literally, I researched all of them and I picked the ones I wanted to try, and it was tough to pick. I know people think the PMCs have great bass. And I know that that's the thing when people are thinking about ATCs or PMCs. It usually comes down to like the one they pick comes down to which has more bass or something. When it comes to like the 45 or the PMC, what is it, the 6.2 that's in the same range? I don't know. But I could tell you that music on both of those, like the 45, music sounded amazing on, and the 50s, music sounds amazing on, with a capital amazing. So I can only imagine that there's, the technology that they built for the Ex Machina supposedly makes it very fast, very accurate sounding, and I don't know. That's how I felt about the keys when I tried them. I was like, the technology in here is what's going to make these so good, because the guy who built them was a genius. I was like, this has got to be it, And when I tried those, I did say to myself, I cannot believe how good these sound. And I was disappointed when I went to the car and listened to a mix, and then another one, and then another one, and then I was just like, that's unfortunate. They also perform very differently depending on where you have them in the room. Like, the keys need to be near a wall, depending on the size of your room, but I had the key threes up by the middle of, a third in, 2/3 into the room. They need that wall behind them because they actually like send sound off it. They do this weird, they use the wall as a speaker. Orchestra, I appreciate that. Thumbs up from Germany. Or AWS Gaming, thumbs up from Germany. That's awesome. Whoever's from Germany, that's killer. Oh, Switzerland. AWS is in Switzerland. That's awesome. I also want to stress, this is just my opinions. It doesn't mean that it's right. Like, I have to tell you, everyone's ears are different. It's amazing how different everyone's ears are. So just because I like a certain set of speakers doesn't mean you're gonna. you know, I could just tell you the case for me and how it played out. Those keys sounded twice as loud. Like they had so much more power. I had to keep the volume way lower when they were near the wall. So they tell you to put them as close to the wall as you can get them, pretty much. So like when you use the wall as a projection, they sounded amazing because they actually have a technology that like cancels out the wall thing, even though it's like using it for, I don't know how it works. Nobody knows. The guy who invented it was a genius. They basically shoot the sound out and then it like lines it up and puts it in phase and sends it back. I don't know how they do it. It's just ridiculous craziness. It sounded amazing when it was against the wall, to the point where it was so powerful. Like I could never turn it up that loud, and the bass was so loud when I had it near the wall that like 808s just thundered through this place. Like I said, for a production speaker, or if you're trying to like showcase your songs to people and stuff, oof, great system. But, you know, clinical mixing, mastering, I know mastering engineers have them, you know, I know mixing guys have them, but I couldn't use them for that. Didn't work for me. Yeah, so where are we at over here? Yeah, I like that you wrote that you think the bass guitar levels are perfect. What I found is, like you said, it's a matter of taste. When people think the bass guitar levels are perfect, for me, they feel too low too often. Like anywhere, all stereos. I just love freaking bass. So for me, it's a battle of like, when I like the bass, I know I need to bring it down a little, and then it's right, because I just like so much bass. Like for me, it takes priority over a lot of other things. I'm a huge bass head. Love the bass. I don't mean that in the way of like, you know, Slim Shady, you a bass head. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about BASS. Amazing bass. I'm talking about the bass. You get me. Also notice my first move is always EQ. Always, because if I can get it done with EQ, it's so much less destructive than compression. I like compression, don't get me wrong, but compression kills dynamics. So yes, you need to hear all the words. Sometimes you get stuff going on like this where you get quiet and loud. And this is the double. It's not the lead. This is the double of the lead, but it's the same thing on both. I may slap some compression on this one to make it a little aggressive to hear it all, but would it be so bad if the double sat behind it and didn't pop in your face as loud on every word? Probably be okay. That's what I mean. Like, from an architectural standpoint, the lead should be heard every word potentially, but does the double need to be heard every word? No, it just needs to be there supporting the lead. And then the harmonies, I feel similarly. So I may use some compression, but in order of importance, I usually go harder with the lead than I do with the others. And sometimes I'll, get close, but that's the idea, is that I could go in here and clip gain everything. Sometimes I do. Depends on if I need to hear it. If I need to hear every word or something, maybe I'll go in, break the clip, make it as loud as the rest so it kind of competes. But I never do that just happenstance, like just willy-nilly. The end of the song, I can already tell I want to hear that, that the ooze more. So I may need to do something about that. Like on this track where we got a bunch of ooze at the end, I might want to bring these up. Like this whole section. We'll call it ooze. Let's get us going up a little bit. And we'll hear how this sounds, but as a concept, I want more ooze. And if you notice, because I started at like negative 10 dB or whatever we were at, I think it was negative 12 is where I started. Then I adjusted a little as we were playing it. I've got all this room. So I could bump stuff up. And before I put any plugins on, look at how much room I have also. So I'm just trying to point out all the little things, right? Like in this track, look at where the harmony sits. Even though it looks kind of hot, it's just a symptom of where I have this thing sitting. Like in terms of, see how I can make it smaller or bigger, but it's not actually changing the level. That's just the view. It's like zooming in or out. So if I hit play, look at where it sits on here. That's actually claps, so it's like the worst part to judge. Let's check this part. So I got plenty of room to make it louder if I want, but I also got plenty of room before I'm ever in the zone of clipping to add EQ or 2 or 3, but potentially just 2 EQs just for color, because, 2 EQs is usually all I use. It's just because it's a Pultec, we got no middle. So we need this one too. But when we're sitting over here, I can add stuff, even compression, even saturation if I want, whatever. And I'm still not going to be, I left myself plenty of headroom. I think too many people get that bugging out. But when you get tracks from people who record very well, usually you're sitting in that nice green. Every once in a while, it may hit that yellow grays. But it's never like chilling at the top and then into the red. Like, it's not usually doing that. So when you start processing, if it's nice and low, you can add whatever you want and you still won't run out of headroom. Now, what I'm going to do here, on the low end, I might keep them linked, but I'm going to unlink them so that when I process anything else other than the low end, it'll be different on each side. Because like I told you, that's also helpful. The stuff that's on, see how this is left, right, I do want difference. I don't want the same. The same EQ on both sides. It might be good if you want it to sort of blend in and fade away. But if you want to actually make it feel wider, separate the sound. Make it slightly different EQ on one side compared to the other. Again, this only really works because it's not one performance. This is multiple performances. If you've got two mics on a vocal, you can't go one left, one right, and EQ them different. Like, I don't like taking one performance and splitting it. Like, leave that one performance in one place. That's how I look at it. Whereas this is multiple performances, so you can do this. Also consider the stuff you go super wide with. Like you notice I have 32-32 pan. Left 32%, right 32% on these. 100-100, I'm not going to go super low end on that vocal. Like I'm going to take that boost down substantially compared to where the boost is here. Because the low end can hold up in the center a lot more easily without being super distracting than when you pan it to the sides. It can work. It's not an always, but it's just as a concept. If I get super hard pan left right stuff, I generally do less low end boosting on that stuff that's hard left right. The attenuation select, if you don't mess with this, you don't have to worry about this so much, but I never know. Sometimes I like the push-pull factor, and I do want to, like, I don't know, maybe push up at 12K, pull down at 5K, or push up at 10K, pull down at 20K. So I sort of go into it trying to hear what I'm doing, then making assessments based on, like, I first hear in my head, oh, I wish that vocal was brighter. It's too nasal. I wish it was low, had more low end. It's too thin. I wish it was, had some air on top. It sounds dark. Whatever the situation is, I hear that. I think that first. Then I go to make moves. And then as I'm making moves, if in doing whatever I'm doing, I brought up harshness, go to the attenuation select section. Like, this is your friend. You could bring up something like 8K or something and then bring down 10K right behind it, or 5K in front of it. Like, it's really one of the best EQs ever made. Like, there's no reason. I mean, it's an obvious reason why this is in every studio and everybody's favorite, because it works on so many things. Let's jump over to the chat real quick, see what's popping. Shigiono! It's good to see you over there. So you like reggae music, Evan? Just curious because I love how they produce bass on these classic 1970s. I love reggae, especially 70s, 80s. I love it. And I love how they use the space echo for, like, dub snares, or just for that cool spaceship stuff going on. I like the Crystallizer too by Sound Toys, mostly because it's so unpredictable in a way. It's a very, like, good tool for creating that, like, kind of interesting, cool sounds on stuff. It definitely doesn't replace the Space Echo. They're different things, but they're just also, I don't know, like, there's something about what you said, reggae. I think, like, that awesome dub reggae kind of interesting, weird sound effect stuff. It's like you can get there using the Space Echo, using the Crystallizer, using, Echo Boy, using the Lil Plate. Like, you can get to some really cool places. But yeah, I love when, like, a snare drum goes, like, pa 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 pa. I love that like dub snare sound. I love that concept of somebody playing the mixing board, which is essentially what's happening when in all those records, when you hear all of a sudden a weird effect take over on, the hi-hats are on the snare typically, or it's somebody playing the mixing board as an instrument. I love that. They're playing that effect, the Space Echo, as an instrument. They're playing with the tools they had. It's just so cool. They're twisting the knob hard all the way up and then pulling it back down to get back to that dry sound. It's just so cool. That's really what I like about it the most, is the experimental nature of it being, very different than, like, the lab coat style, like, just set it and it is, like, whatever, like, don't twist it while it's playing. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's just this concept of, like, do whatever. It's a very cool experimental kind of. I think it was just birthed from that, which is why I like it so much. Granted, not all reggae, but a lot of it. Yeah, I love that stuff. I love that stuff. There's some really cool music out there that does that stuff. Thanks for the EQ tip when panning left and right. Yeah, that's the critical one, man. I mean, I don't know, right? So just to catch you up, Shigiono, we're using Pultex all day today. Pultex all day. We have a 4kg just in case we need some surgical cut. But honestly, we're doing a lot between the boost and attenuation knobs on 2 Pultex, because you kind of need both, because you got no mid-range on the 1A. You do have mid-range, but it's just not enough. It's not even, it's not nearly enough. So you get more when you add the MEQ to it. pull tacks all day. That's how we got where we got. Does this need a clap track? It might, if we want to bring the claps up and EQ them different, but we may get away with not doing that. But there's definitely a clap track here, so maybe we need another track. I think those are our only claps, so we'll just get rid of them here. Now we've got official clap tracks. And that way I can kind of do something else to this, potentially, you know, hit it with something, maybe the Space Echo, now that we're talking about it. But, you know, you just want to kind of make it stand out. So for me, that usually means saturate. So it gets, so these little tiny puff of, it's like a little powder puff clap becomes like a thunderous clap. And in order to do that, maybe a little quick, you know, some sort of maybe reverb tails on there, or, you know, some saturation, some reverb tail. The Devil Lock is a great one for like bringing up anything low level that you want to smash. It's good for like rim clicks on drums. There's a lot of cool, you know, anything stick click related is really good Devil Lock, because it's kind of like that Shure Lock deal, the Shure Level Lock. But the Devil Lock is our version of that in plug-in form. It's pretty good. We may need to mess with that. So let's see. Let's mess with something like that. I actually find a lot of use for the original Devil Lock too, like the small one compared to the one with all the choices on it. The choices are nice because you can darken it and do different things that you can't do on the other one. You can control the mix and darken it, but sometimes just the generic Devil Lock kind of does the job differently. So like I'll show you this one right here. I mean, it brought it up in tons of levels, so it's not like I'm doing a magic trick here, but at the same time, it's also, it's saturating while it destroys and brings up. It's not just like gain. It's more than that. Also, the Wolf comp is one of my favorites for like weird bring up the rest of it, not just the front transient. Like the Wolf comp's pretty cool as a compressor. So let's put on, maybe that'll be the key. We'll just combine this with the Wolf comp and we'll really destroy this thing. That's always fun. Let's see what's good with that. We may need to hit it with a denoising plugin. All right, now that we're here, I don't know if you could hear that my stomach's growling like crazy, like it's mad at me. It's like, when's the last time you fed me? Here we go. This plugin's so nuts. Makes it sound like more than one person clapping. Let's see how many of these tracks we got. Looks like we got a couple, so I wonder if we'll need that, but let's find out. Let's find out. Shift Apple. I'm sorry, Shift Option D. I just duplicated so we can do our clap tracks. This is all claps right here. This one, I think that's the. Let's find out what this is. We know what that is. That's that can opening. So we're gonna get rid of that. Here's a track of claps. What is this? Okay, that's that. Okay. So we've got that. That's a clap track. That's a clap track. Let's put all these claps together so that we're not jockeying all around over here. How many people knew I was going right to 50 cents as soon as I saw I could control it and make it 50 cents? I think everyone knew it. I think so. I think you guys knew it. I was going for 50 cent. Let me see something here. We got to change the milliseconds. We'll go 50 for 50. We'll go 70, 21, and 100. Let's see if that does. Just getting rid of the low end on there so it doesn't rumble the whole world. I'm abandoning these claps in about 2 seconds. Count it. 1, 2. It sounds like somebody playing ping pong. Perfect. It's exactly right. Yeah, I don't know if this is cutting it. I think that made it worse, potentially. All right. Let's take off anything that could kill our CPU. Crystallizer's good, Wolfcom. This stuff's all fine. I think everything should be able to exist with this stuff on it. So I'm just going to take that off, though. Let's just take a lot of this stuff off. Even the EQP1A, we don't need that UAD on here to help taking our life away. Let's just use the SSL for this. Use this on all of them. But what we're also going to do is, let's just, the reason I say what I just said about make sure the CPU is in check, because what we're going to do is just duplicate this. Let's just duplicate it. Shift Apple D. I'm sorry, Option. Why do I keep saying Apple? Now that we have this, I just want to kind of slide it all. I could do it by hand, supposedly, like probably. But really what I want to do is basically just take just want like a static slide over plugin. What's it called? It's called time something, time adjuster. And then we're just going to delay it a few samples, like these from the rest. A different set of samples. A different set of samples. Braxel! What's going down, Braxel? Yeah, we all-nighted it. We did that thing. We just got to, the cool thing is, it's normal time in Japan. So even though I'm not in Japan, you know, my clock on the wall that says Japanese time, it doesn't know that I'm not. So we're doing okay. That's the bottom line. We're over here. We're over here now. And you know what movie that's from? We're doing this is a bit of a movie mixing night here because I keep dropping lines from movies that just keep coming to me like oh, I'm over here now. You know what that's from? You're over here now. Yeah, I'm over here with him. You know what that's from? Some of these are the best movies of all time. So this is not just mixing lesson like / chilling with Evan doing the mix. You know, it's not just that. It's also movie night trivia simultaneously. I agree with you, Orchestra, man. It's nice to have dynamics in the vocals. Dynamics in vocals is kind of the money. But it's pretty much everything. It's always a battle. It's like if we went in and smushed everything, it wouldn't be good. I somehow sensed you like that. I was like, yeah, that was what we were talking about before. Yeah. Yeah, Orchestra, you're doing the thing right now. I appreciate you hanging out. And Braxel, it's always nice to see you. And Alex Christoph, you're awesome. And we're getting through this thing. This is gonna be a shorter one, I think. Where are we at with our meal? Everybody else. That's awesome. Try Me Was in Your Dream. That's a good song, man. It's hard not to have that song in your head after you've heard it for like a few hours. That song is one of those that will creep up on you. But yeah, it's where we're at right now is finishing touch EQ. I'm going to hit some vocals with some compression. Everything else is starting to come together pretty nicely. Maybe we do some flavor after that. I'm right about on the cusp of potential flavor, but it's probably not going to be extensive flavor like has been done in the past. I'm going to do a couple other things, specifically with the Galaxy Tape Echo, because we've been talking about that a lot, and it is my favorite tool, so might as well use it in a way we haven't used it yet.
Ask me where I was. Gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. But it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
That opto mode really smushes the stuff. Like, it just, if you need that gluey smush where nothing jumps out and annoys you, opto is the move. It was similar like on a two-way, except it's like the opto, optical compressors do a very different thing than like the FET 76 super fast kind of deal. The opto, man, it's just the best way to get that gluey smush, and a lot of vocals benefit from it too. And the 2A is one of my go-tos, but the distressor does it very different, because the LA 2A is like 2-to-1 or something, whereas I don't think it exactly works that way, but it's like kind of a slow, light compressor that adds a lot of flavor. And the distressor, you can do everything pretty much. You can slam it at 10-to-1, and it kind of limits in a way that sounds better than just throwing like an L1 on something. So, I don't know. To each his own, but
Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
and I don't usually use like a tuning plug-in, but I might on this, because there's some notes in here that are starting to bug me a little. But I try to just get away from that and just not just act like it ain't a possibility.
up into the sky. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah. If I try to cover up, gonna tell me I would stay. Yeah. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
Decided to add a Cooper Time Cube to this stuff right here, which is basically the main guitars in the song. It's the one that plays the whole time, and it's kind of a little gritty. It's got a grit to it, and this sort of gives it a little more dimension with this reverb deal on it. You see, I just made it louder so you could hear it, but it's interesting, this Cooper. I love Cooper Time Cube. It's like when you picture Bill, Walsh, and you picture I don't know, what do you picture? Not Bill Walsh, Joe Walsh. And you picture that song. It's like, I sleep all day, out all night, I know where you're going. It's got a Cooper Time Cube on it. And that's part of the reason why it sounds so good. It's because it's got like this kind of dry, slightly distorted sound, but it's also got that dimension from that Cooper. And that's what's up. It's one of the best effects there is, this Cooper Time Cube. I think it was actually a box that had it was basically like a mic'd up box or something. So the signal delayed itself within the box, and then I don't know how it works, but it's pretty freaking amazing. I'll tell you that. Like the signal had to get through this box, and that's how they were basically recorded the signal traveling through the box, and it took time to get through it, so it created this Cooper time cube. Something like that. Something pretty cool. But I'm basically panning them both to the right at the moment. There's two echoes, and I'm panning them both right, which is interesting and weird. It's like we don't need it on the left. That's how I'm feeling with it. Now with this in it, I have to lower, if I want to blend with this, I need to lower these two, which may be cool. You know, it's either that or I mute this one. The guitar needs to come down no matter what now that I made it a lot louder than it was. Let's see where it was before. I'm just going to hit undo until this drops. I made it louder so you guys could hear it, and I forgot where I had it. Where is it? Let's go, let's go, let's go. There we go. It was at negative 14.2, and I was messing with these, so they were like negative 17. All right, so I brought those up from negative 17 to 0 or whatever, but then this thing I raised like crazy too. Now, because we've got the perfect EQ for the frequencies I like, I might have to push them a little bit more. A little bit more push. Let's see. Let's just do it all as a whole instead of separately. Let's just do it all together. Let's drop one of these on here. And I could eliminate this, the VOG probably, or the MV2. I don't think we need both. We don't need all this stuff. It's just kind of chilling. We'll use one on the channel itself, and we'll use the other one here. That'll be how we combat this.
I like the attention. It's funny.
We're going to EQ them together so that they stick together, because a bass that EQs together stays together. Bada bing. Bass EQ. It's really just for that. We'll leave that one off. Let's see. Are these globally linked? Yes, they are. Beautiful. What did I tell you? 500, and then probably 1.5. So bada bing. Let's see.
I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming.
I don't think we can get away with dipping anything out of it.
I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been.
So I'm just bringing up the attack on it, and then the nose I'm bringing up at 500, and I'm not attenuating anything at the moment, but I might bring down a little something. Maybe a little 700 bring down. Let's see.
I like the attention. It's funny. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming. If you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah. If I try to cover up, gonna tell me I was there. Yeah. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
Let's peek over and see what's really good. Also, that thing I wanted to do is turn this little micro shift on in the choruses. Now that we've got our choruses strictly labeled, it should be easy peasy to do this. So like, for example, 0.3 point, decimal 3 decimal, decimal 3 decimal. Get there. What's going on? There we go. Decimal 4 decimal is the number. To decimal 5 decimal, that's that zone. So I'm going to click down here. I'm going to go to micro shift, bypass, and we actually want it on everything else. Boom. So that's on. Now, where do we go? Here, 0.7 point, 0.8 point. So I hold shift, it grabs the rest. Now for this, we may want the post chorus too. Let's do that. Oh, my bad. 0.8 point, 0.9 point. That's just the chorus. Probably want 0.7 point, want that whole thing. And then here, probably want that too. Come on. My fingers ain't working. Let's go, fingers. You fighting with me, huh? Your fingers? Frisky fingers, huh? All right.
If you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah. If I try to cover up, gonna tell me I was there. Yeah. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. If you ask
So I just wanted to automate the bass a little, so I got a little bit lower, a little bit louder. I might do this also like I usually do in the VCA style, but I just needed it a little love, a little help, because it's super loud in the verse and then lower in the chorus.
And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah. If I try to cover up, well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the
I'll tell you the truth, I don't like this little micro shift. I thought it was helping, but it's the chorus makes us lose the center of the bass, so we lose the thud. That's really the problem, I think. I'm just going to make that inactive.
And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah. If I try to cover up, gonna tell me I was there. Yeah. Well, dreaming now.
Want to try something on this bass that may or may not be good. Let's hit it with let's hit it with like the SPL tube. I think I'm going to adjust some of these vocal things by taking out some of them. I'm going to pop over to the chat in a second, but like, just listen to this. I don't even think it needs that one. All right, chat time popping over. Sounds very purple. I'm just saying words. It does. Well, purple's a huge compliment for me because it's one of my favorite albums of all time. Even if you didn't mean that, it's still a big compliment. STP Purple is phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Prince, purple everything all the time, always purple rain. I mean, come on, what are we talking about here? I'm a fan of purple. You know what I'm saying? Bean jamming buttons. How you doing over there? Yo. We are cooking right now. We're 5 hours and 55 minutes in. Wow, I can't even believe it. This time flies, man. It's crazy. I agree. This song, the video should be purple all over the place. No, the actual color. Yeah, we're cooking. I just want everybody to know we are cooking. Braxel, you're back. Excellent. Well, we're cooking here. We got some. What did we do? We got EQ done pretty much on the whole thing. We got our guitars sitting well with the EQ. The snare and the drums feel alive. We got basically, what did we do here for the drum parallel? Decapitator and a Galaxy tape echo. I hope you're not upset with me. Evan, on that last long stream, I was so tired. No, I'm not upset with you, man. I'm not upset with you. We were jamming in here. We got Bean jamming buttons and Alex Christoph. We're jamming. And last stream was a great stream. It was number 5. You guys are at the earliest stages of this constant streaming life we're going through right now. And this is ongoing. I mean, I love this. This is awesome. I'm sitting here. The drum parallel, if you're curious, I'm pretty stoked on it. Listen how Bonham this sounds. It's a little subtle. If I raised it up, you'd hear exactly what it's doing, and I may automate it in certain places, but check it out. You hear how much like depth it adds? I mean, that's my favorite reverb ever, by the way, is the Galaxy Tape Echo. It's such a good, it's delay, it's reverb, it's everything all in one. It's a pretty amazing deal here. But so it's doing that, but more subtly because I have it substantially lower in the mix, but it's just adds this like flavor depth. Flavor depth. That's what it adds, It gives you the flavor depth. There's some reverb on the snare a little bit, not a whole lot, just a little Lexicon 480L on the fat snare plate, which is my favorite snare sound there is on the Lexicon. I mean, they're all good, but it's just the one I like the best. It sounds to me the most like a purple snare, now that I think about it. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a good point. It's an excellent point you made over there. Snare, we hit with some saturation to give it that fullness. We did that kind of early, but no samples on the kick or snare. This rack and floor, there are samples on because this doesn't exist, this track. The overheads are by themselves, and all I did, this is just 4 tracks of drums. I took the rack and dumped it here where I heard it, and I took the floor and dumped it here. So that means this thing that's a tom fill is just the overheads repurposed it with trigger sampling the close mic mono overhead room A, and for a 10-inch tom for the rack, and then over here we got a 14-inch tom for the floor. And that's all she wrote right there. That with some of the EQP1A giving us a lot of thud. It really makes the drums do more than they were doing. Like if you take this out, it's still good. These are low, 13 dB down on, if you look at this roughly 0-ish, these are 13 dB down, but they make a big difference. So like without it, with it, it may not sound like a lot, but to me, it's a lot. And if I turned it up, it'd be even more obvious. But I kind of like where it's sitting at the moment, so I don't want to turn it up. But let me just, it just basically gives you a very clear direction of where the toms are. So it moves more. You feel the left to the right more because that sample exists only on the left, and the floor tom like is only on the right. The rack's only on the left. So it just kind of gives you this sense of space within the drums. So like right now, if I take this off, I'll turn these up a little in the track so you can hear it all blended. Maybe it could come up a bit. Doesn't hurt, I'll tell you that. I just don't want it to be louder than the snare, so I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Where's that wood block? Now we need the wood block. Alex Christov, 57 hertz. Yeah, well, the truth is the kick and a floor are not so far off from each other. So when you think of kick, 50, 60 hertz, especially on a Pultec, it's going to work great. That's easily the move on floor. Like, check it out, 60 hertz. How much you want to boost? 8? Perfect. That's where I was at. So what I'm saying is that's the move, you know? And on the rack, you could probably get away with a little higher up, like 100, because it's a 10-inch rack. And these are just the rack and the floor. But that's the idea, you know, crank it, give it the thud. Sometimes even like a sub octave can't hurt, but in this case it's all working, so I don't want to add stuff just for the sake of it. But I do that a lot. I would like add a VOG or something to it. Like we're at just shy of 8. I may just, let's just copy this to here and test what it would be like to crank 60. Kriznak. And we're boosting like 4K too for the attack, like the slap on the top of the drum. So I'm boosting some 4K. Just like with a kick, like where you'd find the point, and it could go down to 3K too, so maybe that's a good comparison. It's so close. It really doesn't matter. Well, just for argument's sake, because I like to be crazy, I'll just go to the crank. Cool. I'm just dialing in the volumes of these, boosted plugins since they're like on 10 now. Liking that. It's working for me. All right, we're going to throw some effects on these vocals.
If you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. Yeah. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
Effect time. It's already there, so it won't take much time to do. I basically already set it up before I started mixing. I didn't adjust it, I just sent it to the right place.
Morning, I had a dream last night that I thought I could fly way up into the sky. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. Yeah.
I don't know if this distressor is actually, I mean, it's a very versatile compressor, but it's just taking way longer than it usually does for me to dial in stuff. So I'm just going to go to the fail safe. Sometimes it's just a question of the track. It just doesn't work for that song. It does sound way thicker than this, though. We pop over there. We're moving. What do we got? What do we got? Auto Line 2 Black Friday. No way. Okay. All right. We got some stuff here. All right. What do we got? I'm doing well over here. I hope you're well too. Been jamming buttons. What do we got? I did some science video. Okay, we did that. I fell asleep on the last stream because it went so late in the night. I'm so sorry about that. It happens. It's okay. You did well. You were along for a long ride on that one. It was a long one. I never know how long these things are going to go, but that was a particularly long one. Every time I fall asleep on a couch or on a chair, definitely, I know the pain waking up to that. It's not fun, that's for sure. I'm mixing at 96K, Benjamins. I don't dither. I mean, it probably, like, this, what I heard is when you stream, it does some sort of like down quality downgrade in some, like, in other words, you're not getting probably 96 to you. I think you get, I don't know what you get, 48 or something like that, but whatever settings I have going are working, so I'm good with the settings. If I change it, who knows what will happen. They have like recommendations for what YouTube wants and this and that, so it's, it is what it is, but I mix at 96K every time I'm in the box. When I was hybrid, I was doing 48. Every mix in the box for me now has been 96K in the foreseeable recent past. Months ago, like many months ago, I was messing around 44.1 here and there. And when I compare those 44.1 or 48K to my 96K in the box mixes, it doesn't sound the same to me. It sounds like there's a little more fidelity at 96K. And also, I think the plugins just work better, so I recommend it. What do we got going on? I don't know where it does the changeover. I know on OBS it's set to something, and then, that's really when that's the final gatekeeper. That's like the final engineer, OBS. Before it gets to you, it's going through that software. What do we got? Oh, Braxel's got you got that 4KG. It's fun, man. Using that thing is fun. I'll probably do a mix with just SSL stuff on at some point too. I think I might have done one already. I can't even remember. I think I must have done an SSL like B and G. Those are my two favorites. I probably did a mix with those, but if not, I'll definitely do one of those soon because that's always fun. Alex Christoph. What do we got? Wait. What is your take on DAW controllers? Everyone I see seems to be too bulky or do not have all the controls I like to see. Yeah, DAW controllers, I gotta say, I bit the bullet. I never really liked them. I had 4 Avid Artist mixes at one time once, and I hardly used them, so I was very much against it. I only used it to automate, and I only used the one that was closest to me, closest to my right hand specifically. So it became a thing where I was like, I just need one. I just need 8 faders because I hardly used the rest. Because whenever you'd bounce around a session, the tracks would like move and then nothing's where you think it is. So you're not going to memorize the freaking thing every time you use it. So it totally doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to have more than 8 when it's a DAW controller. If everything's always in the same place, maybe I understand it, but on a controller with bankable, where you can change the knob and get through a session, I don't know how anybody does more than 8. I don't get it. So yeah, anything with 8 faders will do, honestly. The UF8 works pretty good. The UC1 with the plug-in control, if you like the SSL stuff, that thing is awesome. I don't like to recommend products because I don't think anyone really needs them. Like, I could easily mix a song clicking the mouse instead of touching this thing, but I do believe that if you use SSL stuff all the time, you will find more value in the UC1 than anything else. Because if that's what you're going to use all the time, it's so easy to touch those, to just reach out and be on an SSL. It's even easier than having to reach up and get to where it would be on a console. It's just right here. But I find that more useful than the faders even. But you can't replace the faders for automation, but I touch the UC1 more if I'm mixing only with SSL plugins. Like the whole mix, you're touching that pretty much. Whereas for me, just at the end when I do automation, am I touching the faders? So it's a weird thing. Alex Christoph, how about dome type of reverse swell delay type deal on the mic? Yeah. Dome type of reverse swell delay. I think you mean some. How about some type of reverse swell delay type on the mic? I usually do that in the flavor. I know you've seen me do that a bunch of times. Like if I'm swelling the delay and stuff, it gets too overwhelming to have it like all the time. It's the same way I feel about quarter note or eighth note delays. It's like it just gets boring when you hear it all the time. So you might as well just put it on one word. Put it on one word here and there. I want something that's small with a fader and some knobs so I can. Yeah, man. I mean, I can't really give you recommendations because like I said, I don't even feel everybody likes different things. I can only tell you that the UC1 works well for me if I'm only using SSL plugins. I don't use it for anything but SSL plugins. But if you're going to use it for that, it does work like very well. It's super responsive, never like sticks or anything crazy. As soon as you touch it, it works. I've had nothing but great experiences with the UC1, and I do touch it a lot, especially when I was only using SSL plugins all the time. Since I've done these in the box things, and I realized there's a joy. I get joy out of using different plugins all the time. I just like it. It's fun. It makes it more fun. So that's since then I stopped touching it as much because if I'm touching a Pultec, I'm not going to use the SSL UC1. You know what I mean? But it's still a great deal. Like I don't know if it's a great price, but it works well. I'll tell you that much. What made you go 96? I did a couple mixes at 44.1 and I in the box, like solely in the box, and I felt like I wasn't getting the most out of that. It just felt tiny and small and weird. And I don't know. I know that's a lot of adjectives thrown at you, but something felt bad where like I was listening to it and I just read that whole explanation a little while ago about what it is. GDP looked it up and I read it out loud. I definitely noticed something. I'll just leave it at that. It was something going down and I didn't like it. So I just started working in 96 all the time because I felt like it was going to make the plugins work better and the session run smoother and everything just seemed to sound a little higher fidelity or something. Yeah, even at 48K, for sure. That's why I jumped up. 88.2 or 96 is the move. If you can get away with 96, do that. If not, 88.2. Every session in the box solely for like all these streams, all 96K. Yeah, if you're making if you're making beats and stuff, definitely. Like whatever you're doing using plugins, whether it's mixing or producing or whatever, if you can, work at 96. Used to be everything was analog. So like this session was recorded at 44.1 and then up to 96 to mix. So you can get away with that, but my session's all analog. There's not like any plugins on these tracks prior, when it was recorded. It's all analog. Like everything was recorded with a microphone. Braxel is asking what I do when putting in drum triggers. I pitch it if it's necessary. A lot of times when I pitch down because a lot of the drums that I record are like I have a tendency to make sure that the tuning on the heads are kind of low, and therefore when I go to a samples, the zone and the samples, I might pitch it down, but there's no sample on the snare on this one. But if you go in here, you see how they're tuned down. I just lock the tuning with the click of the link tune button, and then And I usually don't play them all. Like, I'll mute out whatever I don't want. But, the Led Zeppelin snare, big old Zepp snare, it's my favorite. And the snare pearl dry is nice. But yeah, I don't do anything crazy. Sometimes it helps to like narrow the velocity, but not really. I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference. If you can narrow the dynamics, the velocity with trigger 2. To get the sample to sound real, you just blend it in. So it's mostly the real drum. And then the sample's just supporting. The real drum leads the sound. The sample is like after the drum. It's mostly for length usually. So it's like you could just use the room sounds and not use any of the close mics and use your drum for the close mic and just use the room sample rooms for your like supplement whatever you have. That's my move. Works for kick, works for snare. It all depends on, what kind of sound I'm going for, but it's like the Andy Wallace style. You have the front of the drum is a real transient, and it's just like kind of like even you could do white noise. Like you could literally do like a because all you need is the snare attack in the front of a real snare, and then with that is your length. It's all about volume to get it to work. If it's too loud, it'll always sound fake. Where are we at? And also, like in terms of plugins, Gold Clip is a nice one to be able to control the like how saturated do you want that sound. I hard clip it very often, and like this is doing 3.5 dB of clipping, but it's not actually doing anything because it's muted. But that's a sort of idea where the sample may be great, but it still you want to saturate the sample even more so, and especially if it's just length. The more you kind of saturate it, the less fake it'll sound sometimes too. Because again, you're just blending it in. So when you saturate it, you hear it more. So you can lower it and you'll still hear it. And you won't hear like the attack of it. So it won't sound super fake. So just a bunch of little nonsense tricks with it. Sometimes, the sample's length isn't enough. You need to put it in a room that's just like the snare. So if the snare's in a Lexicon 480L fat plate, do the same thing on the trigger to make it sound like it's in the same room. On the kick, I really just, pick my sample wisely. Just using this one in this case, for example, but it's muted, not using any, but I solo it, tune it down to whatever matches the snare I'm hitting. These get flown in from the last song. So the last song I used a kick sample on, I had to tune it down. It's not always that way. And when you go to the curves, that's how you can mess with the dynamics and the velocity, and you could really do a lot. But I usually just leave it set as the default, because if you set it, like the other option is to take down, if it's too dynamic, you can change that. But there's a lot of controls within this plugin, and so many of them are unnecessary if you set the volume right. Because like I said, this is supporting. As long as you have supporting things, you could use a robot voice as a harmony that you created with Alter Boy. If it's the right volume, nobody will even know it's robotic or care. If it's the wrong volume, they'll be like, what's that robot voice? But if you do it at the right volume, it sounds like a vocoder. It sounds cool. There's vocoder volume, which is like audible, but you know what it is and it's good. There's hidden, where you hear the harmony, but you're not quite sure and can't make out what it is. and then there's too loud. Pick one. I have a tendency to lean on, like, can't quite tell what it is. I like that, where it's not super obvious. But if you're doing pop or something, vocoder. Go with that, like, vocoder type sound. Jason D'Souza. How's it going? 96 was a great year. That's true. Jason D'Souza, 24 or 32-bit. Well, it depends what you're doing. If you're, I mean, it depends who you are and what you're doing. Plenty of people can record it 24-bit and never run into any problems with clipping anything because you got way more than enough headroom, way more than you should ever need at 24-bit. The only reason you might go to 32 is in a situation where the dynamic range is crazy and you can't predict what it's going to be ahead of time. It excels in movie scenarios, like where you're trying to get audio for something where you could have a whisper dialogue and an explosion within seconds. It's good for that because then you won't, even if you clip, you can get it back. Whereas when you're dealing with predictable stuff like a snare drum, a guitar, a cabinet miking up, or a vocal, 24-bit should be more than enough to be able to give you the ability to get a solid sounding level that's not too quiet and isn't so loud that you actually, mess something up. And it's really about knowing how to read your meters. Every DAW is different, but you got to figure out where the sweet spot is on your meter. And Pro Tools, at the default settings, it's right in the center. And anywhere between the center and maybe up to 3/4 of the way up, somewhere in that zone. And you'll know because it'll be straight green. And then above that, it'll start to turn a color, which is telling you, watch out. And then beyond that, it clips. So you just got to stay in the zone. Auto zone. You know what I'm saying? You stay in that zone. But if you can stay in the zone, 24-bit is totally solid. What I'm doing is I recorded this at 44.1 24-bit like 18 or 17 years ago. And I'm mixing it at 96K 24-bit. And the print I have, like what I will essentially master, is a 96K 24-bit file. And I will, in mastering, I'll make that, I'll print a version from mastering that's 48 and 44.1, and just so I have all the options. Because what I notice is some services need 44.1, some need 48. So I've started to sort of deliver a package of a bunch with all the labels so that whatever people need, they get. But ultimately, it's the same amount of, like, it takes no time to do that. And I forget which one. I think, what is it? CD Baby, because their CD originated, like, they want 44.1, or at least they did historically. Maybe they changed it. DistroKid or whatever the other ones are, they wanted 48K. So it was like, might as well just deliver all of them. I'm sure at some time somebody's going to want 96. '96 was a great year. I'm making beats on the MPC externally. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're making beats on the MPC has a preference for what it likes. Especially back then, 2000 Classic. I don't know if that thing operates as well at 96 as it would at 48. It might. I don't know enough about the MPC to give you like solid information on that. I've used like the Roland 555 sampler, I've never used the MPC for long enough to know anything about what's better on it or not. I've just like messed around, but I never like had it in my possession to use. So to really like dive into what I can do with it. But, I've used samplers before. And I know that each one of them kind of wants what it wants depending on when it was made, honestly. Some of those might not even be 96. They might not even be an option. So like whatever you do on there, you make it however you make it, right? You could probably, if that's technically analog, it's not connected to anything. Like you're doing whatever you're doing in there, then you're spitting out a signal. If you're spitting out a digital signal, you should match whatever's in the thing. If you're spitting out an analog signal, it could technically be anything. You could record it however, because it's analog at that point. So I wouldn't say it makes a huge difference. If you can get away with recording at 96, do it. If you can't, because your computer or whatever won't handle a bunch of tracks or whatever it is, then do it at a lower sample rate. But if you can get away with 96, I would do it, because then you're just in the sample rate you're going to mix in. It's just easier. You don't have to do anything to then have to upsample it to 96. Like, it's just, you might as well work in 96 if you can. If not, work however you can. Then just export the files and import it so it converts to 96. But every time you convert, it's going to have some effect. The better the converters, the least effect. And I'm not talking about like Burl or whatnot. I'm talking about in your DAW, the conversion it does to get from 44.1 to 96 or 40, like that conversion. Congratulations. Yeah, however that runs, like it to me it sounds like your converters. What do your converters prefer? Because that's how you're getting back in. My converters, like the Latte, works best at the higher sample rates. It's just, it'll work at all of them, but it works best at the highest. It's like what it's built for, is like the highest possible sample rate ever. So you can run 192 on it, and then it's flawless. And that's like, so in other words, do your converters, are they going to perform better at 96? Because however you record, Prism Lyra, yeah, that's a high-end converter. Prism Lyra is great. Yeah, so at that point, you might as well just go in 96 and then just everything 96. That's the game, man. It's game over with that. That's the move. Just go in 96. Yeah, I would just stay at 96 because you're going to mix there. But if it performs best at 96 is high enough, man. For mastering, that's like, or, transfer situations where you're trying to like preserve highest, best, total, not like, crazy ridiculousness. Like on the Latte, in that case, I might hit 192 and use that, but 96 is what I would, it's the move, because that's where I'm mixing. Makes the most sense. Yeah, I got the UFX3, so it's great. I love the UFX3. It's amazing. The new RME 1620 Pro. I don't know what that one is, the M1620, but the UFX3 is phenomenal. If that thing's just like an expander thing to give you like 8 more inputs or something, then awesome. I know they made one of those. Do you need a separate box to mix down through? What does that mean? A separate box to mix down through. I don't know what you mean. Let me continue here. And then if you clear that up, I'll help you with that, whatever you're referring to. I just gotta set this up. Kick stem. This is how the compressor will do its cool ducking thing. Without that, it won't know what to duck. See the key input, kick stem L, feeds it. I just reuse different names. Doesn't really have any meaning. Snare stem mono L. M7R, M7R, M7R. Makes it easy.
Me where I was. Gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up,
So I'm deciding where I want which effect. That's basically the beauty of the way I do the multiple effects on each vocal. Yeah, the 16IO. That's what I was thinking. That's interesting. That's cool that you have that. That's cool, Braxel. I can talk guitars, amps, pedals all day. Yeah, yeah. I like talking guitars, amps, pedals. That's fun stuff. Drums. A separate set of converters to mix through. Well, I'm not using that now. You know, it depends if you're hybrid and you're going out through your UFX3 and then needing, you know, a separate set of converters to go back in would just be about color choice, like flavor. You know, the Lavery Gold has a flavor. The Latte has a flavor. The Burl converters have a flavor. You know, the B2 Bomber, my Apogee, AD16X and DA16X have a flavor. Like every converter has a flavor. And the RME's converters are like clinical. I think it's the same converters as are on the Trinoff, actually, the RME. So it's great converters. They're just like, I would say, the least colorful of all converters. So that's good too, because then it means everything you're doing, you know, you're not changing the color at all on the conversion end. But it's up to you. It's what you like. You know, a lot of the converters, for me, it was always about like color. But now that I mix in the box, I don't use any converters, really. I mean, I use the Latte as a DAC. And I use those converters if I'm tracking because nothing sounds as good as running into them. But the Burl works great for tracking too. But when you mix in the box, you don't have a use for them, really. At least not while you're mixing. I don't think it's the same as that mixing through like to a DAT machine. It's the last step of analog color is what it is, because that conversion step is converting from analog to digital, and it does it in a way that either sounds like what Burl's famous for or any of the other companies. Like, you know, that's the thing. There's a sound there. But is it critically important? No, it's not. But converters are very good, and some people would say that it's worth it. Like, I obviously think that it's worth it, or I wouldn't own all the converters I own, you know, in terms of color, different colors of converters. But I told you, that's basically where I come from, because I had terrible converters at one time in my life. So I am keenly aware of what can happen with bad converters. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Put your MPC through amp sims. I like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you guys know more about that amp sim stuff than me. I don't use any amp sims, really, unless I get a track from somebody that's like terrible guitar that's been just DI, and now I got to make it something else. Without that, I don't even mess with amp sims. Every time I record a guitar, I mic up an amp. But there's nothing wrong with amp sims. It's just, you know, I don't know much about them. That's all. I'm not like, you know, I'd rather like send a reamp box, send the signal out into a head of mine, into, you know, the cabinet, mic that up, send it back in. To me, that's more my speed. Unfairchild makes a pretty good reamp box, if I'm not mistaken. Not Unfairchild, EVA, the Undertone Audio, UDA, UTA. That's what I'm talking about. So does, I think Radial makes one too. A lot of companies make those. I want to run one of these while I take a quick bathroom break. I want to run. I'll be back though to finish this thing up, but I want to run one when I do that now, just to kind of get a sense of where this is at. It's feeling like the right time to do it, so I'm going to do it. Why don't you do it? Yeah. Why don't you do it? So let us see what happens. It's going to be low, of course, because I didn't throw a compressor or nothing on the mix bus yet. And I'd lowered the master by 5 dB. I could probably get away with a couple more dB, but it's fine for now. This is not going to be the final mix. This is just to kind of keep track of where we are in history. I'm going to save it as M1. All right, so pausing for a quick bathroom break. I'll let it play so you guys can hear where it's at this point in the mix, and we will resume momentarily. So if you got to stretch, do your stretch thing. Take a breather. I'll be right back after these messages and bathroom break. I don't have messages, but maybe GDP does. GDP, hit them with the messages. I'll talk to you guys in a minute. Let's run this thing. Here we go. And we're back. I finished that water this time, and I brought the working out man's drink, like a protein shake. That's how you know. That's how you know we've been going hard, because I am starving. So where are we at? Let us find out. Where are we at? Do 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 blue flop. Order some food. I got the food. That is the food right there. It's like a powdered eggs and freaking, with some nonsense flavoring that probably takes away all the nutritional benefit, but makes it taste good. And then, a bunch of water mixed around in a thing. Crazy. But yeah, that's like the on the go when you gotta get it done. That's what you do. So yeah, I love tube screamers. High wind amplification, Dyer, Wolf. Alex Christoph, you're talking about a pedal? Lamborghini of tube screamers. You can switch gain and clip modes. Or is it an amp sim that's a pedal amp sim? Because I've seen those. Those are pretty cool. Like there's a rat pedal that's like in Pro Tools. I think it comes with it. Maybe it doesn't come with it, but it's there. I've seen it. I've used it a couple times. There's also like a reverb, like it's called the black reverb or something. I use it all the time. It's like a spring. It's kind of nice. Al Stone, V9G, what's poppin'? What do we got here? You're asking, have I ever listened to the Ferrofish? I bet you it's just like the RME. I mean, I'm not positive, but isn't the Ferrofish like somehow related to RME? Like the converters in what do you call it? I know the Trinov converters, I'm fairly sure, like almost positive, are the same converters as are in the RME. So it's like I'm pretty sure there's some sort of weird correlation there between these different companies and using the same converters. So I think Ferrofish might have the same ones as the RME does. I'm not positive, but I think so. They are related, but the RME converters are different. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Ferrofish thing. I always thought the Ferrofish was like somehow a branch of RME for some reason. I don't know why I thought that. WB. Order some food. Yep, we're ready there. Sorry, I was reading your comment again. I'm curious how they're different. I don't really know. Might try pedals next. Any suggestions? Honestly, anything is cool. Run the MPC through a Porta Studio, like a Tascam tape machine Porta Studio, and basically just like do it a couple times, you could obviously just do that in the box too, but I don't know. There's if you get like a reamp deal, not a reamp, what's it called? The Radial makes like one of those where you can send it out of the DAW into a bunch of different effects pedals. Do you have pedals already? Because if you're a guitarist or you have something, like if you're a bassist or a guitarist or a vocalist and you've got pedals already, then definitely try it. I don't know if I'd go out and buy pedals to try to like get more out of an MPC. I don't know if I would do that, but I mean, there are no rules, but I just don't know if I would take that route. If I was going to do that, I'd probably just see what I could get going in the box. But who knows? You know, that's kind of where I'm at these days, is like we can make things work in the box if we're like patient and willing to try a lot of things. And quite frankly, the bad part is you have to be willing to get as much out of the stuff you own as possible, and also you have to be willing to like take some risks and try stuff that you may not wind up using. So that's the thing. It's like every piece of hardware I've ever bought is in use at all times for me. The thing I use the least amount is probably, I use everything, but if I had to pick one thing, it'd be like the Warm Audio Pultec. I use probably less than everything else. Everything else is in use all the time if I'm doing anything hardware related. You know, if I'm mixing hybrid, it's always in use. Whereas the plugins I own, I can't say that for. And it's a factor of what they cost and everything. One's cheaper, so you're more willing to like try something, and then you might not wind up using it, or you'll use it like once in a blue moon. You know, it's just a different game. I like that people still use the MPCs though. I think that's cool. And I know they keep making new ones and stuff. I always liked samplers as a concept, whether you're in a band or you're making hip hop or you're making, you know, anything. I always liked the concept of like an all-in-one device that will allow you to manipulate the sound and kind of create things that would be harder to do on like a guitar, for example. It's like I could get sounds out of that Roland 555 that I could never get out of a guitar. You know, some stuff may be similar, but there's just like this whole other world of like droney kind of cool drones you could, you know, you could make and layer on top of each other, cool sound effects. And other guys in my band were always like, what the hell is that thing? Like they didn't get it, but I always thought it was awesome. That's interesting, Braxel. They're the same, but not the same. Behringer $20 clones are literally identical. Plastic casings, yeah. What I could tell you about pedals that I find cool as a guitarist, like, you know, when I had that mishap where I lost a bunch of pedals that I wish I still had, I didn't want to go and buy expensive pedals. I didn't want to like jump into, okay, well now I got to get $500 fuzz face, kind of like, you know, some crazy a bunch of pedals. Like I bought this pedal a while back that I love. It's I wish I could remember what it was called. It's Caroline Pedal Company, and it's like a delay. It's like a basically like a really quick delay. And it has a chaos button on it. And when you stomp on it, has two buttons really and a bunch of knobs. But the two buttons, one's the delay on off and the other one's this chaos button. And when you hold it down, it creates a feedback loop and it just sort of ramps up and it sounds amazing. It sounds like the feedback every guitarist always wants to get, but you know, it's hard to kind of achieve on the fly unless you have the room really dialed in and the whole thing kind of super dialed, whereas that button made it seem like I was in total control of the feedback in the room at all times, which is cool. That pedal is amazing. I can't remember what the pedal was called, but they make a brown one and a purple one, and they're exactly the same. They're just two different like faces on it, I think. What was that called? I still have it. I love that pedal. But other than that, what you were saying, like that was a relatively expensive pedal, you know, $200, $250 or something like that. But to replace like my blues driver, which I used forever, I had a blues driver and I loved it. When that thing got gone, I basically, you know, and the fuzz face gone. I was like, what am I going to buy? And I went on, I hate to say it, I went on Amazon and just like grabbed these two like mini clones at the time that are just like the silver one and the gold one. And I forget who did a review of it, but there was a guitarist who did a review of it on like YouTube or something. And I just remember being like, so those are awesome. It was like a silver clon and a bronze, like gold clon. And they were literally, like you said, price wise, they were like $25 each. And they were amazing pedals. And they're still, they like everybody who heard that. It's so many things when it comes to your guitar tone, but those pedals made the perfect distortion sound, like the combination of the two of them. Because I would use the gold one primarily, and when I need that little extra drive, I'd step on the silver one, and then boom, I'd double them up, the way guitars would do. And it was awesome. Just kind of give you sustain for days. They were tiny, so the two of them together is the size of like one pedal. And they fit on the board great, and it's awesome. So I didn't miss my pedals anymore, really, once I got those. Because at the time I bought the great pedals I bought, like that stuff didn't exist, really. There were no like small pedal companies. It was Boss, Full Tone, and a handful of others. Like DOD, Ibanez, Fender. Like there was just the big names. There was no awesome little pedal companies. And now there are. That should just show you. I don't buy a lot of pedals. The pedals I bought when I was young, I kept forever until some of them got gone. What do we got here? Not from overdrives, noise gates. You know what else got taken, and it's unfortunate because I liked it a lot. The Boss noise suppressor, which I know can be modded to be a slow gear. That thing was really cool because I could set it in such a way where it would like when your note was fading out, it would barely catch it, and it would create this like battery kind of dying effect where it would be like it would like fade. The signal would be intermittent. Very cool pedal. For more than just noise gate. Like if you set it in a certain way, it was really cool. More than just get rid of the freaking buzz and the hiss. It did all that too. But of course, like I figured out a cooler way to use it. I'm just reading some stuff here. So you guys wrote, Braxel, my important stuff goes through Army, Pro over UFX3. Converters are upgraded. Yeah, well. And the UFX3's converters are really good, but I do think the Burl and the Latte trump it by like miles. But that doesn't mean they're not good. They're very good. It's just the others are like world beaters. If you like colorful converters, that is. If you don't, then I understand. Those old school purple Apogees, the AD16X, the DA16X, they sound really cool too. Because they have like a soft clip thing in them. So they kind of have sound. I call it the sound of the 90s. Because it's kind of what it was. Yeah, converters these days are good. Temu, yeah. Temu, Amazon, eBay. I'm all for supporting the little companies, though. Like Caroline Pedal Company has my business forever because of how cool that pedal was. It's such a good pedal. Al Stone, thank you. Yeah, that I gotta say, I love the Burl converters, man. They're awesome. Like for tracking, converters definitely can add some flavor sauce to your stuff. Like it's not that converters today aren't great. There are a lot of great converters, but some of them are just more saucy, like more thick. Like that was the thing when I first heard anybody talk about the Burl stuff. They were like, "Man, the Burl converters make your sound like more that sweet, thick tape sound that you're familiar with, that gushiness. It gives you, it's not going to, it doesn't sound like tape, but it's closer to that than the digital sterile, going through a budget interface or any kind of, what I was used to at the time. And that was pretty cool. The AD16X has a sound, and the Burl converters was a big step up from that. But some people still, like it's funny when you look those up. They're not expensive, considering they're like 16 channels for $700 or 750, $800, something like that. They're, if you can find them used, but they're, people write those things up very well because they're great. Like they are great, and sometimes people hide how great things are because they don't want other people to know. But I think those things are great. You went down the converter rabbit hole. It was painful. Steinberg. I don't know, much about the ferrofish, but it seems like Braxel loves it. I got the URRT dollars for the Neve converter. What is that? I got the URRT RT RTS. What is that? What are we talking about here? Oh, now you're ready for some. Wonder what that is. When you're stacking overdrive on top of HM2 pedals, the noise gate is essential. Yep. Yep. Especially, I like that clean kind of gain sound. So a noise gate kind of helped with that a bit. Makes it sound more like an overdriven console instead of even a distortion pedal if you kind of go super light on the gain and double them up. The thing is, there's so many different kinds of gain pedals. A buddy of mine who makes pedals made tube screamers, and like none of them sounded the same. He made a lot of different circuits, but tube screaming circuit. He made a fuzz kind of circuit. He made this I don't know the technical difference between an overdrive and a tube screamer and a distortion pedal and a fuzz. Like I could hear the difference, but I don't know the difference, and I probably couldn't even hear the difference for all of them. But they're pretty cool. I didn't know Vox makes pedals. I would personally avoid the big guys. I would go with the small pedals because they're going to be more of a unique sound. So, if you can find some small pedal manufacturer that you like, you'll get pedals that like not, the world doesn't have. Whereas if you get the mainstays, well, a lot of people have heard what that can do before. So I don't know. That's just my opinion on guitar pedals. But yeah, like Vox, the Vox Wah, the Vox volume pedal, like those are been mainstays for a long time. Yeah, there's so many converter videos. It's crazy. I'll tell you the converters I almost got. Um, they were on my list, but Dave Hill passed sadly, and then they ran into a lot of trouble trying to get product out. But the Crane song, what was it called? The Head, like the Head Quantum 192. It's like the newest, the newer head thing. It's not cheap, but it was a cool device, and I like that it had like the tape controls on it, which is basically it's like a digital effect on a converter. So it's like you could get that effect in the box too, because it is just digital. But a lot of people like swore by how great those were, and they're in a lot of different racks. Like if you start looking at the racks, once you know what all the gear is, you can spot the knobs and you know what you're looking at. And if I'm not mistaken, I think like Tony Maserati had a set of had that the Head Quantum, because Dave Hill was like, everybody knew how smart and brilliant he was. The Avocet controller, the monitor controller, was like everybody's favorite for the longest time. The two top monitor controllers ever were like that and the Grace, right? There's probably another one I'm missing in there, but yeah, can't deny Dave Hill. But it had like a tape saturator, like a pentode triode kind of like knobs on the thing. So it was a converter that you could like color with. It was a colorful converter by like, you dial it in on the way in. It's pretty cool. It might even, I don't know. I just remember those things being digital. Like that part of it has controls, but it's digital, I think. I think the processing happens digitally. Dust is terrible, yeah. You got to get rid of dust. I'm bad about it, but when I think about it, I hit everything with the non-scratch cloth. Yeah, I've never heard of the UR-RT4, but I know Steinberg. They've been around forever. I remember like the SSL portable jam. I almost bought because I wanted something to like travel with, so I tried that out. It sounded great. Like the converters weren't bad, but it's not like a world beater. It's not, it doesn't have like flavor colors and stuff. It's just sounded like a decent headphone amp. The converter, like it was taking the digital signal and transferring it to analog in a way I could plug headphones in and feel like the headphone amp was good. It wasn't great. Like nothing was spectacular, but I remember being like, this is totally usable. It's depending on what you're doing. If you're gonna run stuff through it and try to get a sound, it's probably not the right move. But if you're just trying to if you're trying to just have a conversation about do converters matter, well, if you're just trying to listen to music through headphones or send it to your speakers, it matters less. The thing about the DAC is that does affect how your speakers perform, like the information they're getting. And the better the DAC, in my opinion, the better the speakers perform. So there's something to be said for that. But when you go basically, the thing's converting and then you're sticking a headphone jack into it, the headphone amp then matters too. So it's not only the converters, but it's also the headphone amp that you have to think about. It's just like another piece of the puzzle. But that was like a really portable SSL jam. And I've talked to people about like what is it, the UA Volt or something, the one that has the compressor thing built onto it. Like a dude was asking me what he should use for a podcast or something, and my first thought was, well, you just need a bunch of good mic pre's and, a compressor for everybody, ideally. And then everybody can get as loud as they want and they'll be fine. And that thing comes with like compression built into it for the mics. It has something like that. It's got like, the 4 mic input one has 4 1176s kind of built into it or something that are set permanently at 2 choices, like 6-1, or I don't remember what it was. It might have been 2-1 and 6-1, or some weird combination of 2 things. I don't remember what it was, but it was like, fixed. I think it might have even been fixed attack and release. It's just like an on-off that you can turn on or off. But I remember being like, that's cool. It's cool for that use, for that purpose specifically. Like for somebody who doesn't know much about compression, or, just wants something to sound better than a mic plugged directly into an interface. AC27, small hand blower that helps blow the dust out. Visible. I believe it. I never know how I feel about those like dust blower things. I almost feel like it would blow the dust into the thing. Rather than like get it out. But maybe I'm just crazy. So let's run this. Now that we've taken a nice little break, I'm going to attack and see how quick I can finish this up, because as I was listening to it, as I was listening to it while I was walking out, I'm thinking, I can't see this song having like a ton of delay things and flavor stuff happening. Like, I don't really see that going down. What I do see happening is some, like I can automate a Galaxy tape echo and see what we can get out of that in a way in certain places. That's kind of what I was envisioning originally. Like this track right here, the Galaxy tape echo is set at 12.2. Let's just, since it's here already, I'm actually going to leave this where it is because the sound was kind of interesting. Just in case it's awesome, I don't want to mess with it. M2, so save it as something else. Shift Option D, we're going to duplicate this track. We should be able to get away with that. And now I'm just going to kind of mute this one. And let's edit this one. And we'll just change the color a bit too, because I want to somehow note. Why do all the colors look the same? It's like 100 shades of olive. Perfect. We'll use this weird color. And I'm just going to kind of put it near that vocal. That one's muted. Sweet. And I want to feedback up. And we're going to find the feedback knob. Where you at, feedback knob? Where you at, feedback knob? Am I missing it? I am so puzzled right now. Do I have to just put them all in here and then figure it out? See which one is actually the parameter? I know I've done this before. This makes no sense. I probably am looking right at it. What do they call it if it's not feedback? They call it feedback. Loop H, loop splice. That is so trippy. I can't believe it. It's not like, this makes no sense. I know I've automated this parameter before. GDP, am I looking right at it? Anybody tell me if I'm looking, am I staring at it? Like, oh, did I put it there already? Oh man, how many people were yelling that at me? How many people were like, it's there already, dude? All right. That's so funny. It's there already. Of course it is. Of course it's there already. All right, now we're on the feedback parameter. So I'm going to show you how I usually roll. I'll set this to touch, and then just sort of, as it plays, I'm going to see if I can create some amazingness. And if I can't, then I won't. What I'm realizing is I got to mute this because that's what's messing us all up here, or at least for me. It's not feeding to you, so you didn't hear it, but I hear this along with the track, so it just makes everything lower and impossible to hear. Now we'll be better off. Also, I may, since we have a new track anyway, I may put other things in there too, so I can mess with other stuff while I'm at it. Might as well just put everything in there. Let's just put it all in here. Or at least the pan, the feedback, the echo pan. Let's do even the head select. Let's do the reverb volume. Reverb pan, echo rate, echo volume, loop age. Yeah, we'll just do it all. That bunch of stuff. Okay. Now let's run it. I gotta actually take it off touch because it's gonna keep bugging us. Let's go back to where we were. Gotta just watch out for the spaceships. So it's already going to have a pan thing doing some work to take it left and right for us. But what it's not doing enough is it's just not loud enough for me to really hear what's going on. So let me just make it louder. I'll turn it down later. We're at negative 12.2 to note that. Try this one more time here. A little aggressive on that end part. Let's change that so it's not such a low pitch. Did you hear it going? It was like grinning at us.
And if you ask me where I was gonna tell you I was there. And if I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
The beauty of the plugin is moving the knob and the rate while it's working, so it goes like, so it changes pitch.
It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
Now I could turn this up with the output, but I just didn't want to.
It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been
Now we got some spaceships, guys. We got some spaceships in town. I hope you hear what's going down. Buy a ticket, take the ride. I just want to go before that one. I actually don't like the slow spaceship that sounds like a garbage truck driving through the neighborhood. I hate that one. You know, that one's like, I hate that low-pitched spaceship. But I like the other one. The high ones, they feel fast. The other one sounds like a freaking Zamboni going by to clean the ice. It's like, come on. And if you need to mess up, or like I just did, just hit undo. Now where we're at. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I'm talking about right there. Are you kidding me? That's how you drive a spaceship. Have you ever seen a spaceship like that before? Of course you have. If you've seen the Galaxy Tape Echo, that's the beauty. Now, there's 100 parameters that I set up just to be able to do that, but I would just throw them all on that side, and then whatever you touch is good. I didn't want to put the input and output volume there because I figured if I did mess with those, it's really going to be harder to deal with, whereas at least now if I just go to volume is still static, so I can, now I have the spaceship flying all around. If I needed to lower something or raise it, I'd be able to do it here independently of like a volume and an input changing. It would be like a disaster trying to figure out where I got to go to automate. So I tried to leave the in and out alone and just deal with the feedback, the rate, because the rate slow gives you that low. Like at the end, it made sense. It felt like we were approaching the spaceship in some way. So I was okay with that. It's like we're close to it, so it's moving slow. But when it's flying around us, it's going I like that. I like it. So some of this is amazing. And if that delay is a little dry, which it might be, we could hit it with a plate or something like huge and then put it in a whole nother environment altogether. So this is all on one track too, which is kind of funky. So like, for example, let's add something to it that's nice and big and open. You know what I was thinking? Another Galaxy Tape Echo. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, let's add something big. And you guys know, it's either super plate or little plate. Like, honestly, if you had to bet money what I was going to pick, it's most of the time, history has proved to us that it's super plate or little plate. Mostly little plate. Super plate is just the big brother. But if I were to put this thing in a, let's go to extreme, and I go deep cavern on it, because that is my favorite setting. I come in here, and I go to the decay rather. We come in here, we do that. Now, I can mess with how big the room is on an automation tip also while it's going. Now, it may work, it may not. Either way, you're in for a treat. Let's figure it out. Now, since we're only automating potentially one parameter, maybe the mix also. So we're going to have to go, as long as you're doing two parameters, you really got to set it to latch. If it was one parameter, you could go touch. You'd be fine. But in our case, let's automate mix too. Latch will keep it wherever you set it until you touch it again, whereas touch is just going to pop back to wherever it was before. Most people's problems with automation is just not understanding which one they're using. Like if, they wonder why they let go and the thing goes some crazy place they didn't put it. It's because it's on touch. What are you doing over there? You know what I'm saying? It's so cool. I don't know about you guys. I'm bugging out over here. Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. Where were we? We were somewhere in the first chorus, most likely. Now, obviously, I love that it keeps going if you just leave it there. Obviously, this is too loud. I'm not saying it's not, but I can hear it this way, and then I'll just tuck it in. Tuck it in, tuck it in, tuck it in. If you're in Tintin or Ramblin', make a desperate move or else you'll win. And then begin to see what you're doing me. This MTV is not for free. It's OPC, it's killing me. So desperately I sing to thee of love. Sure, but also raging, hating, pain, and fear itself. And I can keep these feelings on the shelf. I've tried. Well, no, in fact, I lied. Could be financial suicide, but I've got too much pride inside to hide or slide. I'll do I'll decide and let it ride till I've died, and revenge shall I mine. It's like his little tunes. We'll skip the ditties. When I got so many runes, I wanna burn all their cities to the ground. I found nothing else was wrong unless I played. And today, I won't invade it when I say I'm a better friend. That's really all this was. When the feeling stuck in me, and then I don't cry much because the hug brings you back. Yeah. Great song. That's how you know it's time. It's time to spaceship up. I tell you, it's one of the best spaceship rides I've had in a minute right there. Just felt right. Felt nice. Let's see what people got to say about stuff. Spooky. Danny. Lycaria. Lyrica. My bad. Lyrica. Lyrica. Hey, what's going down, man? I'm glad you dig that. Honestly, I love the freaking Space Echo. It's my favorite tool ever, mostly because of this, because it just creates a whole world of spaceships. How could you not love that? GDP's holding it down. I appreciate that, Alex. Yo, do your thing, man. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody that's tuning in and checking it out. Thanksgiving's coming up. Do your cooking. Do that stuff. La Rica. Nice. Nice. I got you. It's Lee. Oh, my bad. Lee Rica. Lee Rica. I like that. CXQ5, the man. Oh, no, it definitely is. The chat history's there. It's there. I feel like it's always there. You just need to turn it on when playing the video. Yeah, it's true. It's always there. It's like you slide over or something. You do the swipe. You slide over, and it's right there. It definitely takes a little time to show, though. He's right. After the stream, it's like immediately after. It takes like, I don't know. They have to process the video, and then the chat thing shows up. We noticed that before. After like one of the first or second streams, we thought we messed something up, and then realized, no, it just takes time. It's always there. Time to take a sip of this spaceship juice. I could already feel the sustenance. We need that sustenance. CXQ5, I'm happy I could be responsible for you, doing your, getting a little entertainment in while you're working and all that goodness. That's awesome. The song definitely 60s vibed up Braxel for sure. I appreciate Benjamin Buttons. I like that you like the vocal effect. Honestly, instead of doing that thing I've done before, like this song to me doesn't lend itself so much to a lot of that like quarter note or eighth note placement stuff. So my thought was, what can I do differently this time? And my first thought, it's just like when I do the flavor stuff, like the little plate is one of my favorite tools. The Space Echo is a great alternative to like quarter note, eighth note delay in more ways than one. Like the spaceships is just one tool that you can get out of that thing. There's a lot of different cool tools you can get out of that thing. I may mess with a couple others. Like I may just focus on that tool for, like I like what it did with the spaciness. I may use some even more stuff. And if you're talking about for vocal effects like this stuff I have built, that's, to me this is mostly depth is what it does. Some reverb, but tight delays for depth, like a slap kind of nothing really that much longer than that. Like I don't want a consistent quarter or eighth. A little ASMR slurping. Danny's asking, is it possible to give you a walkthrough of your buses? Having a little structuring issue with my mixes. When you say buses, if we're talking about like anything other than effects, there's like two buses. So I love when people ask me about the buses. So effects, a snare verb is an effect, right? All these greens down here, I keep them the same color they come default, so it's easy to know what they are. This one is slightly different because it's the automated one, but the rest are like hand automated. They're not drawn. So I just that's why they're all totally squared. And tell me if you mean buses or what you're referring to, because like within the song, there's a drum parallel bus, So all the drums go here from the send, right? But they also go to the mix bus. That's why the main output on all the drums is going straight to mix bus. That's what 5060 is. It's just mix bus, which is all the way down here, right? So every track in my session goes here. It's just some things also go other places. Like, for example, the bass, instead of going to the mix bus, you notice they're not a 5060 here. They got to get combined. 3 mics here get combined onto this one track, mainly for processing. So this isn't like a have to. This is just the way I prefer to process it. I process all the 3 tracks together, essentially. The only thing on them is this one middle of the, like, the MEQ5 is a Pultec, but just the middle. So that is on all these tracks, and it's the same EQ. Like, everything's the same, because if it wasn't, the phase would start to get less good, so I'd lose something if I EQ'd each of them separately. Right now, they're aligned so that the phase is locked up, which basically means I'm getting the most amount of low end I can get without any EQ adding to it. That's what it means. So as soon as you start messing with the phase by EQing one track different than the other, it can be fine. But you could also wind up creating holes for yourself in the bass. And that's what I find happens a lot. That's why I don't love separating out the low end from the rest. Like, I just don't like doing that, because I notice, sometimes if this doesn't work, I'll do that because I got to come up with something that's going to work. But this, more often than not, leaves the bass sounding more together and whole to me, where I don't feel like I'm losing too much volume in any given note on the bass or something. This holds it all together. And I just process them all together. So bass bus, right? And then drums have drum parallel. So they all go to the mix bus and they go here. And on that is the Galaxy Tape Echo, wouldn't you know, because I'm in love with this thing. And it's awesome. So I just got it doing kind of a depth, a little bit of like, it's not just a snare hit anymore. It's a snare with like a faraway echo, but it's like one time. So it doesn't build up on us. It's not like a reverb. It's just this like quick echo, and it gets all the drums. And the decapitator's ahead of it. So you got a decapitator first, taking out all the high cut I could get away with, pretty much. Just be aware, once you start using the Galaxy tape, that's going to happen depending on where you click in the session and how the parameter was automated. So if the parameter is like bugging, like it's super high up, voila, it's going to think it's time to crank the feedback all the way up, and then there you go. That's why that happens. But that just becomes part of the fun once you use that thing. So literally, how much more simple could it get in terms of routing? I'm cranking up distortion pretty hot, and I'm hitting it with the Galaxy tape. And I think I did this before, but I'll just mute out the parallel. It's not crazy like change, but it's definitely. It adds depth to those drums, man. That's really what it is. It's, if you hear how much deader they sound, it's not even deader. It's like, it's not even just deader. It's more like they sound like they have less life in them. They just sound like they don't have as much personality. They sound flatter. And then when I add in this decapitator with some Galaxy Echo on it, and I just sort of messed with the setting until it did what I wanted it to do, which is like this kind of subtle, chugga, chugga, like a chuka. So when the drums are playing, it's just giving us like a little quick, instead of just a pop, it's like a pop, pop, pop. Like if you picture it on a guitar, that pop, that like second hit is very similar to like a little bit of a delay on a guitar solo. So it kind of extends what you're doing in a way and makes it more interesting if you're doing a lead, depending on the sound you like or whatever. But the point is, a lot of guys do that. A lot of guys put a touch of delay on there just to kind of make whatever they're doing. It's not just a bend now. It's bend, 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 bend. There's like a, like there's the tail. And it's doing a similar thing with the drums, but it's just like one time and quick, because it was too long, it would start to fuck with the groove too much. That's kind of the concept. But when you dial it in, if you get kind of a, listen to when the levee breaks, listen to the drums in the intro. If you get that kind of, if you get that, you're doing well. That's kind of what you're looking for. It's just something to give it a little bit of personality. Okay, you want to know about the tracks that hold the effects? Yeah, they're I'll pop them open for you. On guitar, Cooper Time Cube. And that's doing a similar depth. That Cooper Time Cube is amazing. It just gives me that, sleep all night. I work all day, sleep all night, I know where you're going. That song gives me that kind of vibe. And you achieve that just with basically, short delay, 40, 60 kind of thing. And then pan it like all left, or like just pick one. See how it's all right pan, right pan? Right pan, right pan. Like that sort of pan situation doesn't have to make sense. You don't have to go even left, right with it. Everything is sort of tilted. So you pick all right, it works. That's what I'm doing here. Even though the track itself is pan left and right, the effect is all on one side. It's interesting. And this one, tape echo on this other guitar. I'm going to lower the spaceship a little bit just so it doesn't keep coming at us. I feel like I got to duck every time I hear it. I'll take it down like 6 dB, 5.8. So let's go to that acoustic, or not acoustic, this one. This one's real subtle. It's another kind of, 80 millisecond delay just for depth. That's really what it is. It's like when people hear this stuff, sometimes they think that's hardly doing anything. It's like, man, that's totally the point. Do you know how many little delays are on every vocal you've ever heard in your entire life, even the ones you think are like totally dry? There's tons of short delay, creating different atmosphere, like, depth within it. Even if it's dry sounding, there's still some kind of depth. Otherwise, it would sound not only dry, but flat and really bland. So there's like a magic there. that I don't think enough people take advantage of. But got a little of that happening. And other than that, none of these have effects on them. They're just what was recorded. I just picked, what I thought would work. Because on fuzz guitars and stuff, I don't love that kind of thing. Like, it works, kind of doesn't. So these guitars are just straight up, and they're all just going to the mix bus. It's a cool guitar tone. I like the tone a lot. That's either my PV Delta Blues or the orange tiny Dual Terror, one or the other. It's probably the Delta Blues. And on the lead vocal, I'm gonna mute this thing because it's gonna get confusing. I'll put it back in a second when I'm done going through the session. This basically lead vocal has the dB verb. I just set it to a random preset and probably tweaked something. It's just a very cool plugin because you have like 4 reverbs in one. That's why it's good. Small, medium, large, extra large room. Very cool. And you have like settings within it for like how hard you hit them. So it's just very cool. And then what else we got? This is a very self-explanatory plugin too. It's so easy to use. Lil plate. Obviously Lil plate. I mean, like, of course, right? Sidechain ducking. So it's pulling it down a lot. So whatever comes in here, got to hit the little plate first, gets ducked. When the vocal's there, when it's gone, it expands and breathes life into the track. H910. It's a doubler. It's just like that kind of pseudo chorusy kind of cool sound. That pop vocal is what I would call it. It's like a pop vocal special right there. Echo Boy analog vocal slap, 1/16. I set it to the BPM and I did 1/16. I don't always do the BPM set. Probably dialed up the saturation, messing with some cuts. All the way wet because it's on its own. It's on its own track. The only time I might not do an all the way wet is if I'm combining many effects and it becomes like overwhelming to hit it all the way wet. But when you're, using it in this way where it's being sent from the lead vocal to 3 places, right? 81, 99 to 100, and then the side chain. So that's all these buses, the inputs, 99, 81, 99, 99, 99. It's like, what's the point of having 100 different sends? You don't need all. You just 99 and 81. Good to go. And then your R compressor sidechain input is the M7R. That's what that is. So that's controlling the ducking. You got me? And what else? So we did the analog vocal slap. This one I muted because I don't know if it needs it now, like another Galaxy, but it's doing a different thing here. This is just, I could play it for you. It's sort of like with this is the Dub L Spring is it's just, how can I describe this? It's an easy to deal with, almost like a reverb sound, but it's just another kind of like short delay. And when expanded, it sounds even cooler. And you could dial in as much reverb as you want in terms of the volume, as much echo volume as you want. Mess with the pan if you want. I usually just mess with this stuff till it sounds good. And when I import a template, like I do, it's whatever worked on the last song. This is, the speed of that echo. It's like fast or slow to the left. To the right is fast. And it has the reverb only setting, so it can be a reverb too, like not a delay. It's pretty cool. I love this freaking thing. It's amazing. What else? Tape echo. Another one of my favorites. It's on a longer delay, like 500 milliseconds. So that's the longest delay I have here, pretty much. and that's going into another delay. This is the quarter note. So if I was going to have a quarter note and eighth note, it's the split dual. Now, if I was going to have something for a throw, that's what I do on this last track, and that's why this is the one that automates up kind of a little more than the others, I'd say. You know, negative 4/6. The others are way lower. This one's a bit higher, but that's just the pop vocal thing. So it's you know, and I'll do different on every track, but the Echo Boy after the tape, very cool. Like combine delays and they'll sort of dance off each other. Same ducking into a pan man, because if they don't move left, right, the effects are nothing. Like I can't stress that enough. Static effects are boring. Almost all of your effects should move, unless it's like a reverb or something like that you don't want moving because it's distracting. But other than that, move those things, man. Especially on things like throws or quarter eighth. They got to move. That's why that's on both. Pan man on both. Now, it's the same on the rest, so I don't really need to get into it. Little plate into a different kind of chorusy kind of sound in the micro shift. Same 16th slap, analog, vocal slap. So it's just like before. dB verb, it's probably a different preset, but it's the same. So same concept, see? 95, 95, 101, 95, 101. This is obviously the side chain in the R comp. So this is the whole concept here. It's the same for all of them. H910, little plate, R comp. Like, there's no point in reinventing the wheel. You know what works, you use it. H910 into some sort of verb and have it duck because it gets out of the way when the vocal's there. Sometimes I don't put this on the backups. If you want to like wet them down. Same here. Analog, slap, chorus with the H3000 setting, and then an eighth. So there you have it. And my mix bus has nothing on it. I've been mixing into nothing, and that's by design. And the VCAs get the breakdown, which I'm about to do. I'm about to do that right now. I'm just debating if I should do one other flavor track. Kind of like the Space Echo, but a little different. I may do it. Let us investigate. If you're trying to get rid of equipment boxes, you're talking about the stuff that your gear came in? Is that what you're talking about, Praxel? I'm glad you dig it, Danny. The tracks that hold the effects, vocal, yep. Okay, the sound, excellent. Yeah, I'm a sucker for all these effects too. Like, I just think a track doesn't have anything until it has some effects on it. I mean, there's something to be said for the dry, clean, like sweet sound of like Wolfpack, Deantown. You know, it sounds amazing, and there's very little in the way of effects. So it's kind of, you know, whichever you aesthetically what you like, But on a song like this, it's not like the I don't know. The thing I want to say is people try to make songs sound like something they have no business sounding like. Like if I tried to make this sound like Deantown, it wouldn't work because it wasn't tracked that way. It's not like that. It's not that kind of song. And there's words and there's harmonies and there's you can't take a song that's a freaking instrumental, bare bones, like only, five instruments because it's bass. Woody's amazing keys and he wrote the track. You've got Corey on the guitar, Joe, what did I say, bass, drums, but there's two guys playing drums, so that's how I think I got to five, because you got both Theo and Jack playing drums, because one of them's playing a lampshade, but it's technically a hi-hat, and you got, Jack playing the kick and the snare. So you got two guys on drums, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it's five dudes, unless I'm forgetting somebody. Bare bones, no words, doesn't need them. That song's amazing. Everybody sings the melody to that song. It's amazing. It's such a science experiment in amazing songwriting, that if you write a good enough song, people will sing along even if there are no words. Isn't that crazy? I think that's amazing. Yeah, my best tip for workflow, by the way, is, take Serban's advice. Straightest workflow possible, like the most direct route you can possibly get to the end zone is the goal, because it will keep you from doing things that wind up hurting your session without you realizing it. So when I think about that, I think, that's why he doesn't swear by, like, oh yeah, he does tons of parallel. Like, no, he doesn't. He's all about just getting there. And the logic really, makes the routing easy. That's why when some people would take 30 minutes to explain how their session's routed, whereas for me, like, it takes longer to explain the effects, as it should, than the routing. The routing's simple. It's all going to the mix bus, everything. And it's not going, like, the only things that don't go directly are the parallel. So you got one track of drum parallel. It's just, see, I like this. I like simple sessions. They make my head not hurt. Because I used to do crazy complex routing nonsense for no reason. It's like everything was in parallel, and not only one, like 3-4 different parallels, and then another 2 for the vocals, and then it's like, why, man? I just stopped liking the way my mixes sounded with all that on it. I wanted less, and then that's how I got here. Yeah, you can't get rid of your boxes for your gear. I hate to say it. That should be its own, its own, there should be a company that just stores the boxes we need for our stuff, not a storage company, because that's different. This is like, we only need it when we sell it or when we travel with it. Until then, we don't need those boxes. So it, wouldn't need like the kind of upkeep you would need for somebody who's constantly going to a storage facility or something or whatever. But that would be a hell of a business, because I mean, there's probably not that many of us with tons of stuff, but there's a bunch. What are we going to do with all these boxes? I can't throw them out, because if you're ever going to sell it, you need it. If you're ever going to move, you need it. If you're ever going to travel somewhere with it, you need it. Nothing else is going to protect it. So I would rent a storage facility for very cheap. That's what I would do. If you don't have the room in your place to do it, rent a storage facility. But, before I did that, I would figure out a way to put it somewhere within my own premises by, like, just getting real good at space-saving techniques. Study those YouTube cats who know how to organize stuff. They'll teach you a thing or two. Because I didn't know how to organize stuff, but I got a couple people in my life who do, luckily. Otherwise, there'd be boxes like on my head right now if I didn't. So it's nice. I'm very thankful for them. So yeah, it's its own thing. You know what I'm saying? It's its own thing over there. You can't get rid of them. That's the truth. You just can't get rid of them no matter what you do. You can't get rid of them. I can't believe it's been 8+ hours. That's insane. Like every time I do one of these, I always expect it to be short and it winds up being long. And I'm like, why? How does this even happen?
Dream but no. Don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. And if I try to cover up, gonna call me up and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
All right, I know I have a plan. I have a plan of attack. Now, I don't know if it's the perfect plan, but it's a plan nonetheless. And we will attack it like nobody's business. So I'm going to take this track, all right, which is this other one that we grooved up here with some grooviness. Actually, I'm just going to copy that and then change the settings on the other one. So kind of similar to what I did before, except now we're just going to Shift Option D. Hit save just in case. We're going to change the color of this one so I know it's the duplicate. And this is what our new, it's a Space Flav. Spacer Flav. Space Flav. And then here we got Tape Flav. They're both tape technically, but one's space and one's not. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to basically change the settings around. I want some throws so I don't have to drag words potentially. Let's see if it plays for us. But in order to do that, you got to come in and automate a bunch of stuff. So if I come in here, I might just select all this stuff. Let's just select it all. Boom. Boom. Let us see what happens here. Okay, I just want to cook real quick here.
I feel all alone in this world. I've got a dream but no girl. Got a shell but no pearl. I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, I'm gonna tell you I was there. And if I try to cover up, they're gonna call me out and stare. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling, think I've been dreaming again. Dreaming again. Dreaming again.
Danny, I do not know any Spanish. I do not know any Spanish. I know the, typical nonsense stuff, but not real Spanish. We are cooking, though. We are cooking. All right, we're going to VCA up. So kick, kick. Even though certain tracks are muted, I put them there anyway, just in case I don't want to, I want to use them all of a sudden. I won't have to make these again. And I'm going to put the parallel in with it so that it all moves together, the drum parallel with the left. So this is the rest of the drums, other than kick snare. So just to reiterate, there's no kick and snare in that VCA. It's just 2 overheads, rack floor, parallel. The drums sound much lower now. It's to be expected because the VCAs are hammered down by 10 dB to give me more headroom coming out of them. That's the logic behind that. But technically, since everything is pretty much below 0, I don't really need that headroom. And when I move, these things up 10 dB, see how it basically dropped all these 10 dB just by linking them here. So I'm actually going to undo that because of where everything was. Like everything was nothing was above 0. So that means I can kind of go about this slightly differently. So let's basically get rid of a couple of these. I'm just going to get rid of the kick VCA that I just set up. Whoops. Okay. Get rid of drums VCA. And we'll get rid of the snare VCA and the kick VCA. Now we're going to reset these here. So kick VCA. Zeroed them out. And I'm actually going to put these ridiculous things, the wood block, in there too. Otherwise, that's going to be the only thing on other, which is weird to me, but yeah, it could work. It could work. If I put all the vocals together, so let's say we do those 2 tracks that I made flavor will go on the flav. It'll be other VCA, voc VCA, guitar VCA, drums, snare. Okay, that works for me. I'm taking out the bass VCA because I actually just want this tied to the bass volume fader. And the weird thing about it is, if I lower the bass VCA when I have all these tied, it's going to pull them all down, and then I'll change the level into this. It'll be pretty close, so it's not too worrisome. Mostly I'm just going up from where it is, so it'll just compress more. But if I take it from the bass level, the bus movement is actually what I want more of, so I think that makes more sense. The only thing is, I might as well just move the bus down there and manipulate that instead of controlling this to a VCA. But because the volume is fine and everything, I'm just going to leave it. But essentially, this is the VCA. It's just a duplicate. Like, the bass bus is the same as the VCA based on how I'm about to do this, so that I don't change anything about how everything's being hit in here by lowering these tracks. And now all the guitars in sight. So from that acoustic all the way to here. Take them all. Because the blend and balance is good, so why would I want to mess with that? Now we'll do our vocals, and we're just going to do vocals, all effects, but we're going to leave out the space flav and the tape flav so that I can kind of manipulate that on its own. That's the theory anyway here. They kind of sound like the right volume now, so I'm not sure I need to. Let's see if I can get away without doing that. Let's just do all the vocals as one. And if I have to, I'll do it another way, but this is what I'm thinking, is I'll just do all these, including claps, everything. Now the flav is the only thing that's not there, because technically I'm not sure I need it, so I'm just going to write none for now. Could have split up guitars like electric and acoustic, but when the blend is good, you want to automate it all together, or otherwise you like lose some of the guitar love by moving the electrics and not the acoustic. So let's see what happens by running this. Let's just make sure the flav stuff, yep, we're all off automation. Okay. This view is the easiest view to tell if you're in automation or not on anything. If you're trying to check stuff, just look up here, make sure you see green across the board, and you're good to go. Should green for read. Now this is a touch latch thing in a way. I start with touch. If it doesn't work, I flip to latch, but you could go touch latch technically, but really doesn't matter. All right, let's see what happens here. do that again. I'm all about the Andy Wallace automate your crashes up, and I do that with the drums fader itself. That's the concept anyway here. It's like a push-pull. I push a little, and then I let it out a little. And it's really a couple dB in each direction is all you need for that movement, that life. All you need is a couple dB. Really it. So bass fill here. Crashes before the one. There's like a bass solo right here. I want to hear this bass in here. Where are these drum fills? I'm going to be back in that chat in 1 second. I'm just almost done here. I got to keep the volume of this down or the next part won't feel bigger. So it's just about orchestrating the architecture. Okay. I'm gonna just check this real quick, this end, and I think we're good. Just this drum fader, and then I'm solid with this part. And then I'll hit a mix bus compressor, clipper, maybe call it a day. I gotta add a little life to this part here. Just a little to the guitar. And I'm returning to that chat. Don't worry, I'm coming in there. I'm coming in. Just don't like that volume. Hey, Katie, thank you. I appreciate that. All good. Nice to see you. I'm happy you like the background vocals. I'm late to the live, but your background vocal sounds sick. Do you have a ton of background vocals stacked or a certain process for that sound? There's tons of effects on the vocals, like usual. I mean, just the usual amount. Like, and there's a bit of a stack. If we're talking about the very end, particularly, that's these oohs you might be referring to. The spaceships are, we did a whole thing on the spaceships, so you're going to want to catch that if you want to figure out how to make spaceships show up in everything you do. I'll give you a hint, Galaxy Tape Echo, but beyond that, we automated a bunch of parameters for that, and then like there's these kind of stacked deals here. It's multiple performances, so like everything you're seeing, this is 4 performances, this is another 2, and some of them are saying dreaming again, some of them are just doing oohs. There's no auto-tune in sight, which I think, despite the fact that the pitch isn't perfect every second of everything, it actually adds to the realness, in my opinion. I kind of hate auto-tune now with a passion, unless it's used as like an effect for whatever, but I'm kind of into the realness, especially since AI started making fake everything. It's like, let's get the realness in there. So we got this kind of thing happening. That's that classic Steven Tyler right there. So lead vocal double, these 2 harmonies with the high voice, so it's a 1 harmony and then a double of the harmony pretty much. And then these oohs that are doing the falsetto. So when you tie it all together with all these effects, I mean, what are the effects? There's like the typical vocal doubler that I like on the H910, then a little plate, and then the R comp doing the ducking thing to kind of take the reverb down when the vocal's there and then let it expand when it's done. So there's that, and a dB verb on this harmony track. So that's not a ton on that one. On the oohs and ahs, there's 3 of them. Same kind of dB verb. The dB verb is the metric Make Believe Studios deal, which I love, and I use it all the time. Echo Boy doing the analog vocal slap, and then a micro shift, for little micro shift, which is the chorus sound, with the Echo Boy doing an 8th note on the analog delay. So that's on the oohs. And then the lead, dB verb, the same little plate, micro shift, R comp, and Echo Boy again. This is probably analog slapper. Yep, 16th note. So when you see the 16th, it's mostly just depth. It's not really repeating. And then all these are on the lead, and there's a ton of them. And this is, I went through each of these before, so I don't want to do it again right now, but it's about, 20, 30 minutes ago, I think, somewhere in there. You could catch like the full, I open up all these and just kind of explain what everything's doing. And I built it all in front of everyone too, except like these are from my template, the ones that are this olive color. They always come in. So I just built it for a song once, and then I just kept importing it. But it's a tape echo into another Echo Boy. That's some of the flavor goodness, is like a tape echo set at 500 milliseconds plus an Echo Boy doing a dual quarter note on one side, 8th on the other, dotted 8th quarter note, dotted 8th one side, quarter note other. And then the R compressor doing the same squish thing. And I'm always panning everything left and right with a pan man or an auto pan, something. And space flavor, tape flavor, and then tape flavor number 2. So I have all sorts of stuff. This tape flavor is the Echo Boy, which is automated like crazy. So this one moves, and so does this one. These 2 move a ton. I mean, the automation parameters are insane if you were to look at look at this is all the yellow is automated. So all this stuff we're automated. And the way you do it, you just open up the plugin, you dump all, you hit the square in a square, you dump all the parameters into the automation side, and then you just have at it. You just have at it. So, that's once you've done that, you have at the knobs while you set this read thing to touch or latch, depending on if you want to touch more buttons than one at a time. Do latch if you're going to do more buttons than one, and just run it through the song, mess with the buttons, and do the same thing on the Galaxy, because I did that as well. And when you combine that stuff and you kind of get a sense of what the buttons do, Galaxy into a little plate to expand the spaceship. And then we're chilling. And that's how we get, this is the harmony and the leads and everything. This is that ending part, kind of all soloed, gives you this. Trippy, isn't it? Trippy. We really tripped out on it. We just decided to go to town as if it was a dream, as the lyrics imply. We were like, we might as well make a dream landscape out of this, because what choice do we have? So that's what we did, basically. And I just went through and automated some stuff. And now that that's done, I'll hit save. But that's pretty much the last step right there. And the deal as usual. I'm going to listen to this the next day, fresh ears, and kind of with my head clear. And after one listen, I'll make any changes necessary, and I will print another one and call this done and add it to the pile. And this was stream 5 out of a ton coming. And the bottom line is, when I get to an album, we'll do a mastering day and kind of get our mastering workflow on and tie a whole album of tracks together. And I probably won't do it the second I get an album. I'll do it with when I think the album's cohesive. That could be 10, 12, 15 tracks. I'm not exactly sure yet, but we'll see. I'll kind of play with the idea of all these tracks. How do they fit together? And then maybe I could come up with a way to join everything up, because if I'm going to do it already, we might as well build a concept album on a live stream. Might as well, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So I'm going to take this stuff out of automation mode. So shift option read. Let's jump into the chat real quick. See if I missed anything. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Katie. I'll definitely go back earlier in the live and listen to those details. Yeah, I just went into a little more detail, I think. Opened up every plugin. Because I forget who. I think it was Danny asked me what was going on with the buses on the effects. So I just opened them all up and let everybody know what was going down. I'm glad you like them, though, because this was fun to do. And this was different than the last few we've done, which is I create the flavor tracks with each piece one at a time. I just felt this one needed something else rather than a quarter note placed in the right place on a delay or an eighth note. It wasn't as much about that as this atmosphere. So I really appreciate that you dig the atmosphere. That's awesome, because that's really what we were going for, atmosphere in this one. And yeah, I learned it from Vance Powell, but there's nothing better than tape automation. You know, if you listen to him talk enough about the things he likes to do and how he likes to create flavor, it's always tape, like tape delay. Tape delays. I think he's got like 3 or 5 of them. You know, like the old school full tone tape delays and all sorts of tape for them. I'm sure he has a Galaxy most likely, but it's just I don't know what it is about it. It's just you can play it like an instrument, and that's my favorite part about it. And when I started discussing like reggae with someone earlier, it kind of brought me into this world of like this track is going to have that, because we just started talking about some reggae like dub ideas, and it fit that fits perfectly with this. And that idea, like just talking about that stuff, made me want to go a different route with the effects on this one. Don't be afraid to stack tape delays on tape delays too. Like you could use, and I've done that before, like the Echo Boy second and that other tape echo first, and put them together. Very cool, because they dance off each other when you do that. You know, anytime you make that atmosphere craziness with like spaceship sounds, like put that in a reverb. Like every time there's a delay happening, does it need a reverb? You should consider that. Does it need distortion? Does it need a reverb? Does it need maybe flanger? Does it need some modulation, like pitch wise, chorus, you know, some kind of anything? What does it need, you know? The attic is a no-go. Braxel wrote, we were talking about where to put his boxes. Where to put boxes of gear. Well, attic is a no-go. That's unfortunate. Yeah, tape automation. I have tons of the tape delays. So, you know, my favorite's definitely Echo Boy, Galaxy, that the Universal Audio tape echo that you saw. There's a ton more. The T-Rex tape echo is another one of my favorites. So like no matter which of these you have, I can make them all work. Some just work better than others, and the Galaxy has a particular flavor. So, but there's like other versions of the Galaxy. You know, one time I used it's like a 901 or something it's called, I think, Space. It's like the Roland Space 901. It's the same as the Galaxy. They just stopped like, I don't know, distributing it or something. But at one point you could get that from UAD, and I'm not sure if you still can. But it's just another Galaxy, so I don't know if everybody needs it or anything. But I was pissed because I built a song using that once, and then I realized it was a trial, and it wasn't the one I have, which is the Galaxy. It was this other one, this Roland, you know, tape echo thing, and it kind of frustrated me. Glad you dig the atmosphere. Honestly, that's cool. So yeah, I plan on printing a version now. I just want to hear this vocal and make sure I can kind of hear it throughout while I print it. But I definitely need fresh ears, because my head's a little bit spinning at the moment, because once you start getting into the tape echo and the craziness, after it's been about, I don't know, 9.5 hours, something like that. I don't know. Give me a time check. I don't remember the deal, but it's been maybe 10 hours. I don't know. It's been a long time. I think we started at like 2:15-ish. Something like that. 2:20, 2:30. I'm not sure. But it'll be 10 hours soon. It's probably closing in on 10 hours. So my goal is I'm feeling pretty happy with it too. You know, I never rush these things. I'm just feeling like it's kind of doing the thing. So let's throw a bus comp on. Before I do, I gotta take a quick bathroom break again. This is the most bathroom breaks we've had. That would be 2. But let me see this. Before I do that, I gotta think about, maybe we'll use the Wolf comp. Maybe today we'll use the Wolf comp. Sounding really good. I'm wondering if I even need. I love that. I love how the tape just just creates a life of its own, and then you can't get rid of it even if you wanted to. But that's kind of the part of the fun. So what I'm going to do to get rid of it, just click outside of your parameters. But if you go in the middle of a parameter, it's all over, because that's where the tape's like, oh, you want me on 10? Perfect. And it thinks we're in the middle of the song, even though we're just talking and chilling. Let's throw the 3348 on. See if that works. This is usually a little more subtle than like the ATR or the Studer or the mix. Like the mix head's pretty subtle also, but let's try this one. Wow, that's intense. I'm gonna run one. Let's run one with the classic Wolfpack Master, just so I can kind of see what it looks like. It's definitely adding a ton of volume, but we'll see. Maybe we'll like that. Maybe we'll like that. All right, so we're going to run one. We'll call it M2 because we haven't run an M2 yet. So M2 it is. You could listen to the total track here while I take a quick bathroom break. And then I'll come back and we will do closing thoughts and any chat questions before I leave. Wave. All right, so Wave 81314 Italy 2496 at MP3 and after bounce directory is all good. Good to go. 96K 24-bit interleaved. Here we go. Let's run it. I'll be right back. Wow, that was a party, huh? That was a party. So, Katie, I spotted that last question. If you're still around, what I feed the jam, like basically, what do I feed the tape echoes to get them to do cool stuff? The idea is I feed them anything, but specifically on these lead vocals, I all I do is automate that feedback essentially, and it's taking a feed directly from the lead vocal. So that means anytime there's a word happening, there's a word being sung on the lead vocal, that means that word can be sent into this tape echo with a lot of feedback, causing a feedback loop. If there's no word being said, it doesn't work, but any word can be used, and that's essentially what I did. I just took this as the vocal played, I automate the knobs on the Galaxy, mainly feedback, the reverb volume, the echo volume, the pan, the left, right of the echo, the reverb pan. Also, moving the head select around will change how things sound. In addition to the echo rate will change how things sound. So, the faster is on the right, slower is on the left. So it changes the pitch. And if you move this while the spaceships are happening, it actually takes it from being a static one pitch sound to, going up in pitch or down, depending on which way you take it. So that's the key, is just as long as there's audio from your lead vocal being sung, you can drive into the Galaxy or into this tape echo with these echo repeats and the echo volume, and essentially decide what you want to get out of it, and the panning you move around. So I'm just playing these things as they're being fed by the lead vocal, and so in other songs you saw me grab a piece of something and then do it. With this kind of thing, it helps to have like consistent audio that doesn't stop, because all you got to do is take the feedback and back it off when the spaceship starts to get too crazy, because it'll just keep feeding back on itself, wah, 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 wah. And to get that to go away, you just got to dance with that feedback knob back and forth. And, when it gets too crazy, back it off. And that like wah, 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 it'll like fade into the distance. But if you crank the feedback knob, it'll just stay at the top. So it's a battle of you crank it and then you back it off as it gets too crazy. And you do that through the song, and essentially you can play the knob. It's pretty cool. These are just, I hate to say it, but these are the kind of things that like I love to do, because of I recognize it in records I've listened to, but I've never actually seen anybody do this or tell me to do it. But obviously everybody would do this. I think as soon as you start like, getting really fearless with it, like, I think it's just like use it enough and get fearless with it, and you'll come up with crazy stuff to do like this. Because that's how it happened for me. I decided to throw the feedback knob and it did that cool thing. And I was like, well, what if I just keep it on the edge back and forth? And then it did this cool in and out thing. And you can do it on any tape echo, which is the coolest part about tape echoes, is the feedback loop you can create. It's pretty cool stuff, and a lot of the, like, you could do it on Echo Boy also, because it has anything with feedback you could do it with, really. So like this, you could do it with that. It's just, I don't know what it is about the GUI, when you're using a GUI that looks like a tape thing. It just makes it sound better. I don't know. Something like that. But the Galaxy is awesome. Because the Galaxy, if you took the top off, you would see tape feeding around little snakes on this like silver platter. It has like a false top. Like if you take the top off, you'll see a feed from the head and a bunch of tape that just lines the inside of the top of the thing. And it's basically like a thin layer over top the whole box. The whole box has all the mechanicals in it, right? Everything inside the box is within the thick part, but then above it, there's like this thin area that's the perfect size for tape to go in there and not turn over and not like, spin on itself. So the tape stays perfect, but it just sort of snakes through around this whole top. Very cool. Very cool. And then it feeds back in through it. So it's just, you should check it. If you can find a video on it, it's really cool to see how it looks. But This is good stuff. So what do we do here? And as I'm listening to this thing, I was thinking, I didn't hit it with any EQ at the end. And, that's a pretty good telling story right there too. It's like you don't always have to hit things with an EQ on your mix bus. Every tape plugin has an EQ in it. And I didn't go through a couple and even try a bunch. I just tried this first one and then slapped the Wolf Comp Mastering Edition on it, which I really like. They just got out of beta for this thing, so it's like this is the official version, and you click the advanced, you get opened up here, but it has a soft clipper in it. It's soft clipper, sidechain, these different saturations, styles. I don't, Detroit, it's got to have something to do with Motown, Melbourne, Australia, I would imagine. Even though it's spelled, I don't know, is that how you spell it? I don't know. I'm not the best speller. But it's, however, I don't really understand why it's labeled what it's labeled, but I could tell you it's a very cool plugin. And it looks like we were doing like 5 dB of gain reduction, which is a lot, but I didn't notice it. It sounded good. In that quick test, it sounded good. But yeah, that's the Wolfpack Oh, now I know why. We're doing 5 dB because we're driving 4.5 dB into it. That's what that preset is. I'm realizing this now. The classic Wolfpack Master drives 4.5 dB in. So if I didn't drive anything in, I'd be doing 0.75 dB of gain reduction. That's my style. 2 dB, 3 dB. But I don't mind a little 5. Didn't sound bad. I would mind it if it sounded bad. What is this? Comp gain reduction. What is this? Negative 10.3. I got to figure out what they did here because they changed a couple things from the beta to this. It's the first time I've actually opened it since then. Let me save this. I'll play with this for another second. I want to kind of see what's really hood in here. M3. I always save it as something new so that I can get back to whatever we just did, which is M2. So that's why I changed the name. Now, could it really be 10 dB of gain reduction? That's a lot. Is that really what's going on? Let's see. It's adding 5.5 dB of makeup gain. That's what's going on. I'm trying to understand this thing. Why is it so aggressive? Let me see something. Wow, tell me that 3348 isn't darkening this whole thing. Listen to that. especially let's listen to the saturated parts. Honestly, I'm liking this 3348 better. I can't tell if my ears are just so, like, you know, shot from 10 hours that it's where I can't tell if I like the brightness on that 3348 thing with the 601 or not. Because it was brighter without it, but with this 601, it's brighter yet than even without it. So I'm confused now. My ears are getting tricked. I can feel the trickery. I can feel the trickery, baby. I'll tell you what, this Wolf comp does so much. A part of me is like, man, I don't think I need this curve bender or nothing. Like, I think we could do without the stereo widening thing I usually do. It just doesn't seem necessary. That's a good point. What you just wrote about the Roland SP404, it's a weird aggro pumping compressor thing within the Roland SP404. I think that's the original inspiration for it. You know, I watched that. There's like a Wolfpack amazing video of Jack basically explaining how he came up with, wanting to make the Wolf compressor, and it started with the weird compression algorithm in the SP404 or something like that. Yeah, good call. I actually own the Roland SP555. I mentioned it like a couple times on this stream, actually, out of nowhere, because we were talking about the MPC, and I was talking about my experience with sampling was basically that Roland SP555. I wish I still had it. I sold the thing years ago, but it was, I don't know, that it's just such an amazing sound. Like, I love the Wolf comp for so many things, but their mastering edition has got to be based on a different algorithm because it's not the same thing. I'm a huge Goodhertz fan, and this Wolf compressor mastering edition is not the same as the Wolf comp that I use all the time on other things. I think I used it on the claps. You could see what I'm talking about. Yeah, see, look, so there's this one, and this is this one. This is the Wolf compressor that you're familiar with and the one that's been around. They've upgraded. This is to version 3, but this essentially is the OG, like, single track compressor that's based on that SP404 algorithm. But this is their mastering edition, which has a built-in soft clipper. And they did a beta test with a lot of, people who are Goodhertz, in the family of the Goodhertz stuff. And I had the ability to beta test this plugin for a while now, and I'm stoked on it. I've been using it kind of under the table, like, for a while. It's just, I was kind of waiting for them to improve the beta a little bit in a couple ways. I'm not sure exactly what they did, but I was like waiting for the final version of it. But I've thrown it on a couple things, but you're right. It definitely does a weird, like, aggressive, super aggressive thing. Brings up the back end of everything. See, I think they added this where you have it set to soft clip limiter, the brick wall. I don't remember this in beta. Soft clip limiter slew. Pretty cool. So you have the choices. You can, I don't know, you can probably brick wall or follows mix. I don't know. I don't understand this yet, but I'm making it my point to basically learn what these things are, like learn every Goodhertz plugin so that I can make a whole mix using only Goodhertz. Today's mix was solely Pultex. That's the only EQ I used the whole time. So don't let anybody tell you that you need a certain whatever to use whatever. You can make a whole mix using Pultex. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out, just dial this in a smidge, and then I'll call it a day here. Yeah, the Rolands are so good, man. Every Roland piece of gear I sold, I'm upset that I sold all these years later. Yeah, it looks like you had a bunch of them too. Yeah, I should do a whole mix using Goodhertz coming up soon. I can't wait. Because all their plugins are sort of weird like this. Speaking of that, I should pull up, as just like a teaser, I should, instead of the tape, I'll leave that as a possibility, but I want to put on Toop, and we'll try that with this thing. So I use it on the master because only saturation goes on the master for me. That's it. Usually one plugin. Let us see. Let us start with preset city. I know that if you click this, there's all sorts of cool stuff. I forget what it was. Hold Alt what's alt? Is it command for us? No. There's like a trick. What's alt? Option? Shift? No. See, this is the normal stuff, but there's a way to like freak this thing out. There's a way to like get crazy resonance and Pultec nonsense and cool stuff out of this thing. See, that's what I mean. Like, there's so much I have to learn, and once I learn it, I'll teach it to you guys. Maybe it's shift option? No. GDP? Option is alt. Excellent. We got some thorough peeps over here, man. GDP holds it down. Everybody, thank GDP, man. That dude's the man, and he helps me get this thing done. You guys are awesome. By the way, if there's people watching, hanging out, anything, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. I'm going to finish this mix up for you, but this was a fun one to do. One of these days, I'll figure out what that code is. There's a code to this where maybe it's this. You click emphasis, you hit option. Nope. Nope. There's a freaking way to do this. Command option? This is command option. Maybe this is it. Is that acceptable? Are you allowed to do that? No, you're not. Look at that. So that's command option, and you move this, gives you these kind of things. Bet you didn't know you could do that. Bet you didn't know you could do this. Because it doesn't do that, does it? Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I told them. I don't know. Let's see. Nope, not that. Not that, guys. Not that. Let's get out of that setting. Ooh, maybe it's Maybelline. I don't think you could be my age and not have heard that. Maybe it's Maybelline like 100,000 times, where when you see that, you just know what it is. Green onions, that feels right. I've used this before, and a few of the, like, I understand one of the tubes saturates a certain way. The other one is more crunchy. Like, I forget, like, so this one rolls highs off or something, which is why they give you a high option. I really got to look this up. I think the AX7 is way more crunchy. All right, we got to reset everything in sight. What's going on here? I love how they have different song titles in here. This is what you're getting when you hit the preset button. Like, for a guy like me, Whole Lot of Love, All Day, 1969. Ooh, Curtis Mayfield, Pusher Man. Now we're talking. Always Pusher Man. That's pretty cool. Wow, it's doing something weird to the vocals. That's why I never got along with this plugin, because it's so hardcore. It does so much. It just affects the sound so much. Wow, I can like feel my head needing a break. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. That EQ is not helping our cause, I'll tell you that right now.
That I thought I could fly way up into the sky. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
I love what the curve bender's doing to the low end now. I don't know if it's going to help the vocals at all, but I find this very interesting. It's amazing how big, like I'm on the freaking mastering starter preset, which is easy peasy. It's like easy going. This classic Wolf is like crazy driven.
morning. I had a dream last night
Yeah. Yeah. So as I listen to this, I am just in a weird place. I am in a weird place because I'm happy with the mix and all. It's just a question of, is this Wolf Compressor Mastering Edition destroying my life, or is it helping? And then to the same end, is Toupe destroying my life, or is it helping? All these things are good questions. There's so much low end on the ATR 102, it's not funny. I'm probably not using the most subtle sound on it, right? I'm adding this pushed low end. But the 3348 keeps everything much more like the mix sounds. The ATR 102 really bumps the low end. Getting a little bit of low end bump from the curve bender. I feel like with the ATR 102, it doesn't help. And then if I take the curve bender off, I lose too much. So for me, it's between good hertz and the 3348. Curious what you guys think. I think I'm going to stick with it. Ellis Strohecker, 1062. I'm glad you dig it. That's awesome. Where would we be without GDP is so true. Where would we be without GDP? Where would we be without you? We did it. I think we're there. I think I'm gonna print one more like this and compare this with my fresh head on a fresh day like tomorrow. Because I can tell the spaceships are getting to me. Like, the spaceships sound awesome, but my head is just like, abort mission, abort. I'm glad you like it, Benjamin Buttons, or Benjamin Buttons, both. You guys are awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking it out. We're going to do tons more of these. There's a ton of people I want to thank before I run. Basically going to run one through, but I want to thank some people first. All right, we're going to thank some peeps. We are thanking peoples here. We got, thank you, Alex Christoph, Braxel, Orchestra Zagini. That's it. We nailed it. Benjamin Buttons, Brooklyn Sound Garage. It's Amin. Amin, you're the man. Thanks for stepping by, coming through. My head is spinning, so the words are coming out all jumbled. Fernando Ferraro Music. Danny Lyrica, I think he said. Danny Lyrica. Hopefully. And we got Mix by Seawave or Psywave. Katie Lowen, Al Stone, and everyone else that I might have mentioned. Braxel, thank you. All you guys are awesome. I hope I said the names right for everybody who stopped by and checked it out. I really appreciate it. And this was a fun one. Al Stone, you guys are awesome. And GDP, as always, thank you so much for helping me put this on and share what we're doing over here with everybody. We're doing the thing, guys. We're doing the thing. And there's going to be so many more of these to come. So stick around. I'm going to play this through one time with this Toupe combined with the Curve Bender and the Wolf Comp Mastering Edition on it. I basically took the EQ off the Toupe because it was too intense. Just these tube and tape saturation things is like enough. And even on 56%, it's a lot. But I just want to say that there's going to be another one of these coming in a couple days. As soon as I got another all-nighter in me like this, because that's what it is. We go hard. We finish a song. That's the bottom line. We put it on the line to get one done so that you guys know that you can get one done in one day. And like I said, tomorrow, fresh head, one listen. Make any changes you think necessary in that one listen, call it done. That's the way to live. Forward progress is the name of the game. Shigiono Music, thank you as well. This has been a fun stream. Just kind of Musictron, thank you as well. You guys are awesome. Yeah, this was a fun one. Plenty of Pulp Fiction references scattered throughout. Tons of them. And Elise Strohecker, I'm glad you dig it. There's tons more of this stuff to come. Any questions? That's the beauty of this stuff. We get to answer questions the whole way through. And I really do appreciate all you guys for sticking around. So if you want to hear the result at the moment with some Toupe, Curve Bender, and Wolf Comp Mastering Edition on it, I'm going to play that for you. The Wolf Comp Mastering Edition's got a limiter built in, so it's like so many things in one. Clipper, limiter, all this stuff. It actually doesn't need sorry about that vacuum cleaner. It doesn't need the curve benders boosting low end. Like there's something magical with this toupee. It's boosting so much lows that we really don't need it on the curve bender. It's like redundant. started to fart out on me because I got too much crazy stuff on. A part of me is like, man, that Wolf comp is interesting. It's the mastering edition is interesting. I like it a lot, but I'm missing something because I'm hitting it so hard that it's sort of imploding everything. And it took a mix that I thought was like pretty well put together and it's ruining it. So I'm now switching over to some other stuff. I love their, I love the Wolf comp and I love the one in beta, but I haven't figured it out yet. So that's going to be another day. Figure that out. I've already printed one of those so I can compare it to whatever I do here and then make a decision. That's going to be the move.
No, girl, got a show, but no, girl. I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. And if I try to
What up, Stelios? Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah. We got spaceships and dedicated 10-hour mixing with spaceship sound effects. So that's what we do over here. I appreciate you stopping by, letting me know. I do like Colt Caparoon. I like Colt Caparoon. I like the Sony FX3 camera he just got. I am a fan of Sony Cinemaline cameras. I also like Canon. I don't know where that came from, but it was one of the last videos I saw on his channel. I think that's what stuck in my head. But yeah, this is I really appreciate that, man. You know, I want it to be great, and I kind of lost a bit of time. I lost probably about a half hour or more comparing mix bus compressors. The Mark Daniel Nelson, which I love because it's kind of clean sounding. It's kind of why I like it. And then the Wolf Comp Mastering Edition, which is the opposite of clean sounding. So I'm kind of just battling those with, you know, the Mark Daniel Nelson, in my opinion, needs something on the end of it. Like I like gold clip after it into a limiter, and then maybe a little CG2 for love. That works fairly well. And then, you know, as long as you're hitting the stuff kind of light, like 2.3 on the Mark Daniel Nelson dB, 1 dB on the gold clip, 1 dB on the limiter kind of thing. If you're doing that, it's okay. But the Wolf Comp is way more aggressive than that. And I'm basically trying out Teupe, which I hardly ever use. Try 33609. You know, that's an aggressive sounding compressor. It's not that I hate the 33609. I just don't typically use it on my mix bus. Like I've used it in parallel a couple times because it's so aggressive. Whereas this thing is not. I mean, it just sounds kind of like neutral in a way. But I also love the EQ on it. It's like this API flavor EQ. It's really nice. And I've just been obsessed with this lately. For the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 streams, I've been obsessed with this. I've been really trying to get a hang of being comfortable with it. I thought this thing was great, and I printed one version with that. So I'll get to compare 2 of these when I'm done. But I just want to get another one I'm happy with, and I think I'm going to settle on this. Teupe is adding so much low end. So much low end. Like, listen to how much low end Teupe is adding. It's crazy. This tape saturator, kind of like the ATR. You throw it on, it adds ton of low end. Studer A800, ton of low end. It's like a meal in a freaking bottle right there. I think even though the Wolfkamp's more aggressive, the Toupe into this Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar, into the Gold Clip, into the Pro L2, into the CG2 seems clearer to me. It seems less muddy. Everything gets crushed a little bit too much in the Wolfkamp. Maybe I could back off some stuff, but I'm not familiar enough with it to really know what would make the biggest difference. Maybe backing the drive down a bit, or taking the input down on the clipper a bit, or taking the makeup gain down a bit. Like, there's a million places to change this. That's my issue with it, is I don't know it well enough yet. And I want to, but now probably ain't the time. Ain't the time. It's definitely louder, but, maybe I'll take the soft clip drive to just leave it at 100%. And let's see what you guys are talking about. What's going on over here? Really smooth. Yeah, the 3369 is smooth. I have the audio escape. I love it on basic audio escape. Yeah. It's Brendan's favorite. Brendan who? O'Brien? 33609? or the MK609. What are we talking about? The 33609 on the mix bus is Brendan O'Brien's favorite? Is that what you're talking about? What are you talking about here? What are we talking about over here? Yeah, I got the very first serial number. Nice. Audio escape prompts it to me when UPS destroyed. Oh man, that's awful. I mean the plugin. How to thank you. Oh, nice, dude. Mixed by Zy Wave. Is it Z or Zy? It's probably Z, right? O'Brien? No way. That's amazing, man. Mixed by Zy. I really appreciate that, man. Man, I don't know how to thank you. I started watching your videos about 2 years ago, and they completely changed the way I think about mixing. Keep it up. You're amazing. I really appreciate that. I mean it. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching, and thank you for that compliment. I appreciate it a lot. They made a new AS7-8. I was bummed because it was the first batch of the AS7-8. Well, they're nice and promised me the first production MK609. Oh, nice. I don't find it so heavy bus processor. I prefer the 1.5 ratio setting. Quite low mid-heavy. Quite low mid-heavy, the Wolfcom. Yeah, it's, the low mids are actually the Toupe, believe it or not. That Toupe, you have the ability to dial in anything as far as like Pultec mix bus settings on there. It's with the emphasis, it just goes a little crazy on you. But it's the tube setting I picked. I felt like this EL34 low was actually it focuses more on the low end, and I just felt like it's given me a lot of low end. And that's the thing that I haven't taken that off. As soon as I take that off, the low mids kind of go back to where the mix was before, because I did the whole mix and then I try to figure out what the best bus processor is. It's the only way that it makes sense to me these days. When I mix in the box, it's like, it's such a difference if I pick if I would pick the Toupe or the 3348. Like between those two is a huge difference. The 3348 was sounding a little muddy. The Toupe was clearer, it felt like, but definitely more low mid heavy also. And then of these, like the Mark Daniel Nelson is nice and clean, like the sidecar. And then this other rest of the chain is fairly clean too. The low mids are really being accentuated from this tape plugin. Like if I take that on and off, you'll hear what I'm talking about. You hear that when the bass kick? Sorry, if I use this, I got to turn these other things off or everything bugs out and it's too loud and crazy. Basically that's the deal. I could I made a mix with actually just the Wolfcomp on it, and it wasn't half bad. Like it sounds fairly decent. It's just like super loud. That's interesting. You hear what I'm saying? Kind of on Eddie's setting. Fastest release, 1.5 ratio. I could tip the ratio up a bit, but it's okay. It's smaller than this Mark Daniel Nelson one. I mean, I'll make the Mark Daniel Nelson substantially lower to figure it out, but that's just feels, at least on this song, the Mark Daniel Nelson with the EQ kind of seems to trump this EQ and the 33609 together. It was a good call. I like your suggestion. You know, it's definitely a good one that I should be thinking of more often. I think I just had a bad experience with it a couple of times, and I got sick of using it on the mix bus. But I definitely, you know, it's one of them. The API 2500, SSL bus comp 33609. I mean, it's right up there with the greats. You know, the Unfair Child is beautiful on the mix bus. So like they're all. This should be back in the forefront of my mind, and I think your suggestion allows me to do that. But I still think the sidecar just has a magic. It's doing more. It's like, this sounds great. It pushes the drums more. So it's maybe more of a, you know, as far as aggressive compressors go, it's, you know, when I hit it with that longer program release, the A1, it works a little bit better, I think, on the mix bus than when I do the fast release. When the fast release is going on, it really just makes the drums kind of the lead instrument, which isn't bad. It's all personal taste at the end of the day. But you notice that? It's like when I play this, it feels like the drums stick out more with the 33609, and the mix sounds more like the way I crafted it with the sidecar.
Feel I'm alone in this world. I've got a dream but no girl. Got a shell but no girl. I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. And if I try to cover up, you're gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again. That I thought I could fly way up into the sky. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming again.
Just feels more 3D. Like I hate to use words like that, but there's a 3D-ness about this sidecar, at least where I sit at the moment, on a fried head after 11 hours or whatever we I don't know how many hours. But that's how I know I gotta print this and call it and compare it to the other one, because my head is starting to do that twist. So I'm gonna just slap on probably a little clip at the end, and then just hit it with a limiter, and maybe not the clipper. We'll see. Let's see how much of this I want to add at the end of this right here.
Feel I'm alone in this world. I've got a dream, but no girl. Got a shell, but no girl. I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, you're gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
Yeah, you can't really take into account what it's doing on the fills, because the fills are automated up so we could hear them above everything else to make the fills super powerful. So I'm kind of okay with where this thing's sitting. I'm just going to leave it there.
Feel I'm alone in this world. I've got a dream, but no girl. Got a shell, but no girl. I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up, you're gonna call me out and stay. Well, it's alright, 'cause I don't care. I like the attention. It's funny you mention it. I got a feeling. I think I've been dreaming
I'm going with that. Let's see our L2.
I don't pick up my phone, 'cause I like to be alone, 'cause I like to be home. And if you ask me where I was, gonna tell you I was there. If I try to cover up,
1 dB on the L2, 1 dB on the gold clip, except for the fills, obviously, that I automated up like crazy. And then the CG2 on the end as a sweetener. Let's just not make sure the CG2 is not too aggressive, and then we will call this a print. Let's see what you guys were writing. I was looking at that. You got yeah, there's a Q in tube. There's an EQ. There's like there's an emphasis section essentially, and it gives you your lows and highs, and you could do all sorts of crazy stuff in there. But I'm not pushing that hardly at all. It's just a function of which tubes I'm using, really, and how much low end I'm getting out of it. It's very similar to like the Studer A800. If you set that a certain way, you get so much low end. ATR 102 also. Depending on how you set it, you get tons of low end out of it. So a lot of the tape plugins really do focus on low end, but there's often like a roll off on the top, and I felt like it wasn't helping, so I took off like 3348. None of the tape stuff's on. It was sweet enough with the Mark Daniel Nelson on there, and then some gold clip L2 CG2, and we'll call it a day. I was losing clarity too much with any of the tape, it felt like, especially like Tupe was giving me a lot more low mids, but I don't think that it needed it. I think there was enough built into the mix. Just add a little bit on the Mark Daniel Nelson here, and it felt right. 2 dB around 200 was like, that's more than enough. That's a weird sound. Sorry about that, guys. That was a crazy sound. This thing is in the bug out zone. That's a first. We're in the bug out territory, guys. We've got a bug out. What is bugging out? Check. You can still hear me, right? Check. Check. Good. Looks like the bug out might be subsiding. Looks like the bug out has subsided. We have a subsiding bug out here. Okay, good. So I'm going to print this because that's a good sign that I shouldn't turn anything else on and off. We got to call it. I'm going to print this through so you can hear where we're at right now. And this is the sidecar. That's a good question. I don't remember the company. Somebody throw it out there if you remember. Ripley Sterling, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, we only do marathons. I think, like, me and GDP only know how to do the hard stuff. Don't even bother telling us about something easy that doesn't even make sense to us. We go all day hard and crazy. Like, this is insane. It's insane. And we're about to get out of here. I can't even believe it's that long. We're going to go live again mad soon, Stelios. We're doing, as soon as my, as soon as my voice recovers and I get some sleep, probably go live then. It'll be right quick. But yeah. It's gone very well, I think. And I don't know who makes that plugin. I wish I could remember. Some weird name company. It's like it's like two names. It's like two human names, if I'm not mistaken. Pro Tools is bugging out because it's like, man, you gotta call it, dude. Like, you gots to. So I'm gonna just basically. I appreciate that you like the chorus, Stelios. The backing vocals. Yeah, thank you. There's a lot going on in this. And we're about to, any other questions, throw them in there because I'm going to run this through once so you can kind of hear where it's at. But as you can imagine, after 12 hours of there's been 2 bathroom breaks, a protein shake, and 12 hours of nonstop mixing. So my head needs a break in terms of resetting. And as soon as I do that, we will be back after the rest. As soon as I recover from the rest. But, I recommend everybody take breaks while they're working. But as far as I'm concerned, when I'm talking to you guys, it's kind of a break. And I usually mix, I keep the mix low so that I can actually not beat up my ears completely. But at this point, it is a little bit like flying blind because I am definitely ready to take a break on it. So I'm going to call this done, and I'm going to just tomorrow with fresh, as soon as my head is fresh, whenever that is, I'm going to come in, listen to it once, call it done. If there's any tweaks to make, it's after I listen one time, I'll make tweaks and then it's done. I don't listen to it 100 times. I don't make tweaks for days. I don't go to the car 6 times. It's just not what I do. So I recommend everybody else, you got to kind of get yourself to do that. It's sometimes not easy, and you got to go against your willpower to check something 100 times, and it's just the way it is, man. If you allow yourself that many checks or that much time, you'll just always do that. You got to put the pressure on. Welcome to the stream, AIM AI Energy 2849. Almost 12 hours indeed. Hit the like button, please, for me and GDP's sake. We're doing our thing over here. Yeah, I got up a couple times. Not many, but twice. I think I got up twice. But yeah, I'm going to print this and then I'll do closing thoughts. And if there's any questions, I'll do that and then we'll get out of here. So we're going to print this one right now. I'm going to turn the mic off. So if I forget to turn it back on, just somebody shout out, Mike. But let us run this. I had it muted. My bad. The mix bus was muted because of that crazy sound that happened, but luckily it went away. So before Godzilla comes back and drowns us all in the ocean of Godzilla tears, let's just run it with the mix bus on this time, ladies and gentlemen. With the mix bus on. Here we go. Time to boogie oogie oogie till you just can't boogie no more.